The Fanshawe Ghost by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fanshawe Ghost. As it was nearly time for his first client of the day to arrive, Astro the palmist ended the little lesson in optical anatomy he had been giving to Valeska. He closed the transparent doors of the huge model of the human eye about which he had been talking, and replaced it on a shelf in his laboratory, where it remained, a large, livid ball of glass and porcelain, veined with red. "It's simply wonderful," Valeska said, staring at it hard. Astro laughed, and passed into the great studio for his morning consultations. "And yet," he remarked, "Helmholtz says, nature seems to have packed this organ with mistakes. I'll explain that sometime. Most people do think that the body of man is the consummation of the Maker's skill and wisdom. In point of fact, it is far from being perfect. Think of the ants and bees," he went on thoughtfully. "Think of their strength and adaptability. By a mere change of diet, a neuter can become a perfect female." "Do you mean to say that men's bodies are not so good as some of the animals' bodies?" Valeska asked. "I mean to say that the human machine is imperfect. It contains much that is unnecessary, much that is not well adapted to the struggle for existence." Astro, now assuming his red silken robe and turban in preparation for his astral readings, seated himself cross-legged on the divan, and took up the stem of his narghile. "Wiedersheim," he continued, "has counted 107 so-called vestigial organs, the remains, that is, of similar but more developed organs that fulfilled a useful function in our simian ancestors. Some of them are still able to perform their physiological functions in a more or less incomplete manner. Some survive merely as ancestral relics, and some are actually harmful to the body. Take, for instance, superfluous hairs. They are no longer capable of protecting the body from cold, and often do serious harm. Wisdom teeth are unnecessary to man. Their powers of mastication are feeble, and they often cause tumors and diffused suppuration and dental caries. We all know how unnecessary and how dangerous to health the vermiform appendix is. Then there are other organs whose powers are almost completely lost. The little tail disappears from the embryo before birth, but there remain the useless muscles of the ear, the unnecessary 13th pair of ribs, the weak and imperfect 11th and 12th pairs of ribs, which serve no useful purpose, the muscles of the toes, and so on. Why, the colon, or large intestine, the seat of most diseases of the alimentary tract, and the nursery of arterial sclerosis, has been pronounced practically useless by Metchnikoff, and in London hospitals the entire colon is often removed." Valeska stared. "But what are they all there for?" she inquired. "I suppose their chief use is to shame our vanity. They are undoubted proof of our animal origin, our descent from the anthropoid apes." Valeska frowned. "I never like to be reminded of that." "Well then, of our descent from birds or reptiles. You have beautiful eyes, my dear, but you can't conceal that little part near the nose which is called the semilunar fold. That is but the remains of the third eyelid you possessed as a bird, the transparent membrane that eagles draw over the cornea." The bell rang outside. Astro the philosopher became on the instant Astro the seer, and dropped into his professional poise, calm, inert, picturesque, oriental. Valeska retired to another room and began her work of looking carefully over the papers for news of anything that might be of use to the seer in his conferences. It was her duty to keep in touch with the doings of the day. For some time she read without interest, making notes occasionally, and from time to time consulting her card catalogue to look up the condensed biographies of persons prominent in society, politics, or finance, adding to the data there collected. She cut clippings too, and pasted them in a blank book for Astro to look over at his leisure. In the last of the morning papers her eyes fell on the following paragraph, and she read it with attention. "No small amount of gossip has been occasioned during the last week or so in the little village of Van Dyke by the rumors of supernatural visitations at the well-known Fanshawe farm, now the residence of Miss Mildred Fanshawe, the last living representative of a prominent old family in the county. While all the servants at the farm deny the sensational reports, and Miss Fanshawe absolutely refuses to be interviewed, the stories afloat make the place famous in the vicinity. According to what can be learned, at least 3 of the servants at the farm have seen the Fanshawe ghost, purported to be the spirit of Sally Towers, who was a well-known belle of New York in the 1830s. Sally appears, so it is said, in the walled garden side of the old house, usually with a baby in her arms. Occasionally she is seen on the roof of the dwelling. The Society for Psychical Research is said to be interested, and has asked the privilege of investigating the apparition, but Miss Fanshawe has persistently refused them admittance to the premises, which are now well guarded from intrusion. Of Miss Fanshawe, Valeska could find no information in her catalogue, but as soon as Astro was free, she gave him the clipping, and was not disappointed in his interest. "It's a case I'd like to handle," he said, when he had read the story. "If Miss Fanshawe does not apply to me for a solution to the mystery, I shall certainly volunteer my services. Perhaps you had better send her a note anyway." This Valeska did forthwith, with the result that Miss Fanshawe appeared a few days later at the studio. She confessed herself worried about the stories that had been circulated, because of the unpleasant notoriety she had gained, and the fact that they might depreciate the value of the property, which she wished to sell as soon as possible. The rumors were, she confessed, based on tales which some of her servants had been indiscreet enough to relate. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the affair, and she would be much relieved to have the mystery cleared up. Miss Mildred Fanshawe was an aristocratic but anemic-looking woman of perhaps 30 years. She was a brunette, with dark hair and eyes, with a lean, narrow face, full of nervous energy. Her hands were long and slim. Her upper lip was nearly covered with fine hair, almost a mustache, which gave her a distinctly Italian aspect. She talked freely with Astro and Valeska, using gestures like a foreigner. When she had gone, Astro turned to his assistant. "Well," he said, "I'm curious to know just what you noticed about that woman." "There is something strange about her. I hardly know what it is," said Valeska. "I noticed, though, for one thing, that she wiggled her ears. I knew a boy once who could do that. I've often tried to, but I can't. Then her mustache was a great blemish, wasn't it? It's a pity for a woman to have to suffer that. Then her eyes were queer. What was the matter with them?" Astro smiled. "And I have been lecturing you upon the eye for a fortnight. It was the semilunar fold I spoke to you about a while ago. It was extraordinarily large." "So it was, now I recall it." "That was funny about her being able to pick up a fork with her toes, like Stevenson at Velima, wasn't it? I always wanted to live in a country where I could go barefooted. We don't half use our feet, do we?" "Well, and the ghost?" "Have you no theory?" Astro asked. "Already? Of course not. How can we tell anything till we investigate the premises and see the apparition?" "Oh, we'll go down, of course, but it's scarcely necessary, I consider." Valeska's hands fell into her lap with a hopeless gesture. "Oh dear!" she exclaimed. "I'll never learn anything. How in the world could you learn the secret of the ghost story just by talking to her?" "And watching her," he hinted. "But take her talk even. What did she say that might be significant?" "Do you mean about that operation she had for appendicitis?" Valeska considered it thoughtfully. "Let's see. She mentioned the fact that she had her vermiform appendix removed, and it proved to be abnormally large. But that doesn't prove anything to me. Think it over. See if you can't put it with what I have told you, and more important still, read Metchnikoff. I recommend to you his Prolongation of Life, but I won't tell you what chapter especially. There you'll find the missing link in the argument. You have already half of my theory, in the doctrine of vestigial organs, which you can apply to Miss Fanshawe's case. The other half I prefer you to work out for yourself. It's the simplest kind of deduction, and needs only corroboration at Fanshawe Farm. Let's see. She asked us to come down next Friday. That gives you 3 days in which to think it over." He rose and yawned. "I wish you'd buy me some blue paint and a brush," he added. "Now I must put in a little time on that new somniform experiment. I think I'm getting at it." But Valeska had no time to read Metchnikoff that week. Astro's absences from the studio were long and often, and Valeska, who had been preparing herself in palmistry, gave readings to all those clients who did not insist on a personal interview with the Master of Mysteries. It need scarcely be said that most such clients were men. Every moment of her time was occupied until Friday afternoon. On that day, at 4 o'clock, she met Astro at the Grand Central Station, and together they took the train for Vandyke Village to keep their appointment with Miss Fanshawe. "How little I know of you, Valeska," Astro said, on the journey down. "Do you realize that it is almost nothing? You applied in answer to my advertisement for an assistant, and you know that it is not my habit to ask personal questions unless it is absolutely necessary. But to me, you are as mysterious as this Fanshawe ghost we are hunting down. I have always had a queer feeling about you, that I didn't want to know too much about your history, that it was a prettier situation to be ignorant of everything except this very happy present when we are working together." "Oh, let's be sure of that, and enjoy it," she breathed, turning her eyes away. "I am perfectly happy. I only hope that we shall both remain so." If Astro had intended by his remarks to give her an opening for a confession, she did not accept it, and he did not insist. Their talk changed to the business that occupied their immediate attention. Astro carefully reread the newspaper clipping. "The first thing is, of course, to get the accounts of the servants, and then to see the ghost for ourselves. Finally, we must lay the specter forever." "I have thought that the phantom might have been impersonated by one of the servants," Valeska suggested. "With that hypothesis, we should seek a motive," he replied. "I admit that's what has baffled me. Well, we must follow every clue, that's all." Miss Fanshawe's man met them at the station with an open carriage, and Astro, seating himself beside the driver, immediately began to draw him out on the subject of the ghost. The man was Irish and willing to talk. He himself, however, had not seen the spirit, though he believed implicitly in its existence. John, the stableman, had seen it, however, and Genevieve, Miss Fanshawe's maid. The third witness, an old woman who had been cook, had left the place, refusing to remain in a haunted house. Miss Fanshawe greeted them hospitably, and had them shown to their rooms by Genevieve. Before dressing for dinner, Astro and Valeska had the story from her. She took them herself into the garden and pointed out the scene of the visitation. A high brick wall screened the place from the street and enclosed it on 3 sides. The garden was laid out formally, with brick walls along the 2 axes of the rectangular space, and a circular pool with a fountain in the middle. The 4th side was shut off by the brick wall of the house itself, which there rose 2 stories in height. Along the south wall was planted a thicket of high bushes, interspersed with trees. This wall ran into the side of the house just below Miss Fanshawe's own chamber, whose window showed some 9 feet above. The maid's room was next. The northern wall was flush with the front of the house, which was decorated with a portico 2 stories in height. Above that was the sloping roof. "I've seen it walking up and down many a time, from my window over there," said Genevieve. "It always disappears in the bushes over there," and she pointed to the southern wall. "Once I saw it on the very top of the roof, waving its arms. Yes, it almost always carries a baby, and it's always in white, shroud-like. It always scares me stiff, but I won't leave Miss Fanshawe for it nor anything like it." "It's a queer thing that you and John are the only ones here who have ever seen it," said Valeska, looking at her fixedly. "Oh, the cook has seen it many's the time," said Genevieve. "But the cook left." "Yes, and good reason why, too. It came at her with a run once, and liked to scratch her eyes out." "It's queer that Miss Fanshawe has never seen it." "Ah, and I hope she never will, the poor dear. It'll be for no good if she does. It comes to warn her, I'm thinking." John the stableman's tale was almost the same. He too had seen the ghost on the roof of the house, and running swiftly along the garden walk, and often with the baby. In the year he had been employed at Fanshawe Farm, he had seen it, he thought, at least a dozen times. He appeared to share Genevieve's superstitious terrors, and had never dared to pursue the spectre. All this, of course, Miss Fanshawe had heard before, and with Astro and Valeska she discussed the probability of her servants possibly having conspired to give the house a bad name. But no motive for that was apparent, and Genevieve's devotion seemed sincere. The talk had already begun to wear on her. She showed many signs of nervousness, becoming at times almost hysterical. Seeing this, Astro changed the subject, and nothing more was said of his purpose there. That night he took his place with Valeska at the end of the garden, away from the house, to watch. He had come prepared to spend several days, for the chances were against their seeing anything the first time, though the appearances had, according to John, become much more frequent of late. So, bundled in wraps, the two took their seats on a bench at the end of the path. From here, most of the house windows were screened from them, but a clear vista up the center of the garden was illuminated by a moon beyond its first quarter. Miss Fanshawe, pleading indisposition, had retired to her room early. Beyond the seat there was a small door in the wall, opening on a path leading to the stable. Directly in front of where they sat was an old-fashioned sundial. It was altogether a romantic spot, one well fitted for a tryst, natural or supernatural. Perhaps Valeska thought it too romantic, for after sitting with Astro for a while, she rose and paced impatiently up and down. He did not try to keep her with him. Her nearness seemed dangerous to his concentration of mind, to his watchfulness. At 10 o'clock a sound behind him attracted his attention. Valeska was some distance away, and he did not call her, but stole to the small door in the wall and looked out. What he saw made him smile. He returned and, with a low whistle, called his assistant. "We might learn some things from Genevieve and John," he said a little sadly, "even if we don't learn much about the ghost from them." "Have you seen them?" she exclaimed. "They are bidding each other good night at the stable door." "Then," said Valeska, "it's my opinion that we'll see the ghost within a quarter of an hour. Let's sit down now and watch." They took their places on the bench again, and her hand stole into his. Was it the suggestion she had received from the servant's love-making, or did she begin to fear the spectre? With all his cleverness, Astro could not decide. But suddenly she sprang up, and now there was no doubt of her alarm. "There it is!" she exclaimed in a harsh whisper, pointing toward the shrubbery at the south wall. There it was at last, indeed, a seemingly sheeted form, bearing something that looked like a little child in its arms, stealing down the path. It approached them noiselessly. In the shadow of the trees it showed too indistinct for identification at that distance. Astro rose abruptly and took a step toward the house, when immediately the thing sped rapidly away. Astro broke into a run, but when he came to the house, nothing was to be seen. He went back to reassure Valeska, who stood staring, trembling with excitement, but without fear. Hardly had he reached her, however, when her voice rang out again. "There, on the roof!" she cried. Astro looked and beheld the figure gliding swiftly along the top of the building. The vision lasted only a moment, then disappeared. He spoke sharply. "Valeska, run up to Miss Fanshawe's room and awaken her. Tell her I want her to see this." Valeska ran up the brick walk, passed through a door in the middle of the south wall, and entered the house. The halls had been left lighted, and she found her way easily to Miss Fanshawe's room. Here she knocked on the door, at first softly, then with increasing vehemence. Trying the door, she found it locked. No one answered. She flew downstairs again, and was about to go for Astro when a sound attracted her attention. Down the hall, toward the back stairs, she saw something or someone pass and disappear. Her thoughts flew to Genevieve, and, with a new desire to awaken Miss Fanshawe, she went upstairs again and knocked. This time there was a noise inside the chamber, a rattle, a chair being moved, and in a few moments the door was partly opened, and Miss Fanshawe looked out. At the same moment Genevieve appeared in the upper hall. For a moment Valeska could not decide what to say. If, as she suspected, Genevieve had been in some strange way impersonating the phantom, she dared not tell of it before her. She slipped inside Miss Fanshawe's room, which was not lighted. "We have seen the ghost, and Astro wished you to come out, but it is undoubtedly too late now. I wish your door had been unlocked, so I might have awakened you without making so much noise." Miss Fanshawe wrung her hands. Her long black hair streamed over her white nightdress. The costume and her aspect of extreme disarray made her figure almost grotesque. "It's terrible, terrible," she moaned. "I don't see why I should be tortured so. I don't want to see it. I couldn't bear it." She broke into a violent fit of sobbing. Genevieve knocked at the door and entered. "I'll attend to her, miss," she said to Valeska. "I'm used to her when she has the hysterics, and I can calm her down if you'll only leave us." There seemed nothing better to do, and Valeska went downstairs and passed into the garden again. Astro strode up to her, a lighted cigar in his mouth. "Well?" Valeska narrated what had happened. "We mustn't be caught that way again. I'll ask her to leave the door unlocked tomorrow night. Well, there's nothing further to do tonight. I propose that we turn in." "But have you found out who or what it is?" Valeska asked, still trembling with the excitement. Astro smiled. "I'll have a trap for the ghost tomorrow, and if she appears you'll see. It's only a question of how to do it delicately and safely. But it's most amusing. I think I was never so entertained." "Why, did you see it after I left?" she asked. "I should say I did. It was as good as a circus. But you must go to bed. Good night." As they went out into the garden the next night, Astro showed Valeska a nickeled brass cylinder he had concealed in his inside pocket. "Here's what an automobilist calls an oil gun," he explained. "It works like a large syringe, and is loaded with blue paint. I might also mention that the lightning rod running up and down the house wall side of those windows is already painted bright blue. If I don't succeed in shooting our extremely lively little friend, the spook, with this gun, I'd expect the lightning rod to streak her up with blue stripes sufficient for identification." Valeska gazed at the moonlit house in wonder. "The lightning rod!" she exclaimed. "It isn't possible for anyone to climb up there. Do you mean to say—" "Wait, and you'll see some of the prettiest ground and lofty tumbling outside of vaudeville," was his reply. "But it runs up beside Genevieve's window. It isn't possible for that girl to climb down from there into the garden. It also runs beside Miss Fanshawe's window. It may be possible for her. I assure you, she's an athlete." "But how could any human being get on the roof so quickly? If you'll go round there, you'll see. Once you climb the north wall, you can almost reach the first balcony. Up the column to the second is easy enough. On the other side there's a stout ivy vine that makes a practical ladder to the very top." "But why? Why?" Valeska almost wailed the words. "Ah, you haven't read Metchnikoff." Then suddenly he cried, "Look!" and seized her arm. They were standing beside the central pool now, and he pointed to Miss Fanshawe's window, clearly visible from this part of the garden. The moonlight struck the glass as the sash was raised. A form looked out, climbed rapidly across the sill, lowered itself till it hung by the hands, and then dropped lightly to the top of the garden wall. Quick as had been its appearance and disappearance, something was visible, tucked under one arm. While they stood fascinated, a white object appeared on the grass of the garden plot, the figure of a woman with hair streaming about her shoulders, apparently carrying a child. She came a few steps toward them, then retreated swiftly and made for the bushes by the north wall. In another instant she appeared atop the wall, and swung up to the first balcony of the portico, still bearing her burden. A few minutes more, and she reappeared on the roof. "Quick now!" cried Astro. "Run up to Miss Fanshawe's room, and go in and wait for her to return. I'll hide in the bushes by the south wall and pop her full of blue paint. If I miss, there's the lightning rod, her only way to enter the room. But what shall I say? How can I accuse her of it?" Astro stopped suddenly and looked at her. "Why, my dear, I forgot. Is it possible you haven't guessed it yet? Miss Fanshawe is asleep. It's somnambulism, that's all. But hurry. Make any excuse if she's awake. If she's not, don't awaken her. Let her go to bed herself." Valeska flew into the house and upstairs. Miss Fanshawe had kept her promise and had left her door unlocked. Valeska entered. The window was still up. There was no one in the bed. One pillow was missing. On the instant, Valeska understood the secret of the baby that the specter was supposed to carry. She slipped into the corner and waited. In a few moments a form appeared in the window, blocking out the light. a wriggle and a twist, and it sprang lightly in, and Miss Fanshawe stood revealed in the moonlight, in her nightdress, now streaked and spattered with blue stains. In her arms she still held the pillow, as a mother holds her babe. Her eyes stared straight before her without power of sight. Valeska, more moved by this uncanny vision than if it had been a supernatural visitation, stole silently away and rejoined the master. "I don't see how it was possible, even though I saw it with my own eyes," she said, as they sat down on the bench to talk it over before sleeping. "A frail woman like that to climb to the second story up a rod, to the roof even. I've heard stories of somnambulists before, but this is miraculous." "If you had read Metchnikoff," said Astro, smoking calmly, "you would have found that such a case as this is not rare, and you would have discovered the explanation. The fact is, that in somnambulism and in hysteria, persons often revert atavistically to the characteristics of their simian ancestors. They are often able to jump and run and climb and even chatter like apes while in this abnormal condition. Miss Fanshawe, as we had already observed, possesses many still active functions of her monkey ancestry, which in most men and women have become atrophied with disuse. Her appendix was large, like those of the apes. She bore traces of this also in the hair on her lip, in her ability to use her ears, in the development of the muscles of her toes. It was evident to me at my first glance at her that she was, if not abnormal, at least peculiar. In her waking state, of course, she is a highly refined and cultured lady. Under the influence of hysteria, or in this strange somnambulistic condition, she merely reverts to type. You know that newborn babies can hang from their hands like monkeys, but soon lose that power. Miss Fanshawe loses her extraordinary agility in her waking moments, and regains it while asleep." "But why the blue paint?" said Valeska. "If you knew the secret of the Fanshawe ghost, why didn't you tell her at first?" "Would you have believed it possible?" he asked, smiling. Valeska confessed she would not. Neither would Miss Fanshawe. "And besides, it would have been necessary to explain the origin of my suspicions. No woman would care to be told that she resembled an ape, and I don't intend to explain Metchnikoff's theory to her, or to point out her vestigial organs, which are not quite vestigial. No, I'll merely tell her she walks in her sleep, as is proved by the blue paint on her nightdress, and advise her either to lock the window when she retires, or to have a companion to watch her. I don't think anyone will see the ghost again. I wonder," he added thoughtfully, as they walked toward the house, "if after all I hadn't better begin to investigate the ghost of your past, little girl." He took her hand affectionately. "Well, you won't find any vestigial signs in that, anyway," she answered, gently drawing away her hand. "And," she said, "I'm glad I can't wiggle my ears or pick things up with my toes. I'd rather be a lady even while asleep. I'm quite satisfied with my body, thank you, just as it is." End of The Fanshawe Ghost by Gillette Burgess. Number 13 by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Number 13. Reclining on a huge velvet divan, puffing at his water pipe lazily, Astro read to the last page of Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, and then tossed the paper-covered book on the floor with a grunt. Valeska looked up from her work, ready for his comment. If Stevenson had written that book this year, he'd have known more about dissociated personality, he remarked. "Why, it's nothing but a parable, that's all," Valeska offered. "Well, it might be more. It might be science as well. The fundamental idea is wrong. We haven't only two souls or personalities apiece, one good, one bad. We have an infinite number, according to modern psychology. Our normal self can break up into any number of combinations of its elements. That is why we are different persons when we're angry, when we dream, when we are drunk or insane." "But isn't there a subconscious self that runs the body at such times?" said Valeska. "I've been reading about it. Some psychologists call it the subliminal self." "Rubbish. Astro rose and walked up and down nervously. "They are not psychologists. They are metaphysicians, and not worth considering. They speak as if there were a sort of secret submerged soul coiled up inside us like a chicken in an egg, an oracle in a well. There is no such thing. We are all of a piece. But how about somnambulists who diagnose their own complaints and predict the course of their illness? How about the known cases of multiple personality, Felida X and Miss Beecham in Boston? Their alternate selves were distinct and separate. You should read the Journal of Abnormal Psychology," said Astro. "Those selves are fortuitous combinations of the normal self's properties. They are strictly part selves. The subjects are simply not all there." "And those post-hypnotic time experiments, too," she persisted. "I have read of their suggesting that a subject should, just 1547 minutes afterward, look at his watch and write down the time. He did it, in every such case." "And you think he has a subliminal self? A sort of psychic alarm clock that telephones to his waking personality?" "Nonsense. They managed to tap the mechanical part of his memory, that's all. It's like looking up a book in a library. There are no co-conscious personalities. What happens in automatic writing? A person holds a pencil in his hand, and it seems to write of itself. Spirits? Rubbish. A subliminal self? Poppycock. The hand transcribes merely records of thoughts or memories that have been forgotten or were unnoticed, that's all. We don't think of half we see and hear. We pass myriads of faces in the street, for instance, but everything is recorded as on a phonographic cylinder, and under abnormal conditions the record may be reproduced." "Well," said Valeska, "it's all uncanny. Normal psychology is difficult enough to understand, but when one is 4 or 5 different persons, I give up." "How many am I?" she added merrily, tossing a mischievous glance at him as she put on her hat and furs. "You're 1,000,000, each nicer than the rest. Then I'm glad." She looked very demure as she walked toward the door, but she stopped there to smile frankly back at him, then threw him a good night and vanished. Astro yawned, went to the bookcase, and returned to the couch with a book by Leonid Keating. For a while he labored with his grandiloquent mysticism, with the secret of Om and the central crystal of the universe. Then suddenly he sat erect. A noise in the outer room had attracted his attention. Another moment told him that Valeska had returned and was speaking to someone. His name was called. He went out to find her with a strange girl, strangely clad. Dark-haired and dark-skinned, handsome, oriental, she was of medium height, with a red shawl drawn over her head, and a short plaid skirt, showing her little feet encased in men's heavy shoes. She had a wild, frightened look in her eyes, as Valeska tried to calm her. Her mouth trembled pitifully, and she crouched in an attitude of fear and self-effacement. She looked quickly round at Astro and ran for the door. Evidently she saw a new terror in him, and trembled all over with excitement. It was all Valeska could do to restrain her. Astro looked the girl over deliberately, noting every detail of countenance and costume. Then he raised his eyebrows. "It's the strangest thing," Valeska explained. "I was walking along 34th Street when I met her, and as I passed I thought that she was probably some Italian organ grinder's wife. Then she turned back and ran up to me and seized my hand. She was evidently terribly frightened at something, but she wouldn't speak. I haven't been able to get her to speak yet. She seemed to want my protection, so I brought her back here. Who do you suppose she can be?" Astro addressed the girl in Italian, but got no response. The girl eyed him as a dog watches the boy who has been torturing him. A question in Russian was as unsuccessful. Greek, Turkish, Yiddish, she appeared to understand none of these, or else refused to answer. The Master of Mysteries became interested. "Bring her into the studio," he said to Valeska. "We'll have something to eat here. Perhaps she is hungry. If so, that will gain us her confidence." So saying, he went to the telephone and ordered a dinner for 3 sent up from a nearby restaurant. As Valeska gently led the stranger toward the entrance to the studio, the girl suddenly gave a wail, clasped her hands to her bosom, and stared fixedly, in an ecstasy of terror, at the office wall. There was a large one-day calendar there above Valeska's desk, the sheet showing the words Thursday, May 13th. Astro hurried to the girl's side, watching her keenly. Valeska put her arms about her reassuringly, but it was not till she had drawn her softly away from the sight of the calendar that the girl's perturbation was over. She walked doggedly into the great dim studio as if half asleep. Valeska, with friendly insistence, placed her in a comfortable chair. There the girl sat, staring with expressionless face at the light. "Well," said Valeska as they watched her, waiting for the dinner to be brought in, "is she deaf, or dumb, or half-witted, or drugged, or what?" Astro had not taken his eyes from the figure of his mysterious visitor. "She's an Oriental, of course. That is why she's afraid of me. She has been through some terrible nervous ordeal, I think. I believe she hasn't had enough to eat. Wait till we have had dinner, and then I'll see what I can do with her." "Poor thing. I'm glad it was you and not a police officer who found her, Valeska." The girl began to look about timidly, but with little apparent curiosity. Valeska undid her shawl from her head. A wave of black, fine, curly hair fell with the covering and made the face more picturesque. She nestled a little closer to her protector, held Valeska's hand to her own cheek. The two, vividly blonde and brunette, made a striking picture together. On Astro's table was a small desk calendar with a memorandum sheet for each day. He quietly took it up and placed it in the girl's lap. Instantly she had a new fit of terror and leaped up in alarm. Standing in the full light of the electric lamp, they could see her mouth working convulsively as she stared at the number 13. She started on a run for the door. Valeska, quicker than Astro, caught and held her, and again attempted to soothe her. "Oh, don't try any more experiments with her yet," she implored. "The poor thing can't stand it. She is suffering so much it makes my heart ache. What can be the matter?" "Aphasia, for one thing," said Astro, seating himself a little way off. She tried to speak hard enough, but she couldn't. "The girl is not deaf or dumb, anyway. It is growing decidedly interesting." By degrees the girl was coaxed back to the chair, and by the time the dinner had been brought in she was more easily persuaded to take a seat at the table beside Valeska. Indeed, it was evident that she was nearly starving. She ate ravenously, with great mouthfuls, picking up the food in her hands. She was not to the manner born, but her prettiness made her solecisms pardonable. Once or twice during the meal she stopped, looked at Valeska, and seemed to be trying to speak, but no words came. Her hunger satisfied, she seemed more tractable and courageous. She looked at Astro without fear. Toward Valeska she showed the devotion of a dog. The table cleared away, Astro took a sheet of paper and wrote down the number 13. The girl trembled, but now not so violently. She looked up at Valeska with a mute appeal. "Don't," said Valeska. Astro wrote a column of 3 figures, 6, 5, and 2. The girl stared at it without intelligence. The Roman numerals 13 did not excite her at all. Next he wrote the word 13. She was still unmoved. He spoke the word. No response. Then he placed the paper in front of her, and put the pencil in her hand. She took it with evident familiarity, and her hand trembled. They saw her bite her lip. She was indubitably attempting to communicate with them, but she was unable to make a mark on the sheet. Said Astro thoughtfully. "Agraphia as well. Now we're getting warmer. I think I shall get it after a while." "Why, to me it seems more impossible than ever," Valeska said. "Strange that we should have just been talking about it," he replied. "It's a case of lost identity, dissociated personality, beyond doubt. I think I can solve the riddle if I can hypnotize her. I'll try." He did try, but without avail. At his first mesmeric gesture she shrank from him in fear. As he persisted, trying with a crystal ball held in front of and above her eyes to send her into a hypnotic sleep by means of a partial paralysis of the optic nerve, she resolutely defended herself. The strangeness of his motions aroused her suspicion, and she refused to concentrate her attention sufficiently to be influenced. Direct verbal suggestion, the simplest and most effective method of inducing hypnosis, was of course out of the question, since she did not appear to understand any language he spoke. "There is only one other method, if even that will succeed," Astro said at last. "If we can get her to write automatically, we may learn something. Her agraphia prevents her writing with her conscious mind. We'll try what is called the method of abstraction. It is a common experiment. One holds his patient absorbed in a conversation that compels his utmost mental capacity. In Hebrew, for instance, if he understands Hebrew. And while that is going on, someone places a pencil in his hand and whispers in his ear. What you have called the subconscious self communicates by writing, and the normal conscious personality is unaware that he is writing. "But how can we engage her mind so absorbingly?" Valeska asked hopelessly. "We don't know her language, whatever it may be." Astro paced the room for several minutes, thinking deeply. He stopped occasionally to look at the girl fixedly and resumed his contemplation. Finally he went up to her, examined her palms, and his face lighted up. "I believe she's musical," he said. Valeska stared. "But then—" "We'll see. Have the pencil ready to put in her hand and the paper on the table by it. Watch her closely and see if she is affected by the music. If she seems to be, give her the pencil." With that, he walked to the piano, sat down, and began to play the 10th Rhapsody of Liszt. As he swung into the abandon of its more temperamental passages, he seemed himself to be absorbed, to lose himself in the intricate harmonies. He was a skilled and artistic musician. He swayed to and fro, giving himself up physically and mentally to the passion and beauty of the themes. And it was not till the echoes of the last divine chords had ceased reverberating that he slowly turned on the piano stool and seemed to awaken. "I've got it!" cried Valeska, and springing up she ran over and handed him a sheet of paper. It was partly covered with rude drawings, apparently meaningless rough sketches mingled with attempts at lettering. He took the sheet eagerly and went to the table under the electric lamp to scrutinize the figures. "It's not very promising material, is it?" said Valeska. "On the contrary, it's a fine beginning, only it will take a bit of doing to make it out. I see the fatal 13 has put in its appearance again." The girl, who had seemed to be in a sort of stupor, now leaned over the table and inspected the sheet. At sight of the figures 13, she gave a moan and threw her arms about Valeska, trembling all over. "Poor girl," said Astro. "I'm afraid there's something big back of all this. She's a Turk, or an Armenian, or a Syrian. See the Turkish flag that she has roughly drawn here? Bobby, wait." He had risen to go to the bookcase, when the girl reached over and would have seized the paper had not Valeska prevented her. Astro continued to ejaculate, "Bobby," and again, "Baha'u'llah?" The girl quivered, but did not speak. "She may be a member of the Baha'i sect, followers of the Bab, the incarnation of the Almighty, whose religion is not tolerated by the faithful in Persia. They are all kept to one city, where they live like primitive Christians. Indeed, their faith is a mixture of Christianity and Mohammedanism. We'll see. Valeska, she's had enough for tonight. You must take her home and take care of her, and bring her back tomorrow. Until then, I must stay up and think it out." For hours after Valeska had left with her ward, Astro walked up and down the length of the great dim studio. Occasionally he threw himself at full length on the big couch in concentrated thought. At intervals he stood erect, his eyes fixed in abstraction on some trophy of arms on the wall, or gazing into the lucent transparency of his crystal ball. Once or twice he sat down at the table and gazed long at the hieroglyphic marks made on the paper by the strange girl. At 3 a.m, he partially undressed and lay down on the couch to sleep. He rose at 7, bathed, and went outdoors for a walk. When he returned an hour later, Valeska was in the studio alone. Her eyes were red. She seemed ashamed and self-reproachful. "The girl has disappeared," she exclaimed the moment Astro appeared. "When I woke up, she wasn't in the room. She must have risen and dressed while I was asleep. But I found this." She held out a short curved dagger in a morocco sheath. Astro, withdrawing the blade, found it was engraved with an Arabic inscription. He read the motto aloud: "For the heart of a dog, the tongue of a serpent." "Ah," he commented, "this may help some. Our little friend apparently isn't so timid as she appeared. But somehow this doesn't look like the property of a Babist. In spite of their many persecutions, I believe they are usually non-resistants. Well, Valeska, we'll have to find the girl now." Come along with me immediately." His green limousine was already at the door in waiting. Both jumped in, and as they drove to the southern end of the city, Astro explained, "There are two Syrian quarters in New York. One is in Brooklyn, the other down on Washington Street near the Battery. We'll go to that one first and see what we can find there. The Turkish flag reminds me that that is often hung outside stores where they sell Turkish rugs. We'll try that clue afterward." Reaching Washington Street, the two left the motor car and walked toward the Battery, past rows of squalid houses. At every corner, Astro stopped and gazed about deliberately. Finally, he seized Valeska's arm with a quick gesture. "Look at that sign!" he exclaimed. On West Street, facing the Hudson River, but with its rear abutting on a vacant lot on Washington Street, was a huge soap factory. Painted on the dead wall was a sign whose letters were 8 or 10 feet in height. Valeska read it aloud. "Use Babrock's brown soap." She stopped and looked at Astro in bewilderment. "What about it?" He drew the drawing from his pocket and pointed out the lettering. "Don't you see?" he cried. "BABP. That's a part of the sign, surely. Look at those two buildings on each side of the sign. Now look at this row of houses. From some one of those windows the sign must present the appearance she has drawn. Making the drawing subconsciously, she has merely copied something with which she has been familiar, seeing it probably every day. We must find the window from which the sign looks just like her drawing." He looked at the sign again carefully, estimating its height and the relative position of the two buildings whose roofs would cut off the first and last group of letters. A rough triangulation led him to a house in the lower part of which was a cobbler's shop. This he entered. "Are there any rooms to let in this house?" he asked of the man at the bench. The man nodded. "Go upstairs and ask at second floor," he replied. "You see Garban Sumisin. He keeps the house." Upstairs went Astro and Valeska, and plunged into a dark, narrow hallway. A doorway opened part way, and a whiskered man looked out. He had an evil face blotched with red spots, and wore a fez. He was smoking a Turkish cigarette. "What you want here?" "I'd like to look at your front room, third floor." A murmur of voices came from inside the room. The man turned and growled some foreign oath. Then he turned and looked at Astro with a vicious inquisition. "All right," he said at last. "You go up, door open, $3 a week." Astro waited for no more, but ran up the stairs, followed by his assistant. Once out of earshot, he stopped for a moment to pull out the paper again, and pointed to the first drawing on the sheet. "Fez," he said, and looked at her meaningly. "The old man with the cigarette?" "Probably. Now we'll find out what they have been up to." The hall bedroom was incredibly dirty, but contained nothing but a cot bed with vile coverings, a chair, and a crazy washstand over which hung a square cracked mirror. Astro first went to the grimy window and looked out. He pointed to the sign, and Valeska followed his eyes. One of the buildings across the street cut off the first word "use," and the other, with a small dormer, obscured all but "bab," with the exception of the upper half of the R. It showed, in fact, precisely as the girl had drawn it. "This is the room, all right. Now let's examine it." He took up the chair first and looked it over carefully. Then he pointed to marks on the side of the back, where the paint was worn smooth. The marks were about an inch wide, and similar ones showed on the legs and on the side rails of the seat. "This is where straps have chafed the paint," he commented. "She was undoubtedly fastened securely." "Did you notice where the marks or bruises were on her?" "Yes. They were bad enough for me to remember. There were red marks on her wrists and on her arms below her shoulders, and her arms were almost covered with bruises, but small ones. Oh, they pinched her, no doubt. Undoubtedly she had a rough time of it, if one may judge the character of the villain with the fez. Well, we must find her. There's no use inquiring here. If they have used this room for a torture chamber, we'll get nothing out of them, and they'll grow suspicious." They went downstairs, and while Valeska waited in the street, Astro drove a bargain with Garban Sumisin. Luckily, the lower hall was dark, and the Turk could not perceive Astro's oriental countenance. But the master of mysteries had an important piece of news to tell when he rejoined Valeska. They were talking Arabic, or rather Turkish. I heard one of them quote the motto we saw on the dagger. Now I know what they are. Have you heard of the Hunchakists? The papers had been so full of one of the recent murders of this dreaded Armenian society that Valeska knew roughly what the name implied. Every country seems to have its guerrilla assassins, said Astro as they drove uptown. But the Armenian Hunchakists are more dangerous than any of the others because they are better organized. Their object is usually extortion. Now we must visit the rug merchants. I'm afraid we're on the track of something serious this time. Their route led them directly into the heart of the mystery. On 18th Street, where in front of a Turkish rug store the crescent of Turkey hung out, there was a great crowd gathered, pressing about the entrance. It took Astro little time to discover the cause of the disturbance. The merchant Marco Diorian had been found when his shop was opened by his head bookkeeper lying in a pool of blood in his office, shot in the back. He was not dead, though mortally wounded and unconscious. He was now at the hospital at the point of death. A policeman guarded the door, preventing anyone from entering. Astro and Valeska caught sight of his cap over the heads of the bystanders, and when the crowd eddied, they saw his face. "Why, it's McGraw." "So it is," said Astro. "What luck." They squirmed their way through the crowd to find the burly police officer, who with Astro's assistance had been able to gain considerable reputation in connection with the McDougal Street dynamite outrages. The two were now fast friends. Indeed, McGraw owed his lieutenant's cap to the help of the master of mysteries. He therefore welcomed them both with a grin. "What is the straight of this, McGraw?" Astro asked. "Hunchakist murder, sure," responded the lieutenant. "I thought as much. Who did it?" "Oh, we got 'em all right this time. No thanks to you, sir, for once, though I'd always be glad of your help. This one's a girl who done it." Astro and Valeska looked at each other. "A girl?" "Yes, sir. They'll be bringing her down presently. It's only 15 minutes ago we got her. She was hiding out in a back closet where nobody thought to look at first. She was in a dead faint." "What does she look like?" "Faith, I don't know that myself. I've only just got here with the reserves. But if you stand here, you'll see her come down. There's the wagon already. Stand back there." The crowd scattered, and the patrol wagon drove up with a clatter. Several officers jumped out and ran upstairs. Astro turned to Valeska and spoke under his breath. "What time did you see her last?" "I got up about midnight and she was lying on the couch." She put her hand on his arm. "Oh, it couldn't have been she!" she exclaimed. At that moment the officers brought their prisoner downstairs. It was indeed the girl who had been in the studio the night before, and had gone home with Valeska. Just as the group passed, Astro touched McGraw's shoulder. "Let me speak to her a moment. I know this girl." McGraw stared, but his faith in the occult powers of the seer was so great that he delayed the officers. They stopped for a moment. Astro addressed the girl in Turkish. "Let me help you," he said. She looked at him sulkily, but it was not with the blank expressionless face of yesterday. Her brows drew together. "I don't know you," she said at last. Valeska pushed forward and took her hand. "Don't you know this lady?" Astro asked. The girl stared. Some half-forgotten memory seemed to stir within her. Her lips moved silently as she stared hard at Valeska's face. Then she shook her head and said, "I don't know." "I can't keep 'em waiting," McGraw whispered. "Let her go and you can call at the Tombs to see her again. I'll see that you get in. Go on now." The girl was escorted to the wagon and took her seat, facing the crowd stolidly, an officer on each side of her. Once, before they drove away, her eyes turned to where Valeska stood in the doorway, and the same puzzled expression crossed her face. "McGraw," said Astro after the wagon had gone, "how'd you like to get a captain's commission?" McGraw hastily took him aside. "You don't mean to say you know about this job already?" he asked excitedly. "I know one thing. A man you want lives at 101 Washington Street, and I think his name is Garban Sumison. At any rate, I'd advise you to get right down there immediately and run in everyone you find in the house. Hurry up before they're gone." McGraw's eyes gleamed. "And you'll coach me then what to do?" he asked. "Yes." "All right." Hastily summoning a police sergeant, he gave him a few orders, and then hurried to the station. "Where was the wounded man taken?" Astro asked the sergeant. "To the receiving hospital." "We'll go over there first, then," and Astro and Valeska made their way to the limousine and ordered the driver to the place. "But," said Valeska, "how queerly she acted. I'm so disappointed that she didn't recognize me, after all I'd done for her. I don't know what to make of it. Don't you see? She has waked up. Yesterday she was quite another person, a dissociated personality. She had no memory, and had even lost the power to talk or write. That is often the case. Owing to some severe mental shock, her normal personality was broken into parts, so to speak. She had just enough of the functions of her mind synthesized to have volition, and that part self resembled a crazy person. She had been tortured and starved, no doubt in order to force her to commit this crime by Sumasin. Somehow she managed to escape from that house, and then her reason left her. You found her what she was, half-witted, with only sense enough to appeal to your protection. She had forgotten everything, that is, except something concerning the number 13. Now the question is, when did she come to herself and her full rationality? Was it when she got up in your room to leave you? Or was it when she got into the rug store?" Valeska added, with a look of horror in her eyes. "That's the question. Let's hope that Diorian is conscious by the time we reach the hospital. Everything depends on that." Arrived at the hospital, Astro entered the office and asked for the house physician. A few words only were necessary to explain the palmist's right of inquiry, and his description of the Syrian girl's mental condition was of great professional interest to the doctor. He promised to go to the Tombs and see her as soon as possible. Diorian, it seemed, lay at the point of death, but finding how important it was to have the exact time of the shooting determined, the doctor consented to go up to the ward and attempt to revive him sufficiently to answer the question. Astro and Valeska waited for him in the office. It was 15 minutes before he returned. "I could just barely make him understand," he said, "but I am sure that he did at last." With almost his last breath, he whispered, 10 o'clock, adding that he didn't know who shot him. "He died before I left the bedside." Acting on Astro's hint, McGraw not only succeeded in capturing a half-dozen Turks and Armenians in the Washington Street den, but, exercising the third degree in a manner for which he was famous, extorted a confession from one of the prisoners. It was the more easy because the man, who had honestly believed himself to be working for the cause of Armenian freedom, discovered that he had been merely the tool of a band of blackmailers and murderers. He had witnessed the cruel torture of the young Syrian girl, but had been told that she was a Turkish spy who was plotting to betray the Armenian cause to the Sublime Porte. On hearing her alibi sworn to by Valeska, the girl was released, but she was 10 days under the care of the hospital doctor before her nerves were recovered enough for her to be brought to the studio. She had been told of Valeska's kindness, but could remember nothing that had happened since her mind first began to wander under the effects of pain and starvation. But her intuition recognized her protectress without the aid of reason, and she fell on her knees like a slave at Valeska's feet. She could not speak a word of English, but her eyes were sufficiently eloquent to prove her gratitude. She treated Astro as if he were her lord and master, watching him continually. After she had told of her wakening to her full reason in Valeska's room, she described the terror that had come over her at the thought of Diorian. The 13th was the day set for his murder. Her tormentors had in vain tried to force her to do the deed, but when they found she was intractable, they had told her that, whether she did it or not, Diorian should surely die on the 13th. It was with the idea of saving him from his fate that she made more strenuous attempts to escape, and after her memory had gone, the number 13 still inspired her with terror and dread. Waking at Valeska's, this thought had been her first, and she dressed quietly and stole out of the house to warn him. She had found the rug merchant already shot, and the horror of the scene had in her weak state again deprived her of reason. She had run from the body, and that was all she could remember until she was restored to consciousness by 2 policemen. Then her fear of being accused as the murderess had nearly distraught her wits again. She looked curiously now at the pictures she had drawn while in the state of abstraction, and identified the sign, the fez, the Turkish flag, and the number 13. "But what is this one?" Astro asked, pointing to the one drawing she had not identified. The girl shuddered and reached for Valeska's hand. When she could speak, she explained to Astro. "It was awful. You can't know how awful it was till you have tried it. I was 3 days strapped to that chair, and on the wall right opposite my head was a mirror. I had to look at myself all day. It grew more and more horrible, till I couldn't stand it. By turning my head, I could see the sign, but always my own face was in front of me, staring, staring, staring. It grew hideous, sinister, diabolic. After a while, it wasn't I at all. It was a devil leering at me. And I knew he was inside of me, looking through my own eyes. Oh, God!" She paused and, looking up at Valeska, said simply, "She is lucky. She can look at her face in the glass. I can't ever use a mirror any more. It frightens me." Astro nodded his head slowly. Then he said with a faint smile, "Yes, I can fancy no more exquisite torture for a woman to bear." Then, before he translated the speech to Valeska, he turned to her with a whimsical expression. "What would you do if you were to be deprived of mirrors of any kind for the rest of your life?" "I think I'd commit suicide," she replied, blushing. "There'd be no need for that. I shall always be able to tell you how pretty you are. But now we must cure this little girl. I'm sure that a hypnotic treatment will soon convince her how pretty she is, and she won't be afraid to prove it." Valeska looked up archly and added, "Neither shall I." End of number 13 by Gillette Burgess. The Fanshawe Ghost by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fanshawe Ghost. As it was nearly time for his first client of the day to arrive, Astro the palmist ended the little lesson in optical anatomy he had been giving to Valeska. He closed the transparent doors of the huge model of the human eye about which he had been talking, and replaced it on a shelf in his laboratory, where it remained, a large, livid ball of glass and porcelain, veined with red. "It's simply wonderful," Valeska said, staring at it hard. Astro laughed, and passed into the great studio for his morning consultations. "And yet," he remarked, "Helmholtz says, nature seems to have packed this organ with mistakes. I'll explain that sometime. Most people do think that the body of man is the consummation of the Maker's skill and wisdom. In point of fact, it is far from being perfect. Think of the ants and bees," he went on thoughtfully. "Think of their strength and adaptability. By a mere change of diet, a neuter can become a perfect female." "Do you mean to say that men's bodies are not so good as some of the animals' bodies?" Valeska asked. "I mean to say that the human machine is imperfect. It contains much that is unnecessary, much that is not well adapted to the struggle for existence." Astro, now assuming his red silken robe and turban in preparation for his astral readings, seated himself cross-legged on the divan, and took up the stem of his narghile. "Wiedersheim," he continued, "has counted 107 so-called vestigial organs, the remains, that is, of similar but more developed organs that fulfilled a useful function in our simian ancestors. Some of them are still able to perform their physiological functions in a more or less incomplete manner. Some survive merely as ancestral relics, and some are actually harmful to the body. Take, for instance, superfluous hairs. They are no longer capable of protecting the body from cold, and often do serious harm. Wisdom teeth are unnecessary to man. Their powers of mastication are feeble, and they often cause tumors and diffused suppuration and dental caries. We all know how unnecessary and how dangerous to health the vermiform appendix is. Then there are other organs whose powers are almost completely lost. The little tail disappears from the embryo before birth, but there remain the useless muscles of the ear, the unnecessary 13th pair of ribs, the weak and imperfect 11th and 12th pairs of ribs, which serve no useful purpose, the muscles of the toes, and so on. Why, the colon, or large intestine, the seat of most diseases of the alimentary tract, and the nursery of arterial sclerosis, has been pronounced practically useless by Metchnikoff, and in London hospitals the entire colon is often removed." Valeska stared. "But what are they all there for?" she inquired. "I suppose their chief use is to shame our vanity. They are undoubted proof of our animal origin, our descent from the anthropoid apes." Valeska frowned. "I never like to be reminded of that." "Well then, of our descent from birds or reptiles. You have beautiful eyes, my dear, but you can't conceal that little part near the nose which is called the semilunar fold. That is but the remains of the third eyelid you possessed as a bird, the transparent membrane that eagles draw over the cornea." The bell rang outside. Astro the philosopher became on the instant Astro the seer, and dropped into his professional poise, calm, inert, picturesque, oriental. Valeska retired to another room and began her work of looking carefully over the papers for news of anything that might be of use to the seer in his conferences. It was her duty to keep in touch with the doings of the day. For some time she read without interest, making notes occasionally, and from time to time consulting her card catalog to look up the condensed biographies of persons prominent in society, politics, or finance, adding to the data there collected. She cut clippings too, and pasted them in a blank book for Astro to look over at his leisure. In the last of the morning papers her eyes fell on the following paragraph, and she read it with attention. "No small amount of gossip has been occasioned during the last week or so in the little village of Van Dyke by the rumors of supernatural visitations at the well-known Fanshawe farm, now the residence of Miss Mildred Fanshawe, the last living representative of a prominent old family in the county. While all the servants at the farm deny the sensational reports, and Miss Fanshawe absolutely refuses to be interviewed, the stories afloat make the place famous in the vicinity. According to what can be learned, at least 3 of the servants at the farm have seen the Fanshawe ghost, purported to be the spirit of Sally Towers, who was a well-known belle of New York in the 1830s. Sally appears, so it is said, in the walled garden side of the old house, usually with a baby in her arms. Occasionally she is seen on the roof of the dwelling. The Society for Psychical Research is said to be interested, and has asked the privilege of investigating the apparition, but Miss Fanshawe has persistently refused them admittance to the premises, which are now well guarded from intrusion. Of Miss Fanshawe, Valeska could find no information in her catalog, but as soon as Astro was free, she gave him the clipping, and was not disappointed in his interest. "It's a case I'd like to handle," he said, when he had read the story. "If Miss Fanshawe does not apply to me for a solution to the mystery, I shall certainly volunteer my services. Perhaps you had better send her a note anyway." This Valeska did forthwith, with the result that Miss Fanshawe appeared a few days later at the studio. She confessed herself worried about the stories that had been circulated, because of the unpleasant notoriety she had gained, and the fact that they might depreciate the value of the property, which she wished to sell as soon as possible. The rumors were, she confessed, based on tales which some of her servants had been indiscreet enough to relate. There seemed to be something at the bottom of the affair, and she would be much relieved to have the mystery cleared up. Miss Mildred Fanshawe was an aristocratic but anemic-looking woman of perhaps 30 years. She was a brunette, with dark hair and eyes, with a lean, narrow face, full of nervous energy. Her hands were long and slim. Her upper lip was nearly covered with fine hair, almost a mustache, which gave her a distinctly Italian aspect. She talked freely with Astro and Valeska, using gestures like a foreigner. When she had gone, Astro turned to his assistant. "Well," he said, "I'm curious to know just what you noticed about that woman." "There is something strange about her. I hardly know what it is," said Valeska. "I noticed, though, for one thing, that she wiggled her ears. I knew a boy once who could do that. I've often tried to, but I can't. Then her mustache was a great blemish, wasn't it? It's a pity for a woman to have to suffer that. Then her eyes were queer. What was the matter with them?" Astro smiled. "And I have been lecturing you upon the eye for a fortnight." It was the semi-lunar fold I spoke to you about a while ago. It was extraordinarily large." "So it was, now I recall it." "That was funny about her being able to pick up a fork with her toes, like Stevenson at Velima, wasn't it? I always wanted to live in a country where I could go barefooted. We don't half use our feet, do we?" "Well, and the ghost?" "Have you no theory?" Astro asked. "Already? Of course not. How can we tell anything till we investigate the premises and see the apparition? Oh, we'll go down, of course, but it's scarcely necessary, I consider." Valeska's hands fell into her lap with a hopeless gesture. "Oh dear!" she exclaimed. "I'll never learn anything. How in the world could you learn the secret of the ghost story just by talking to her?" "And watching her," he hinted. "But take her talk even. What did she say that might be significant?" "Do you mean about that operation she had for appendicitis?" Valeska considered it thoughtfully. "Let's see. She mentioned the fact that she had her vermiform appendix removed, and it proved to be abnormally large. But that doesn't prove anything to me. Think it over. See if you can't put it with what I have told you, and more important still, read Metchnikoff. I recommend to you his Prolongation of Life, but I won't tell you what chapter especially. There you'll find the missing link in the argument. You have already half of my theory, in the doctrine of vestigial organs, which you can apply to Miss Fanshawe's case. The other half I prefer you to work out for yourself. It's the simplest kind of deduction, and needs only corroboration at Fanshawe Farm. Let's see. She asked us to come down next Friday. That gives you 3 days in which to think it over." He rose and yawned. "I wish you'd buy me some blue paint and a brush," he added. "Now I must put in a little time on that new somniform experiment. I think I'm getting at it." But Valeska had no time to read Metchnikoff that week. Astro's absences from the studio were long and often, and Valeska, who had been preparing herself in palmistry, gave readings to all those clients who did not insist on a personal interview with the Master of Mysteries. It need scarcely be said that most such clients were men. Every moment of her time was occupied until Friday afternoon. On that day, at 4 o'clock, she met Astro at the Grand Central Station, and together they took the train for Vandyke Village to keep their appointment with Miss Fanshawe. "How little I know of you, Valeska," Astro said, on the journey down. "Do you realize that it is almost nothing? You applied in answer to my advertisement for an assistant, and you know that it is not my habit to ask personal questions unless it is absolutely necessary. But to me, you are as mysterious as this Fanshawe ghost we are hunting down. I have always had a queer feeling about you, that I didn't want to know too much about your history, that it was a prettier situation to be ignorant of everything except this very happy present when we are working together." "Oh, let's be sure of that, and enjoy it," she breathed, turning her eyes away. "I am perfectly happy. I only hope that we shall both remain so." If Astro had intended by his remarks to give her an opening for a confession, she did not accept it, and he did not insist. Their talk changed to the business that occupied their immediate attention. Astro carefully reread the newspaper clipping. "The first thing is, of course, to get the accounts of the servants, and then to see the ghost for ourselves. Finally, we must lay the specter forever." "I have thought that the phantom might have been impersonated by one of the servants," Valeska suggested. "With that hypothesis, we should seek a motive," he replied. "I admit that's what has baffled me. Well, we must follow every clue, that's all." Miss Fanshawe's man met them at the station with an open carriage, and Astro, seating himself beside the driver, immediately began to draw him out on the subject of the ghost. The man was Irish and willing to talk. He himself, however, had not seen the spirit, though he believed implicitly in its existence. John, the stableman, had seen it, however, and Genevieve, Miss Fanshawe's maid. The third witness, an old woman who had been cook, had left the place, refusing to remain in a haunted house. Miss Fanshawe greeted them hospitably, and had them shown to their rooms by Genevieve. Before dressing for dinner, Astro and Valeska had the story from her. She took them herself into the garden and pointed out the scene of the visitation. A high brick wall screened the place from the street and enclosed it on 3 sides. The garden was laid out formally, with brick walls along the 2 axes of the rectangular space, and a circular pool with a fountain in the middle. The fourth side was shut off by the brick wall of the house itself, which there rose 2 stories in height. Along the south wall was planted a thicket of high bushes, interspersed with trees. This wall ran into the side of the house just below Miss Fanshawe's own chamber, whose window showed some 9 feet above. The maid's room was next. The northern wall was flush with the front of the house, which was decorated with a portico 2 stories in height. Above that was the sloping roof. "I've seen it walking up and down many a time, from my window over there," said Genevieve. "It always disappears in the bushes over there," and she pointed to the southern wall. "Once I saw it on the very top of the roof, waving its arms. Yes, it almost always carries a baby, and it's always in white, shroud-like. It always scares me stiff, but I won't leave Miss Fanshawe for it nor anything like it." "It's a queer thing that you and John are the only ones here who have ever seen it," said Valeska, looking at her fixedly. "Oh, the cook has seen it many's the time," said Genevieve. "But the cook left." "Yes, and good reason why, too. It came at her with a run once, and liked to scratch her eyes out." "It's queer that Miss Fanshawe has never seen it." "Ah, and I hope she never will, the poor dear. It'll be for no good if she does. It comes to warn her, I'm thinking." John the stableman's tale was almost the same. He too had seen the ghost on the roof of the house, and running swiftly along the garden walk, and often with the baby. In the year he had been employed at Fanshawe Farm, he had seen it, he thought, at least a dozen times. He appeared to share Genevieve's superstitious terrors, and had never dared to pursue the spectre. All this, of course, Miss Fanshawe had heard before, and with Astro and Valeska she discussed the probability of her servants possibly having conspired to give the house a bad name. But no motive for that was apparent, and Genevieve's devotion seemed sincere. The talk had already begun to wear on her. She showed many signs of nervousness, becoming at times almost hysterical. Seeing this, Astro changed the subject, and nothing more was said of his purpose there. That night he took his place with Valeska at the end of the garden, away from the house, to watch. He had come prepared to spend several days, for the chances were against their seeing anything the first time, though the appearances had, according to John, become much more frequent of late. So bundled in wraps, the two took their seats on a bench at the end of the path. From here, most of the house windows were screened from them, but a clear vista up the center of the garden was illuminated by a moon beyond its first quarter. Miss Fanshawe, pleading indisposition, had retired to her room early. Beyond the seat there was a small door in the wall, opening on a path leading to the stable. Directly in front of where they sat was an old-fashioned sundial. It was altogether a romantic spot, one well fitted for a tryst, natural or supernatural. Perhaps Valeska thought it too romantic, for after sitting with Astro for a while, she rose and paced impatiently up and down. He did not try to keep her with him. Her nearness seemed dangerous to his concentration of mind, to his watchfulness. At 10 o'clock a sound behind him attracted his attention. Valeska was some distance away, and he did not call her, but stole to the small door in the wall and looked out. What he saw made him smile. He returned and, with a low whistle, called his assistant. "We might learn some things from Genevieve and John," he said a little sadly, "even if we don't learn much about the ghost from them." "Have you seen them?" she exclaimed. "They are bidding each other good night at the stable door." "Then," said Valeska, "it's my opinion that we'll see the ghost within a quarter of an hour. Let's sit down now and watch." They took their places on the bench again, and her hand stole into his. Was it the suggestion she had received from the servant's love-making, or did she begin to fear the spectre? With all his cleverness, Astro could not decide. But suddenly she sprang up, and now there was no doubt of her alarm. "There it is!" she exclaimed in a harsh whisper, pointing toward the shrubbery at the south wall. There it was at last, indeed, a seemingly sheeted form, bearing something that looked like a little child in its arms, stealing down the path. It approached them noiselessly. In the shadow of the trees it showed too indistinct for identification at that distance. Astro rose abruptly and took a step toward the house, when immediately the thing sped rapidly away. Astro broke into a run, but when he came to the house, nothing was to be seen. He went back to reassure Valeska, who stood staring, trembling with excitement, but without fear. Hardly had he reached her, however, when her voice rang out again. "There! On the roof!" she cried. Astro looked and beheld the figure gliding swiftly along the top of the building. The vision lasted only a moment, then disappeared. He spoke sharply. "Valeska, run up to Miss Fanshawe's room and awaken her. Tell her I want her to see this." Valeska ran up the brick walk, passed through a door in the middle of the south wall, and entered the house. The halls had been left lighted, and she found her way easily to Miss Fanshawe's room. Here she knocked on the door, at first softly, then with increasing vehemence. Trying the door, she found it locked. No one answered. She flew downstairs again, and was about to go for Astro when a sound attracted her attention. Down the hall, toward the back stairs, she saw something or someone pass and disappear. Her thoughts flew to Genevieve, and with a new desire to awaken Miss Fanshawe, she went upstairs again and knocked. This time there was a noise inside the chamber, a rattle, a chair being moved, and in a few moments the door was partly opened, and Miss Fanshawe looked out. At the same moment Genevieve appeared in the upper hall. For a moment Valeska could not decide what to say. If, as she suspected, Genevieve had been in some strange way impersonating the phantom, she dared not tell of it before her. She slipped inside Miss Fanshawe's room, which was not lighted. "We have seen the ghost, and Astro wished you to come out, but it is undoubtedly too late now. I wish your door had been unlocked, so I might have awakened you without making so much noise." Miss Fanshawe wrung her hands. Her long black hair streamed over her white nightdress. The costume and her aspect of extreme disarray made her figure almost grotesque. "It's terrible, terrible," she moaned. "I don't see why I should be tortured so. I don't want to see it. I couldn't bear it." She broke into a violent fit of sobbing. Genevieve knocked at the door and entered. "I'll attend to her, miss," she said to Valeska. "I'm used to her when she has the hysterics, and I can calm her down if you'll only leave us." There seemed nothing better to do, and Valeska went downstairs and passed into the garden again. Astro strode up to her, a lighted cigar in his mouth. "Well?" Valeska narrated what had happened. "We mustn't be caught that way again. I'll ask her to leave the door unlocked tomorrow night. Well, there's nothing further to do tonight. I propose that we turn in." "But have you found out who or what it is?" Valeska asked, still trembling with the excitement. Astro smiled. "I'll have a trap for the ghost tomorrow, and if she appears, you'll see. It's only a question of how to do it delicately and safely. But it's most amusing. I think I was never so entertained." "Why, did you see it after I left?" she asked. "I should say I did. It was as good as a circus. But you must go to bed. Good night." As they went out into the garden the next night, Astro showed Valeska a nickeled brass cylinder he had concealed in his inside pocket. "Here's what an automobilist calls an oil gun," he explained. "It works like a large syringe, and is loaded with blue paint. I might also mention that the lightning rod running up and down the house wall side of those windows is already painted bright blue. If I don't succeed in shooting our extremely lively little friend, the spook, with this gun, I'd expect the lightning rod to streak her up with blue stripes sufficient for identification." Valeska gazed at the moonlit house in wonder. "The lightning rod!" she exclaimed. "It isn't possible for anyone to climb up there. Do you mean to say—" "Wait, and you'll see some of the prettiest ground and lofty tumbling outside of vaudeville," was his reply. "But it runs up beside Genevieve's window. It isn't possible for that girl to climb down from there into the garden. It also runs beside Miss Fanshawe's window. It may be possible for her. I assure you, she's an athlete. But how could any human being get on the roof so quickly? If you'll go round there, you'll see. Once you climb the north wall, you can almost reach the first balcony. Up the column to the second is easy enough. On the other side there's a stout ivy vine that makes a practical ladder to the very top." "But why? Why?" Valeska almost wailed the words. "Ah, you haven't read Metchnikoff." Then suddenly he cried, "Look!" and seized her arm. They were standing beside the central pool now, and he pointed to Miss Fanshawe's window, clearly visible from this part of the garden. The moonlight struck the glass as the sash was raised. A form looked out, climbed rapidly across the sill, lowered itself till it hung by the hands, and then dropped lightly to the top of the garden wall. Quick as had been its appearance and disappearance, something was visible, tucked under one arm. While they stood fascinated, a white object appeared on the grass of the garden plot, the figure of a woman with hair streaming about her shoulders, apparently carrying a child. She came a few steps toward them, then retreated swiftly and made for the bushes by the north wall. In another instant she appeared atop the wall, and swung up to the first balcony of the portico, still bearing her burden. A few minutes more, and she reappeared on the roof. "Quick now," cried Astro. "Run up to Miss Fanshawe's room and go in and wait for her to return. I'll hide in the bushes by the south wall and pop her full of blue paint. If I miss, there's the lightning rod, her only way to enter the room. But what shall I say? How can I accuse her of it?" Astro stopped suddenly and looked at her. "Why, my dear, I forgot. Is it possible you haven't guessed it yet? Miss Fanshawe is asleep. It's somnambulism, that's all. But hurry. Make any excuse if she's awake. If she's not, don't awaken her. Let her go to bed herself." Valeska flew into the house and upstairs. Miss Fanshawe had kept her promise and had left her door unlocked. Valeska entered. The window was still up. There was no one in the bed. One pillow was missing. On the instant, Valeska understood the secret of the baby that the specter was supposed to carry. She slipped into the corner and waited. In a few moments a form appeared in the window, blocking out the light. A wriggle and a twist, and it sprang lightly in, and Miss Fanshawe stood revealed in the moonlight, in her nightdress, now streaked and spattered with blue stains. In her arms she still held the pillow, as a mother holds her babe. Her eyes stared straight before her without power of sight. Valeska, more moved by this uncanny vision than if it had been a supernatural visitation, stole silently away and rejoined the master. "I don't see how it was possible, even though I saw it with my own eyes," she said, as they sat down on the bench to talk it over before sleeping. "A frail woman like that to climb to the second story up a rod, to the roof even. I've heard stories of somnambulists before, but this is miraculous." "If you had read Metchnikoff," said Astro, smoking calmly, "you would have found that such a case as this is not rare, and you would have discovered the explanation. The fact is, that in somnambulism and in hysteria, persons often revert atavistically to the characteristics of their simian ancestors. They are often able to jump and run and climb and even chatter like apes while in this abnormal condition. Miss Fanshawe, as we had already observed, possesses many still active functions of her monkey ancestry, which in most men and women have become atrophied with disuse. Her appendix was large, like those of the apes. She bore traces of this also in the hair on her lip, in her ability to use her ears, in the development of the muscles of her toes. It was evident to me at my first glance at her that she was, if not abnormal, at least peculiar. In her waking state, of course, she is a highly refined and cultured lady. Under the influence of hysteria, or in this strange somnambulistic condition, she merely reverts to type. You know that newborn babies can hang from their hands like monkeys, but soon lose that power. Miss Fanshawe loses her extraordinary agility in her waking moments, and regains it while asleep." "But why the blue paint?" said Valeska. "If you knew the secret of the Fanshawe ghost, why didn't you tell her at first?" "Would you have believed it possible?" he asked, smiling. Valeska confessed she would not. Neither would Miss Fanshawe. "And besides, it would have been necessary to explain the origin of my suspicions. No woman would care to be told that she resembled an ape, and I don't intend to explain Metchnikoff's theory to her, or to point out her vestigial organs, which are not quite vestigial. No, I'll merely tell her she walks in her sleep, as is proved by the blue paint on her nightdress, and advise her either to lock the window when she retires, or to have a companion to watch her. I don't think anyone will see the ghost again. I wonder," he added thoughtfully, as they walked toward the house, If after all I hadn't better begin to investigate the ghost of your past, little girl." He took her hand affectionately. "Well, you won't find any vestigial signs in that, anyway," she answered, gently drawing away her hand. "And," she said, "I'm glad I can't wiggle my ears or pick things up with my toes. I'd rather be a lady even while asleep. I'm quite satisfied with my body, thank you, just as it is." End of The Fanshawe Ghost by Gillette Burgess. The Middlebury Murder by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Middlebury Murder. Returning late one night from an investigation which had carried them down to the Battery, Astro the Seer and Valeska were suddenly nearly thrown from their seats by a sudden stop of the green limousine. They were driving along Canal Street, and as the vicinity was apparently deserted, the Seer of Secrets looked in surprise from the window to see what was the matter. A police officer was speaking in tones of command to the chauffeur. Astro, recognizing him as Lieutenant McGraw, smiled in relief. The police officer came to the window with his hat in his hand. "I beg your pardon, sir, but I recognized your car, so I just ordered your man to stop. I wanted to speak to you a moment." "Ah, Miss Wynne, it's glad I am to see you." Valeska gave him her hand and a smile. "I've just been called from the office," said McGraw, "on a case that may be interesting. As I know how you like mysteries, perhaps you might help me out, even." And Officer McGraw winked elaborately. "When it comes to giving a crook the third degree, or raiding a joint, I'm there with the goods. But this looks like a murder, and murders are sometimes—" "I see," said Astro suavely. "Well, if you can get in here, we'll go with you." "Where is it?" "Just around the corner. Here at the Aspinwall building on Grand Street." And after Astro had given the order to the driver, McGraw went on. "You see, the night watchman has just telephoned for an officer, as something suspicious has happened. He seemed excited, and it may turn out something doing, or it may not." "Well, I'll be glad to be first on the ground at any rate," said Astro. "That ought to make it easier to solve, if it should happen to be a mystery." He had scarcely finished when the car drew up at the entrance of the Aspinwall building. A full bearded man in jumper and overalls was waiting scowling in the doorway. He came immediately forward. "There's a murder or a suicide been committed here, I'm afraid," he began. "But I didn't want to do anything till I had the police, to be on the safe side. It's up on the 10th story, in Mr. Middlebury's office. Has anyone left the building since you telephoned?" "No. I made sure of that. The elevator boy thought he heard a shot fired, and I went around to all the lighted offices. They were all right except at Middlebury's office, where there was no answer when I knocked. The door was locked." "How many tenants are in the building now?" "There have only been 2 or 3 here tonight, and some went before this thing happened. There's only one I know of, Mr. Moffett, on the 9th. I think he's there yet. I spoke to him a little while ago." "Better ring for a couple more men, McGraw," said Astro. After the party had entered the corridor, McGraw rang up the office, then returned to the elevator. The boy had just come out, and was standing with white, scared face in the corridor. He was a thin, anemic youth of 18, with red hair and roving, pale blue eyes with dilated pupils. "Now, young fellow," said McGraw, "what do you know about this?" "Nothing, sir. Only I thought I heard a shot fired, and I called Thompson." "You didn't go up yourself?" "No, only to take Thompson. I waited in the car while he knocked on the door." "Where did you find Thompson?" "On the 5th floor. I went down to the boiler room at first, thinking he was there. Then I tried each floor till I found him." "What time did you hear the report?" "About 11:30. "How many people have you taken up on the elevator this evening?" "Only 1 or 2. Mr. Moffett went up to his office on the 9th at 8 o'clock or so." "He must be there now." "Mr. Smythe on the 4th, but he left at 10 o'clock about. I don't remember the others." Astro now turned to the night watchman Thompson, a heavy-set, hairy man who stood with his mouth open, listening as if fascinated. "What have you been doing this evening, Thompson?" "Why, I had a bite of lunch in the boiler room at about 8 o'clock. Then at 9 I made my rounds to see if everything was all right. I have to look for signs of fire or burglars or anything wrong, you know." "How many offices were lighted up?" "Smythe's and Moffett's and Mr. Middlebury's. That's all I remember, sir." "Where were you when this boy called you?" "On the stairs going up to the 6th floor." "This is the only elevator running at night?" "Yes, sir. I'm supposed to keep run of this boy and see that he stays till midnight." At this moment 2 officers appeared at the entrance. Astro turned to McGraw. "Tell them to keep hidden outside," he said, "and nab anyone leaving the building. Now we'll go up and see what has happened." As the 5 entered the car, Astro, whose look had fallen on the rubber matting on the floor, moved over nearer the elevator boy, and pushing him a little aside, picked up a slip of paper on which he had been standing. It proved to be blank, but the seer, after scrutinizing it, put it away in his pocketbook. The boy slammed the door and the car started up the shaft. Astro touched the boy's arm. "Stop at the 9th floor," he commanded. The elevator boy looked up in surprise, but pulled the lever and threw open the hall door. "You wait here," said Astro to Thompson and the lad. "Come on, McGraw. We'll see Moffett first." They walked down the hall and around a corner till they came to a lighted door. Astro, without knocking, threw the door wide open. It was a small room, and at a roll-top desk a man jumped up quickly, in consternation. In one hand he held a revolver, in the other a cleaning instrument. A box of cartridges was open beside him. He stared at his unexpected visitors. "Good evening, Mr. Moffett," said Astro. "What are you doing with that pistol?" "Why, I'm cleaning it," said Moffett. The pistol dropped from his hand as he spoke, and he turned white at the scrutiny of his interlocutor. The seer gazed for a moment without speaking at the small, smooth-shaven, anxious-looking man who confronted him. He wore iron spectacles and was shabbily dressed. His thin, bony hands trembled visibly. "Did you fire that pistol this evening?" "Why, no, of course not." "What are you cleaning it for?" "Why, I always carry it when I go home. I live out at Kingsbridge, and there have been so many hold-ups." "Did you hear a shot fired in this building tonight?" "Good God, no!" Moffett's alarm increased. He put his hand to his head. "You don't mean there's anything happened?" he faltered. Instead of answering, Astro walked over, picked up the revolver from the floor, and examined it. The chambers were empty. Next he looked at the box of cartridges. 5 were missing. Of these, 4 were scattered on the desk. "When did you fire this gun last?" he demanded. "Last night, at a cat," said Moffett. McGraw laughed aloud. Astro went to the window, threw up the sash, and looked out. The roof of the adjoining building was only 2 stories below. He gave it a glance, then lowered the window and walked to the door. "Will I bring him along, sir?" said McGraw. "No, leave him alone. Mr. Moffett, remain here till we come for you, please." And with that Astro went out. In the hall he turned to McGraw. "You don't mind my taking charge of this?" he asked. "You bet I don't!" McGraw exclaimed. "But I don't see why you want Moffett to make a getaway. He can't get past the men downstairs, can he?" "That's right. But did you see any empty cartridge shells on the roof below?" "No, we'll have to examine the roof later. Now we'll go up to Middlebury's office. We've lost too much time already." "Have you a key to Middlebury's office, Thompson?" he asked, on re-entering the elevator. "No, sir. Mr. Middlebury lost one of his office keys this week, and was given the duplicate the superintendent had till another one could be made for him." "What did he need 2 for?" "One was for his stenographer, I believe." "Oh, he had a typewriter then?" said Astro. The elevator boy interrupted. "He had one, but she left today." "How do you know that?" Astro turned to the youth with a keen gaze. The elevator boy cowered under his inspection. "Why, she told me so, that's all." The elevator had reached the 10th floor and stopped. The boy threw open the door, and the party stepped out. Almost opposite the elevator, across a narrow hall, appeared a lighted door on which was painted the legend, "John Middlebury, Architect and Landscape Gardener." Above it was a transom tilted half open. "Give me a leg up," said Astro, and placing his foot in Thompson's big hand, he raised himself to the height of the lintel and looked in. He stayed there for a few minutes, then dropped to the floor again. "Well, it's a murder fast enough," he said to McGraw. "We'll have to bust down the door then," said the officer. "Unless the boy can crawl through the transom." "No, I can't!" exclaimed the boy. "It's too narrow." "You try it," said Astro. "I don't dare to," the lad whimpered. McGraw laid a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Now then, my son, go to it, and no talk." With that he lifted the lad bodily to a handhold on the lintel. "Hurry up now, Dennis," said Thompson gruffly, and the boy struggled through the opening, pulled his legs inside, and dropped to the floor. In a moment he opened the door and stood as white as paper, trembling in horror. Beyond a counter that shut off the front part of the office, below a large drafting table in the center of the room, the body of a man lay on its back, the arms outstretched on the floor. The eyes were shut, and one hand still held a small black rubber drawing triangle. The counter shut off a view of his feet. He was a man of some 30 years, with black mustache and sparse beard, a handsome, picturesque type of slightly foreign appearance. Astro passed through the little door in the counter with McGraw, and together they bent over the body. "There's no blood at all," said the officer in amazement. "What is it, anyway? He can't be shot." Astro made no reply for some moments, but examined every detail of the body with care. At last he rose. "Thompson," he said, "have you a gun?" "Why, no, sir." Thompson spoke anxiously. "At least I ain't got any with me. I got one down in the boiler room, though. I don't carry it all the time, sir." "Go down and get it." Astro spoke sharply. "Bring it to me. No, Dennis, you stay right here. Thompson, take the elevator down yourself. Tell the officers to telephone for a doctor." The watchman left without a word, shaking his head. The elevator boy sat down on a chair outside the counter and gazed dismally into the corridor. Astro stood for several minutes silently looking about the room. His eyes went from the drawing board, where the perspective view of a country residence had been roughly sketched in pencil, past the ground glass windows which admitted light from a side hall opposite the elevator, to the doors of an inner room. Valeska's eyes followed his in careful search of the room. McGraw still stared in amazement at the body, looking for some sign of a bullet wound, but without success. At last he rose and gazed long at Astro. "He's dead, all right," he said finally, "but hanged if I can see what killed him. Could it be suicide? Perhaps we can find some poison somewhere. Look in his dressing room." "He's shot," said Astro, without looking at the corpse. "Valeska, see what you can find in the private office in there." He pointed to the inner door. As she started to go in through the door in the counter, her foot struck a strip of cardboard that shot in along the floor. Astro glanced at it, then stooped and picked up an advertising calendar. He walked to the waiting space outside and began to examine the wall carefully. The elevator boy's eyes followed him listlessly. The seer stopped near the hall door and fixed his eyes on a small hole in the woodwork. Then he went back to the drawing board and examined it attentively. There was a large black blot on it, where evidently a bottle of India ink had been spilled. The paper was fastened down with thumbtacks in the form of wire spirals. He drew one out and put it into his pocket. Suddenly Valeska called out, "There has been a woman in here tonight." Astro and McGraw hurried into the private office. Valeska was standing by a small set bowl in the corner and held up a tiny gold ring. "Do you see?" she exclaimed. "The bowl is full of soapsuds and dirty water. She must have left in a hurry without stopping for her ring." "Ah, it was a woman shot him," said McGraw. Astro examined it, took a long look about the room, tried the private door that led to the branch hall, and then went back to the architect's office. "What was Mr. Middlebury's stenographer's name?" he asked of the elevator boy. "Miss Wilson." Dennis looked up with a look of alarm. "What time did you take her up in the elevator?" "I didn't take her up at all tonight," was the response, but his eye wandered away from his examiner. "I took her down, though, when she left here at 5 o'clock. It's queer she should leave her ring here, then, and dirty water in the bowl. Perhaps it was another woman," the boy ventured. "Perhaps it was. Did you carry up any other?" "Why, I think I did, but I can't quite remember. I think she went out again, though." "You have a remarkably poor memory," said Astro acidly. The door was now flung open, and Thompson appeared. He showed signs of the greatest distress, his eyes staring and his mouth lax. "The gun has gone!" he exclaimed, and stood gazing helplessly at McGraw. "It has? Then I'll have to arrest you," said the officer, and he took a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. "Hold out your hands, my man." Astro apparently paid no attention to this scene, and walked again into the office and stood looking at the body. "You'd better get Moffett and take them both downstairs. I'll look about a bit. When the doctor comes, send him up. Send someone to look at the roof under Moffett's window to see if he can find an empty cartridge. Keep a watch out yourself for anyone going downstairs." When McGraw had gone with his prisoner, Valeska approached the seer and gazed timidly at the body of Middlebury. "Look at his left eye," said Astro soberly. Valeska shudderingly did so. "There's the tiniest drop of blood there," she exclaimed. "It's a strange case and would puzzle anyone who hadn't brains. I wonder what poor old McGraw would have done alone." Astro smiled grimly. "Do you know who did it?" Valeska asked breathlessly. "Of course." "What, already? It seems impossible. There are 3 persons to suspect, aren't there?" "Who are they?" "Why, Moffett, and the watchman, and the mysterious woman who was undoubtedly here tonight. That woman is still in the building. I saw her hiding by a corner of the stairway as we came up, but I didn't mention it, as I knew the men below would get her if she attempted to escape." "Which one did it, then?" "That's what I shall have to prove before I leave the building. I'm sure enough, but I need evidence. Just at present, what worries me is, how did that calendar happen to fall down from the wall where it was fastened with one of these spiral thumbtacks?" He pointed to those on the drawing board. At this moment they heard the bell of the elevator, which now was standing at the floor below while McGraw made his second arrest, begin to ring furiously. Astro ran out into the hall and listened. In a moment McGraw entered the car with his 2 men, and the car descended. The dial in the front of the shaft showed its descent to the 5th floor. Then the marker stopped. Astro pointed to it. "They've captured the girl," he said. "We'll wait for Miss Wilson in the office. I'm not through with my investigation yet." He walked rapidly back, past the body, and re-entered the private office. Sitting down at the desk in the corner, he began a rapid investigation of the pigeonholes. Suddenly he held up an envelope on which was printed, "James Moffett, Aspinwall Building, New York City." Opening this, he took out a letter and read it aloud. "My dear Middlebury, I can't wait any longer for that money. You'll positively have to pay it by the 15th or there'll be trouble for you, sure. I'd like an immediate answer. J. Moffett." "Looks bad for Moffett, doesn't it?" said the seer, putting the note into his pocket. "But look at this. Here's something worse." He had just opened a small drawer and looked in. As he spoke, he held up a revolver. 1 cartridge used. "I'm sorry for Miss Wilson." "And the night watchman's pistol yet to be accounted for," said Valeska. "Oh, I think I can account for that all right," said Astro. "I'll locate that as soon as I get the time. Here comes the latest suspect. See what you make of her. You know women." The elevator door opened with a snap, and McGraw, holding a young woman by the wrist, entered the outer office. She was a pretty blonde, her eyes now red with weeping. She wore a neat blue tailor-made suit and stylish hat. The elevator boy came in behind her and gazed at her hungrily. "We found her on the 5th floor trying to get down," said McGraw. "She has acknowledged that she was up in Middlebury's office this evening." Astro turned swiftly to the elevator boy. "What did you say you hadn't taken her up for?" he demanded. "Oh, God, I knew she was up there, but I didn't take her up. She walked upstairs. I hoped she'd get away and nobody'd know. I thought she'd gone already." "And you wanted to shield her? Why?" Dennis hung his head. Then he muttered shamefully, "Because I'm in love with her, sir, that's why. And I didn't want her to get into trouble. She didn't do it, sir. I'll swear she didn't shoot him." He looked down at the body in horror, then turned his eyes away and began to sob hysterically. "Well then, Miss Wilson, what have you to say for yourself?" She had taken one look at the corpse also, and had turned away, her tears breaking forth afresh. Between her gasps she told her story. "Mr. Middlebury was too attentive to me, I thought, and then yesterday he kissed me. He said he wanted to marry me, but I didn't believe it. So I told him I was going to leave. I did leave today, and never expected to come back here. Mr. Middlebury had paid me and everything, only I found I had forgotten my house keys. So I had dinner downtown and then came back here. because I knew Mr. Middlebury would be working late alone in the office on a rush job he had. I didn't want Dennis to know I went up, because I had told him about Mr. Middlebury's kissing me. So I waited till he went up in the elevator, and then I ran upstairs, trying to keep out of his sight. Only he caught me halfway up. Besides, I had to hide from the night watchman, because he had had a quarrel with Mr. Middlebury and he thought I had complained of him." "Oh, Thompson had quarreled with Middlebury, had he?" said McGraw meaningly. "Yes, sir. Middlebury had Thompson discharged. He has to leave at the end of the week, and he was pretty angry about it. But I didn't have anything to do with that at all. It was on account of Thompson's refusing to let Mr. Middlebury have an extra key to the door." "Where is Thompson?" Astro asked. "Oh, he's safe enough with my men down on the first floor." "Well, go ahead with your story, Miss Wilson." "Why, Mr. Middlebury was awfully nice and apologized for kissing me, and proposed to me again. I didn't know what to say to him, but I was afraid he didn't mean it, and was up to some game with me. He tried to hold my hand, and I snatched it away so quick I upset a bottle of India ink he was using. So I went into his private office to wash my hands. While I was in there—" She covered her face with her hands. "You took a revolver from the desk drawer?" said Astro. She looked at him in amazement, with widely opened eyes. "A revolver? No, of course not. I washed my hands at the bowl, and just as I was finishing I heard a pistol shot. And then I heard Mr. Middlebury fall." "Did you look into this office?" "Oh no, I was so frightened I didn't dare to. I waited a minute till I heard the door slam. Then I opened the door to the side hall and ran downstairs." "You saw nobody?" "Not a soul." "Was the elevator there?" "Oh, I didn't look. I only wanted to get away as fast as I could. I was afraid that I was going to be suspected and arrested. You see, I knew there was a pistol in the private office, for Mr. Middlebury had shown it to me one day. I thought that if he threatened me I might use it to protect myself with." "Yes, and that's exactly what you did do, I'm thinking," said McGraw gruffly. Valeska took Miss Wilson's hand affectionately and pressed it. "Don't be afraid, my dear," she said. With this friendly help the girl became more calm. Astro, calm and picturesque, the cape of his Inverness thrown negligently across his shoulder, scrutinized the girl keenly for a few moments. His eyes passed over every detail of her costume, analyzed every feature. He was standing so, mysterious, potent, inscrutable, when his face changed suddenly. "Do you remember, Miss Wilson, whether there was a small calendar pinned to the wall by the door there when you came in?" She looked up, her eyes still streaming. "Why, yes, I'm sure there was. That is, I stuck it to the wall with a thumbtack yesterday, and I don't remember its having been taken down." She looked at him in surprise at his question. The door opened again, and the doctor, who had obtained a key to another of the elevators, coming up alone, entered the room and gave a curious look around. "I'm Dr. Flynn," he announced. "What's the trouble?" "There's your man," said Astro, pointing gravely to the body of Middlebury. "He's been dead an hour or so. You'll find he was shot through the eye. The bullet pierced the brain, and the man bled only internally. Lift his left eyelid and you'll see." "That's more than I could find out," cried McGraw. "So he was shot then, for sure. Now then, who done it?" "We'll leave the doctor here to make his examination," said the seer. "We'll take Miss Wilson downstairs. I'm about through now. I promise you the criminal will confess before you can get the coroner and the patrol wagon here." Leaving the doctor to his examination of the body, Astro and Valeska walked into the elevator, followed by McGraw, who still held Miss Wilson in his heavy grip. The elevator boy stepped in, shut the door, and the car descended. In the hall of the ground floor an officer was standing with Moffett, and another with Thompson, each of the prisoners being handcuffed. As Astro came in, another policeman hurried in from the front entrance. "I've found the cartridge," he said, holding up the small copper cylinder. "It was not 20 feet away from Moffett's window, on the roof of the next building." "Yes, I threw it out of the window. It was just before I cleaned the gun. I told you I shot a cat last night with it." McGraw laughed in derision. Astro looked Moffett over quietly and said, "I believe, Mr. Moffett, that Mr. Middlebury owed you some money, did he not?" "Yes. Why?" Then Moffett's face changed to terror. And you threatened that he would have trouble if he didn't pay up, did you not?" "By George, we got the man all right now," said McGraw. "I got my pay, though, only yesterday," exclaimed Moffett. "You'll probably find the receipt in Middlebury's pocket, or with his papers." "Which shows how dangerous it is to judge a man on circumstantial evidence," remarked Astro. "Well, it's more than we got against the others," McGraw grumbled. "My dear old chap, I'll show you circumstantial evidence enough to convince you before I'm through. Besides that, I'll let you listen to an outright confession. Now you had better let Mr. Moffett depart in peace. He's had a narrow escape. It's lucky someone with psychic perceptions was here to rescue him from the web of circumstance." "It was the night watchman, then, I'll bet on that," said McGraw. "Well, we'll take up his case next. Let's see. He owed Middlebury a grudge for having him discharged. He had a pistol, but he can't produce it. What has he done with it?" They had approached Thompson by this time. The night watchman was listening, trembling in his turn. His face had the color of clay. "I kept it down cellar in my table drawer, near the foot of the elevator shaft. I have no idea what has become of it," he pleaded. Astro touched the officer who had been holding Moffett. "Take the elevator and go down to the cellar. Open the door of the nearest furnace and look in and see if you can find a gun." "Is it there?" said McGraw. "How in blazes did you know that, you wizard?" "Where would you hide a gun better?" said Astro, smiling. "If it isn't there, you'll find it in some corner or in one of the ash barrels. It doesn't matter much anyway." Valeska, meanwhile, was trying to comfort Miss Wilson, who was crying and talking intermittently. The two blondes made a pretty picture together. McGraw, who since his first visit to the Sears studio had always admired Valeska, looked on, apparently touched. Finally he could endure his curiosity no longer. "For God's sake, sir, it ain't the girl, is it?" he asked in a whisper. Astro laughed and waited. The elevator boy sat on a bench, a picture of dejection, waiting for the outcome. It was 10 minutes before the officer reappeared from the basement. As he threw open the elevator door, he showed, hanging from a bent wire, the distorted metal work of a revolver still glowing a dull red. "It was just where you said, sir," he explained. Astro gave a glance at it, then turned to Thompson. "What have you to say?" he asked. "I don't know how it got there," said Thompson dully. "I believe this is your last week as watchman here." "Yes, sir." "And it was Mr. Middlebury who caused your discharge?" "Yes, sir." Thompson stared stupidly at his large feet. "Then you had good reason to hate him. He is shot, and your revolver thrown into the furnace. It looks bad, my man." "I swear to God I'm innocent." Thompson looked wildly into the impassive face of the seer, and as he did so, Astro's face softened. "I believe you. I think you can take the handcuffs off him, McGraw." "Take 'em off? Why, he must be the one who done it. Any fool could see that." "You're fool enough to, no doubt," said Astro, shrugging his shoulders. "But if you want the credit of detecting the murderer, you'd better free this man and listen to me." Astro had proved his marvelous powers of deduction or intuition too many times, and too much to McGraw's own advantage, for the officer to refuse. "It's sure too much for me," he muttered to himself as he unlocked the handcuffs. "Well, now we'll have an interview with the real criminal," said Astro, walking over to the two girls. Miss Wilson, hearing this, looked terrified at him, but there was no expression there that could reassure her. She opened her lips to speak, but could not. Astro began deliberately, speaking so that his words echoed through the corridor. "Miss Wilson, by your own confession, you were in the office of Mr. Middlebury at the time he was shot." "In the inner office, I was," she ejaculated. "In the inner office, where there was found a revolver with one cartridge used," added Astro. The girl nodded, her face pale. "You have confessed to Dennis here that Mr. Middlebury had kissed you, and that you were offended. You have confessed that he made a proposal of marriage tonight that you suspected was false and only a game to fool with you." "Oh, but I'm sure now he was sincere," Miss Wilson cried. "I am sure he loved me. I'm sorry I suspected him of anything ungentlemanly." "Nevertheless, there was a scuffle. He attempted to take your hand. You escaped to the inner room, where the revolver was kept." "Only to wash my hands," she wailed. "Your story is too flimsy," said Astro. his voice suddenly grown harsh, as he turned to McGraw. "Officers, I charge Miss Wilson with the crime of murder. Arrest her and handcuff her." Valeska, who had sprung up in surprise and indignation, opened her lips to protest. McGraw, instead of moving forward, had taken a step backward, when Dennis, the elevator boy, jumped up and seized Astro's arm. "Don't arrest her, don't!" he shrieked. "I done it myself." "You done it?" McGraw echoed. "Yes, arrest me!" And the boy held out his wrists imploringly. Astro coolly took out his cigarette case and lighted a cigarette. "Well, McGraw," he said, smiling, "didn't I promise you a confession?" McGraw, stupefied, clasped the handcuffs on Dennis's wrists. Miss Wilson fell, almost fainting, on the bench, where Valeska put her arm tenderly about her. "Well, Dennis, you're fairly caught," said Astro. "I've known for some time that you were guilty, but it's so much more satisfactory to have an out-and-out confession. Now I'll trouble you for the key to Middlebury's door." And so saying, he reached into the boy's trousers pocket and brought forth a small Yale key. "When did you find it, Dennis?" "I found it last week, sir, on the floor of my car." "And you kept it, thinking it might come in handy, and perhaps get the night watchman into trouble, eh? So you were jealous of Mr. Middlebury on Miss Wilson's account, were you?" "Oh, it made me wild, sir. I just couldn't stand it when she told me he had kissed her, and when I saw her going up there tonight, I went crazy." "So you stole Thompson's gun from the cellar, went up when Thompson was on his rounds, opened the door with your key, and shot Mr. Middlebury?" "Yes, sir." Dennis's voice was faint. "Then you ran your car to the cellar, threw the gun into the furnace, then went up and found Thompson and told him you had heard a shot?" "Yes, sir. Oh, I was crazy. I was crazy about her." "And you thought if you said nothing about her, she would escape?" "Yes, sir. For God's sake, take me away. I don't ever want to see her again." "Patrol wagons come, sir," said one of the officers, walking up to McGraw. He laid his hand on Dennis's arm. "1 minute, please," said Astro. "Dennis, my boy, will you please hold up your left foot? Thank you." And as the boy did so, Astro removed a spiral wire thumbtack that was embedded in the rubber heel of the boot. "What's that for?" McGraw inquired. "The law doesn't permit a defendant to plead guilty to a charge of murder. You may need this for evidence when the case is tried." As the elevator boy was led away, he looked at him pityingly. "Cocaine," he remarked to McGraw. "Sure. Dope done it all right. He was worked up to it. It may do for an insanity defense. He's a matoid. You'll find his parents or grandparents were criminals, poor devil." The seer turned to Miss Wilson. "You've had a lucky escape too, my dear. It's fortunate that I was here." "Oh, I don't know how to say how grateful I am!" she exclaimed. "We'll drive you home," Valeska volunteered. "I know this shock has been terrible for you. Do come with us." She drew the girl toward the doorway, and they bade good night to McGraw. As Astro and the officer waited, talking for a moment, the girls entered the green limousine. But hardly in, Valeska returned to the doorway hurriedly. McGraw had gone inside. "I can't wait till we've left Miss Wilson," she said. "Do please let me see that paper you picked up in the elevator. I think I see where you got your first clue now. Dennis, the elevator boy, had stepped on it, hadn't he?" Astro took the paper from his pocketbook and handed it to his assistant. Faintly indented on its surface was a small spiral. "Yes, I'll have to confess, Valeska," he said, "that if it hadn't been for that small scrap of paper, McGraw would have had 3 prisoners instead of 1 in custody tonight." End of The Middlebury Murder by Gillette Burgess. Miss Dalrymple's Locket by Gillette Burgess. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Miss Dalrymple's Locket. "Oh dear, she's come to see you again," said Valeska, making a very pretty picture as she stood in the doorway, framed by the black velvet portieres. Astro the Seer followed his first indulgent look by a second questioning, curious glance. "Who is it?" She put her head on one side and looked at him coquettishly. "A lady," she said, tossing her head archly, "whom among all your fashionable clients I believe you consider the most charming, most delicious, the prettiest, the sweetest, the most—" Astro laughed and nodded. "Miss Dalrymple?" "The same. She was here only last week. It is very suspicious. Beware!" She shook a saucy finger at him and disappeared. The young woman who next entered assuredly justified Valeska's adjectives. Indeed, many more might have been applied to her, though the smile that appeared on Astro's own handsome face best testified to her witchery. She was scarcely 20 years old, and of that dark, winning, dimpled, innocent type that few know how to resist. To this there was an appealing look that flattered men's vanity. Were her brown eyes or her delectable smiling mouth the more lovely to look upon? Astro himself could not tell. Was it her easy, well-bred grace or her ingenuous, girlish candor that most delighted him? He remembered her dainty hands, perhaps the most exquisite he had ever seen. Now they were hidden in her sable muff. Her little rosy face shone like a flower under her picturesque veiled hat. Her figure, slim and charmingly curved, was only partly modified by the smart lines of her black cloth suit. She looked at him with big eyes and said, "Good afternoon, Mr. Astro. I hope you haven't forgotten me." "Scarcely," was his reply. His tone was flattering. She smiled with innocent roguery, her eyes exploring the curious decorations of the great studio. She sniffed daintily at the pleasant smell of myrrh that filled the air as she took the seat he offered her. "I have come for help," she said. "I'm awfully puzzled about something, and you told me such wonderful things last time I came that I thought I'd ask you." She showed a line of snow-white little teeth. The master rested his head negligently on one slender hand and nodded gravely. "It's about a locket," she continued. "Ah, have you lost one?" "No, not at all. I have found one." Astro raised his eyebrows. "Oh, you're partly right, too, for it was lost a long time ago, and I have just got it back in a rather remarkable way. You see, it used to belong to my mother. She died last year. I returned only in time to see her for 2 hours before the end." "When did you see this locket last?" "Long before mother died. It disappeared mysteriously when I was abroad. Only yesterday it was returned to me by mail, addressed to me at my house in Yonkers, in a handwriting that I can't recognize." "Well, I don't see what you are troubled about then, if you have got it back." Miss Dalrymple looked thoughtfully at him for a moment, her cheek resting on her white-gloved hand, as if not quite sure how to express what she meant. Finally she said impulsively, "Well, it's something so vague and silly it seems absurd to speak to you about it. But Fanny and I have been talking it over and wondering where it came from, and everything, and we both have a sort of queer feeling that it has something to do perhaps with a certain letter my mother once had." "Wait a moment. Who is Fanny?" "Oh, she's my maid, and she's a treasure. Indeed, she is more like a friend to me than a maid." "How long have you had her?" "Oh, ever since mother died." The seer frowned slightly. "Go on, about the letter." "You've heard about my father's will, and the lawsuit, haven't you? The papers have had a lot about it." "Oh yes, the Dalrymple will case. Let's see, your father was divorced from your mother, wasn't he?" "Yes, but he wasn't at all happy with the woman he married afterward. She's a vixen. And he always regretted that he had left my mother. This Mrs. Dalrymple is contesting the will that father made in favor of my mother. She isn't satisfied with her widow's third." "And by that will you are the legal heir to the rest of the estate?" "Of course. But the other side has claimed that it was a forgery, and as he left all his property to his divorced wife, they have a fair case, unless we can prove that the will was genuine. Unfortunately, though the will is in our possession, having been given to mother, both the witnesses to it are dead." "I see," said Astro. "And the letter you mentioned?" "Was from my father to my mother, telling her that he had left her all his property. You see how important it would be to our case. But I haven't been able to find it anywhere." "Yes, but how does the locket come into it?" "That's what I don't know myself. That's why I came to you. Miss Dalrymple exclaimed eagerly. "I can't describe why, but I do feel that the locket has something to do with it. For my mother was delirious just before she died and talked about the letter and the locket. She kept saying that she had been robbed, or perhaps she only feared it. Then the locket was restored so providentially, just in time, for the case is to come to court next week. Then I remember that before I went away, mother was very careful of it and kept it locked up." "Let me see it," said the Master of Mysteries. She unbuttoned her coat and took it from a gold chain about her neck. A small oval gold locket such as was commonly worn in the 60s. The cover, being opened, disclosed a small photograph of a beautiful woman in an old-fashioned round bonnet with roses framing the calm, serious face. Astro inspected it admiringly. "That's my mother," said Miss Dalrymple, looking over his shoulder. "It is hardly necessary to explain that. I see now where you get your beauty." With a deft movement of his thumbnail, Astro opened the inner rim and removed the photograph. The back of the paper was covered with Greek letters written microscopically in ink, as follows: Delta Alpha Nu, Sigma Lambda Epsilon Gamma, Alpha Rho, Theta Epsilon Nu Alpha, Upsilon Delta Epsilon, Sigma Sigma Omicron Upsilon, Sigma Lambda Epsilon Rho Omicron Sigma, Epsilon Beta Upsilon Chi, Lambda Epsilon Pi, Lambda Upsilon Sigma Nu Epsilon, Alpha Rho Lambda Epsilon, Pi, Omicron Mu, Mu Iota Epsilon Rho. "Oh," the girl cried excitedly. "I knew it. I knew there was something to be found out. It's Greek, isn't it? Oh, I hope you read Greek. Do you?" Astro smiled. "I read Greek as well as I do English, but this, unfortunately, isn't Greek at all." "Why, isn't it? I know some of the letters myself. Look there, isn't that a delta? And that alpha? And pi?" "Yes, the letters are Greek characters, but they are not Greek words. It's a cipher, Miss Dalrymple." The girl's face fell. "Oh," she breathed. In her excitement, she was almost leaning on his shoulder. She clasped his arm unconsciously as she added, "Surely you can read it. You have solved so many mysteries. You have such wonderful occult power. I've heard that any cipher ever invented could be solved. And so it can. I have solved harder ones than this, I'm sure. Yes, your locket is certainly getting interesting. I'm sorry that I am too busy now to work on it, though. I have several appointments that can't be postponed. Suppose I wire you as soon as I have read it, or better, I'll send you the solution direct by a messenger." "All right. I'll be dying of impatience, so I hope you'll hurry. I'll promise it sometime tomorrow. But another question. Did your mother read Greek?" "Oh, yes. She had a magnificent education." "And how about the second Mrs. Dalrymple?" The girl's lips curled. "I should say not. Why, she was an ordinary chorus girl when father married her." "Well," said the seer, rising to assume a poetic attitude, "I shall consult my crystals and see what I can find out. If I am not mistaken, though, the will be probated and you will come into your inheritance. And I shall be the first to congratulate you." After a quick friendly handshake, like a boy's, Miss Dalrymple walked gracefully out of the room. As soon as she had left, Astro called his assistant and showed her the cipher. Valeska pored over it without speaking for some time. Finally she sighed and said pathetically, "What a pity I don't know Greek." "Cheer up," said the master, with a whimsical grimace. "You probably know as much about it as the one who composed this childish little cryptogram did. It has the mark of the tyro upon it." "Why, how could you tell that?" "Suppose a Fiji Islander attempted to copy a lot of English, that is, the so-called Latin alphabet. Wouldn't you be able to tell instantly that he was ignorant of the English language? It's the same here. Anyone who is used to writing Greek would form the letters easily and swiftly, would write, in short, a pure cursive hand. These Greek letters here are all laboriously copied from some schoolbook or dictionary." "Well, who wrote it?" "My dear Valeska," said Astro soberly, "the infinitesimal vibrations from this locket will, if I absorb myself in contemplation, set up sympathetic waves in my own aura. I am not yet ready to go into a psychic trance." Let us first read the message. It is ridiculously simple. I will first separate the message into words, for what here appears to be a set of words is merely letters run together with a few false spaces between them in order to baffle the first glance. He took a pad of paper and wrote out the following in Greek characters: Delta Alpha Nu Sigma Lambda Epsilon Gamma Alpha Rho Theta Epsilon Nu Alpha Upsilon Delta Epsilon Sigma Sigma Omicron Upsilon Sigma Lambda Epsilon Rho Omicron Sigma Epsilon Beta Upsilon Chi Lambda Epsilon Pi Lambda Upsilon Sigma Nu Epsilon Alpha Rho Lambda Epsilon Pi Omicron Mu Mu Iota Epsilon Rho. When he had finished, he looked up at her. You surely know the Greek alphabet at least. Of course I know that much. We used to use it in boarding school to write secret messages in. What girl that's ever had a frat boy for a beau doesn't know the Greek alphabet? Then this should read easily. Kindly write it out, letter for letter. Valeska studied a minute and then scribbled out, Dans le garden au-dessous la rose bouc, le plus near la pommier. Partly in English, partly in French, you see, said Astro. One word, bouc, looks like German, but it's not. In the garden under the rose bush nearest to the apple tree. The Greek character chi was the nearest the writer could get to the English sh, you see. And note the use of the sigmas, too. How childish to consider this a hard puzzle. It is the location of Mrs. Dalrymple's missing letter, I suppose, ventured Valeska. I suppose she was afraid it would be stolen and so buried it there. You forget, however, that if Mrs. Dalrymple was a good Greek scholar, she wouldn't have written this so laboriously. Valeska looked quickly up at him. Could someone have found the letter and buried it there for his own purpose? It is possible, but it seems an unnecessary thing to do. The most suspicious thing about the cipher is that it is so easy. Then I give up. Valeska shook her head sadly. Don't give up, little girl. Simply keep your mind on the fact that there are clever brains at work upon this unsuspecting young woman. He edged his chair over closer and tapped with his finger on the table. Look here. Who stole this locket in the first place? Why was it stolen? Was the person who took it the one who returned it? Or was the person who returned it a friend of Miss Dalrymple's? If he or she were, why should the action be done anonymously? Did this person know about the cipher? If so, why leave the cipher there where she could find it and dig up the letter? Several things look suspicious to me. I must go over every point and analyze it. We must, in beginning any case of this sort, cast about immediately and find out who are the actors in the drama, who are the ones who will suffer or be benefited by this chain of circumstances. Now, he straightened up abruptly, we must know more about Miss Dalrymple's household. Tomorrow morning you shall make the trip to Yonkers, ostensibly to return her this locket with our solution of the cipher, but actually to enable you to inspect the house, grounds, servants, family history, and the like. At once Valeska became businesslike. Anything else? Yes, he said emphatically. Tell her that on no account whatsoever is she to dig beneath the rosebush until she hears from me. Understand? Valeska returned next noon with the information that Miss Dalrymple was in high spirits over the solution of the secret message. Did you tell her not to dig up the place until I came? Yes, and she promised to wait. Well, what else? Valeska sniffed. I certainly do not like that maid of hers. I may be only a woman without any more analytical brain than a sand snipe, but I can tell a sniveling hypocrite of my own sex as far as I can see her. There's too much goody-goody talk to suit me. It was yes, dear Miss Dalrymple, and oh, certainly, Miss Dalrymple. And behind her back, isn't Miss Dalrymple the sweetest thing? When I hear that kind of talk, I look out for a cat. You think she's two-faced? Oh, she's a snake in the grass. Tall, lantern-jawed, skinny, smirking thing. As luck would have it, she caught the same train back to town that I did, or rather she came down on the trolley car just behind mine, and I sat about 3 seats behind her when we got the subway at Kingsbridge. I thought I'd see where she went. It was an express, and she got off at Brooklyn Bridge. That's what kept me so long. I followed her over to Brooklyn." Astro started. "Brooklyn?" he ejaculated. "Yes." Valeska was evidently pleased that at last she had made some sort of sensation. "I shadowed her to number 1435 Fulton Avenue, waited half an hour, and when she didn't come out, hurried back to report." "Well," Astro spoke with a curious expression, "did you find out who lives there?" The girl was crestfallen. "No, I entirely forgot that." He threw it at her point blank. "Mrs. Myra Dalrymple." For a moment she could only gaze at him in astonishment. Then, "Oh!" she cried. "Oh!" Her eyes blazed. "Didn't I say she was a snake? Why, then, Fanny is undoubtedly in the pay of the second wife. Think of it! She's been spying on that sweet innocent girl ever since her mother died, and has carried the news to Mrs. Dalrymple number 2. It's outrageous!" "Oh, but—" Valeska sprang up in consternation and faced her master with a look of horror. "I forgot. Why, I translated the cipher to Miss Dalrymple while the maid was in the room. What will happen?" Astro took up his water pipe with perfect equanimity. "My dear, you seem to have made several very lucky blunders today." She put her hands to her eyes. "Oh, I don't understand. What about this cipher message? Where did it come from?" "Let us go at it analytically," he replied calmly. "For the sake of the argument, grant first that the cipher discloses the hiding place of the lost letter secreted by the first Mrs. Dalrymple. Very good. Let us suppose also, as a second hypothesis, that the locket was sent by the second Mrs. Dalrymple, knowing of the cipher. Very good again. Now examine the two theories. Is it likely that such a person as this second wife would place a rival claimant to the estate in possession of the secret? No. Something is wrong. The first hypothesis or the second? Take your pick. I say the first is wrong. The cipher does not disclose the place of the letter. But the second is right. Mrs. Dalrymple sent it. We know that probably she knew Miss Dalrymple visited me, and believed in my power. She therefore intended Miss Dalrymple to dig in that spot, cleverly concealing her instrumentality in the matter. That's why the cipher was made so absurdly easy. Do you think it will be well for Miss Dalrymple to dig there? I don't." He paused. "Now suppose the second hypothesis to be wrong, that Mrs. Dalrymple did not send the locket. If anyone else did, what reason could he have for making such a mystery of it? It would be absurd." "I follow all that," said Valeska, "but I can't think why Mrs. Dalrymple would have any motive for inducing Miss Dalrymple to dig in the garden." "I think you forget the second Mrs. Dalrymple's character. But you can study it out. What I intend to do is to call on Mrs. Dalrymple this evening and find out. I have a very good case against her, I think, and I intend to make her give up that letter if she has it. Of course it may have been destroyed, but I don't quite believe it. It is common for criminals, especially women, to refrain from actually destroying the very evidence that may convict them. From some scruple or fear they seldom do it. At any rate, I shall frighten her with what I suspect of her actions in the past, and use my positive knowledge of Fanny's services." "But what is hidden in the garden? Anything? And if so, how did it get there? Was there no one besides Miss Dalrymple and Fanny living in the house? No other servants?" Valeska shook her head, then reflected for an instant. "I did hear something about a gardener." She stopped and stared at him. He nodded. "I think that probably completes the last link of the chain. At any rate, I'm willing to risk it. Well, I'll go right over to Brooklyn and have it out. Meet me at the Grand Central Station tonight in time for the 11:36 train for Yonkers, and we'll see the whole thing through this very night." Valeska's eyes danced. "I'll be there, with my own little revolver. I hope it will be exciting." She was at the station at 11:30, and waited until the train had pulled out without seeing the master. A half hour, and then a full hour passed without his appearance. She had begun to be alarmed seriously when at 1:15 she She saw him walking rapidly across the great waiting room toward her. She gave an exclamation of relief, but at once he took her arm and ran her toward the subway. "Hurry," he cried in a tense voice. "We can't wait for the 1:30, so we'll have to make it by the subway and change to the trolley. We have no time to lose. It's serious." They caught the train with less than a minute's margin, and once settled in the car, Valeska turned to him anxiously. "I was a fool to let Miss Dalrymple have the translation," he said. "It was the only serious error I have made in a year. I hope to heaven I may save her yet. But it's a toss-up now." "What is it?" Valeska shouted above the shriek of the wheels. Astro said nothing. Seeing that he was too deeply moved to explain, she pressed him no further, covertly watching his restless, nervous gestures and his drawn expression all through the ride until the trolley slowed down at Yonkers and stopped on the main street. A solitary cab was standing beside the curb, its driver dozing on the box. A fat man was waddling hurriedly ahead of them, signaling with his umbrella to the driver, but Astro with a rough gesture threw him aside, ran to the cab and pushed Valeska quickly inside. "To Miss Dalrymple's, out on Broadway, and drive like lightning," he ordered. Then he jumped in himself and slammed the door in the face of the enraged fat man who was in quick pursuit. The cab drove off at headlong speed. Still Valeska kept silent. But now she shared the excitement of the master, who bit his knuckles nervously as the horse galloped along the avenue high above the river. All she could hear besides the pounding of hoofs was the muttering of the dark man by her side. It seemed an hour's drive, so had the suspense wrought upon her. Tree by tree, lamp by lamp, house by house, they advanced. She was now prepared for anything save what happened. At last the carriage slowed down and came to a stop. Before the driver had a chance to dismount, Astro had dashed out without paying the least attention to his assistant. She hurried after him. The Dalrymple house stood on the side of the hill overlooking the quiet moonlit Hudson. It was surrounded by a high wall, over the tops of which showed the thick limbs of a few apple trees. The house loomed beyond, a brick edifice of 2 stories. The iron gate in the wall was locked, and Astro jerked viciously at the bell. At this moment, as if he himself had set it off, a loud explosion reverberated through the night. A woman's scream was next heard, rising in a piercing staccato. Then all was silence again. At length a shutter was thrown open at one of the front windows of the house, and a shaft of light made a brilliant path through the deep shadow. A woman's head appeared. "What is it?" cried Valeska in terror. "Is Miss Dalrymple shot?" "God knows," Astro muttered grimly. "Help me over the wall. Give me a foot up, Valeska. We're too late, as I feared. But I must find out what has happened. Driver," he yelled back over his shoulder, "go for a doctor as quick as you can." In an instant he had mounted the top of the wall and dropped to the other side. Valeska heard his footsteps running up the gravel walk. After that she waited some time in silence. The cab had driven off with a clatter. When, after a wait that seemed interminable, Astro returned, Valeska's eyes stared to see him with Miss Dalrymple, who was apparently unharmed. She wore a long mackintosh cape covering her nightdress, and her hair was disordered. A look of horror on her pretty face made her seem a woman almost for the first time. She unlocked the gate and put her slender white arms about Valeska. "What has happened?" exclaimed the latter. "What I feared, only, thank heaven, not to Miss Dalrymple," was Astro's solemn response. "Come this way, and you'll see." He led the way past an apple tree at the side of the house. A few paces beyond this a great hole was torn in the earth, and by its jagged appearance and slanting sides, it was evident that it had been made by some explosive. Behind a rose bush lay a woman's body. "Fanny," said Astro. Miss Dalrymple sank beside her maid and began to weep silently. "Do you understand now?" said Astro to his assistant. "What a fiend!" she cried. Her stepmother meant this trap for Miss Dalrymple. She buried an infernal machine here. But how was it exploded? Astro pointed to the motionless body. The reason why I did not caution Miss Dalrymple not to show her maid the translation of the cipher was because I wanted the second Mrs. Dalrymple to believe that her hellish trick was going to be successful. I was afraid Miss Dalrymple's curiosity would induce her to dig under the rosebush before I came. Tonight I wrung a confession from her stepmother, revealing this whole frightful business. That's why I hurried. But I had no idea of Fanny's duplicity. Evidently, though she was a spy for the Brooklyn woman, she did not have her complete confidence. Fanny thought she would get the letter before Miss Dalrymple dug it up, and use it to extort money. You see how well she has succeeded. "Oh, is she dead?" whispered Valeska. "Luckily, no. Only stunned. Mrs. Myra Dalrymple probably won't have to go to the electric chair for it, though she deserves it richly. But at least there will be no more contest over the will. In the first place, I got the letter from her tonight. In the second, if I hadn't, we could prevent her opposition by our knowledge of this crime. She'll leave the country tomorrow." The cab was now heard. It stopped, and the driver, with a physician, came running up the walk. "There has been a little accident here," said Astro suavely. "A buried gasoline tank exploded, and this woman was injured, Doctor. Carry her into the house and do what you can for her." Miss Dalrymple, who had been listening wide-eyed to the conversation, a ravishing figure in the moonlight in her charmingly disheveled state, now put her hand on Astro's arm. "But I don't understand at all," she said, "except that Fanny has been deceiving me for a year. Do you mean to say that Mrs. Dalrymple put that cipher in the locket herself and sent it to me?" "Certainly," said Astro, "and a very clever trick it was." "But why did she do it that way?" the young girl inquired, still baffled. "Why was she so elaborate about it?" "Because," replied the Master of Mysteries, with a lurking smile, "she knew a great deal more about human nature than you do, and a good deal less than I. That's all." End of Miss Dalrymple's Locket, by Gillette Burgess.
In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. And let the counsel of thine own heart stand. It was almost dark, and the Walkham River is much overhung in the parts that lie between Horrabridge and the old brickworks. In the bed of the river a man stumbled heavily along, trusting more to his knowledge of the river than to his eyesight. He was fishing dexterously with flies that were almost white, flies which seemed to suit admirably the taste of those small brown trout which never have the sense to leave alone the fare provided for their larger white brethren. Suddenly he hooked a larger fish, and, not daring to step back beneath the overhanging oak, he proceeded to tire his fish out in the deep water. In 10 minutes he brought it to the landing net, and as he turned to open his creel his heart leapt in his breast. A man was standing in the water, not 2 feet behind him. "Hallo!" he gasped. "I won't insult you by telling you not to be frightened," said the voice of a gentleman. There was no mistake in it. The speaker stood quite still, with the water bubbling round his legs. He was hatless, and his hair was cut quite short. A thought flashed across the fisherman's slow brain. Like the rest of his craft, he was slower of mind than of hand. "Yes," said the other, divining his thoughts. "I'm from Dartmoor. You probably heard of my escape 2 days ago." "Yes," replied the other quietly, while he wound in his line. "I heard of it." "And where do they say I am?" "Oh, the police have got a clue, as usual," replied the fisherman. The escaped convict laughed bitterly, but the laugh broke off into a sickening cackle. "I've been in those brickworks," he said, "all the time, meditating murder. I stole a loaf from a baker's cart, but man cannot live by bread alone. Ah, ha, ha!" The fisherman held out his flask, which the other took, and opened the somewhat uncommon silver top with ease bred of knowledge. He poured himself out a full glass and drank it off. "I haven't had that taste in my mouth for 4 years," he said, returning the flask, "and you are guilty of felony." The fisherman probably knew this, for he merely laughed. "Do you know Princetown?" the convict asked abruptly. The other nodded, glancing in the direction of the rising moor. "And you've read the rules on the gate? Parcere subjectis, cut in the stone over the top? Good God!" The fisherman nodded again. "The question is," said the convict, after a pause, during which they had waded back to the bank, "whether you are going to help me or not. Heavens! I nearly killed you while you were playing that fish." "Yas," drawled the fisherman. "I take it that you must have been tempted. I never heard you owing to the rush of the water." They were both big men, and the convict stared curiously into the long, clean shaven face of this calm speaker. A smile actually flickered for a moment in his desperate eyes. "What I want," he said, "is your mackintosh, your waders, and your hat. Also your rod case with a long stick in it. The handle of your landing net will do. Where do you come from?" "Plymouth. I'm going back by the 7:30 from Horrabridge." "With a return ticket?" "Yes." "I should like that also." The fisherman was slowly disjointing his rod. "Suppose I told you to come and take 'em?" he said, with a drawl again. The convict looked him up and down with a certain air of competent criticism. "Then there would be a very pretty fight," he said, with a laugh, which he checked when he detected the savour of the prison yard that was in it. "We haven't time for the fight," said the fisherman. And there came a hot gasp of excitement from the convict's lips. His stake was a very large one. In the same slow, reflective manner the fisherman unbuttoned the straps of his waders at the thigh and sat down to unlace his brogues. "Here," he said, "pull them off for me. They're so damnable sopped." He held up his leg, and the convict pulled off the wet fishing stockings with some technical skill. He drew them on over his own stockinged legs, and the fisherman kicked the brogues towards him. In exchange the convict handed him his own shoes. "Am I to wear these?" the fisherman asked, with something in his voice that might have been amusement. "Yes, they're a little out of shape, I'm afraid. The Queen is no judge of a shoe." "I guess not," answered the other, lacing. There was a little silence. "I suppose," said the convict, with a curious eagerness, "that you've seen a bit of the world?" "Here and there," answered the other, searching for the return half of his ticket. "Should you think now that a girl would wait 4 years for a chap who, in the eyes of the world, was not worth waiting for?" The fisherman, not being an absolute fool, knew that there was only one answer to give. But he was a kind‐hearted man, so he told a lie. There was something about this convict that made him do it. "Yes, I should think she would. Girls are not always rational, I guess." The other said nothing. He took the mackintosh coat and the creel and the rod case without a word, even of thanks. His manners were brisker, as if the angler's lie had done him good. The change of costume was now complete, and the convict would pass anywhere for an innocent disciple of Isaac Walton. For a moment they stood thus, looking at each other. Then the convict spoke. "Can you lend me a fiver?" he asked. "Oh, yes." Carelessly opening his purse and displaying a good number of bank notes, he passed one to the unsteady hand held out. "Want any more?" he asked, with a queer laugh. "I'll take another if you can spare it." A second note passed from hand to hand. "Thanks," said the convict. "Now tell me your name and address. I shall want to send these things back to you, if I have any luck." And the effort to steady his voice was quite apparent. "Caleb S. Harkness, United States frigate Bruiser, now laying at Plymouth," replied the other tersely. "Ah, you're an American. That is why I don't care a damn for your laws." "Mr. Harkness, or what?" "I'm her captain," he replied modestly. They shook hands and parted. It was only as he plodded along the Tavistock Road, limping in the regulation shoes, that the American remembered that he had quite omitted to ask the convict any questions. He had parted with his mackintosh, and it was pouring. Tavistock was 2 miles off, and he had no notion what trains there were to Plymouth. Yet he regretted nothing, and at times a queer smile flitted over his countenance. He was a man holding very decided views of his own upon most subjects, and no one suspected him of it because he never sought to force them upon others. What he loved above all in men was that species of audacious and gentlemanly coolness which is found in greater perfection in the ranks of the British aristocracy than anywhere else in the world. He was not the sort of man to be afraid of any one, or two or three men. He had never for a moment thought of fearing the fellow who had gone off with his mackintosh, his waders, and his 2 5-pound notes. We all try to be our ideal, and Caleb S. Harkness prided himself on being the coolest man in the two hemispheres. He had met a cooler, and rather than acknowledge his inferiority, he had parted with the valuables above mentioned, with no other guarantee of their safe return than a gentlemanly inflection of voice. 2 days later he received his waders, mackintosh, and brogues, also a new fishing rod of the very best quality made in England, and 2 5-pound notes. America loves to show her appreciation of her great sons, but she does not always do it wisely when she begins to cast honors about. If England showed the same appreciation, some of us would not be so cruelly industrious with our pens, but that is the affair of the British public, who suffer most. Caleb S. Harkness was bound to get on, firstly because his audacity was unrivalled, and secondly he knew it was wise to be audacious. In due course he rose as high as he conveniently could in the Navy Active, and turned his attention to the Navy Passive, which latter means a nice little house in Washington, and the open arms of the best society in that enlightened city. Here also he got on, because men were even more impressed by his audacity than the sea had been. Also he developed a new talent. He found within himself an immense capacity for making others appear ridiculous, and there is no man in the world so sensitive as your American senator. Thus, in 6 years' time, we find Caleb S. Harkness moving, not in the bed of an English trout stream, but in the lap of Washingtonian luxury. It was a great night in the government city, for England had sent one of her brightest stars to meet the luminaries of the United States in peaceful arbitration. The British plenipotentiary had not yet been seen of the multitude, but he was the eldest son of a British earl, and had a title of his own. That was enough for Washington, with some to spare for Boston and New York. Also he had proved himself equal to 2 American statesmen and their respective secretaries. He was therefore held in the highest esteem by all the political parties except that to which the worsted statesmen belonged. The president's levee was better attended than usual. That is to say, there was not even room on the stairs, and America's firstborn, as per election, had long ago lost all feeling in the digits of his right hand. Caleb S. Harkness was moving about in the quieter rooms, awaiting the great crush. when a lady and a man entered and looked around them with some amusement. "Lord!" ejaculated Admiral Harkness, when his slow and mournful eyes rested on the lady. The exclamation, if profane, was justified, for it is probable that the American had never before set eyes on such a masterpiece of the Creator's power. There was in this woman's being, in her eyes, her face, her every movement, that combination of nonchalance and dignity which comes to beautiful and bright-minded girls when they are beginning to leave girlhood behind them. She was moderately tall, with hair of living brown, and deep blue eyes full of life and sweetness. She was not slim, but held herself like a boy with the strength that comes of perfect proportion. She was one of those women who set a soldier or a sailor thinking what manner of men her brothers must be. Caleb Harkness observed all this with the unobtrusive scrutiny of his nation. He was standing near a curtained doorway, buttoning his glove, and some one coming behind him pushed against him. "Beg pardon, Harkness," said a voice, and the chief secretary of the English legation patted him on the shoulder. "Didn't see you. Looking for someone. By George, what a heat! Ah, there he is, thank goodness!" And he went towards the lady and man who had just entered. "Here, Monty, you're wanted at once," Harkness heard him say to the youth, who appeared to be a few years younger than his beautiful companion. He spoke a few words to the lady, who replied laughingly, and the British attaché came towards Harkness. "Harkness," he said, "want to introduce you to Lady Storrel." The American followed with a smile on his lean face. He knew that he was being introduced to Lady Storrel merely because there happened to be no one else at hand, and her cavalier was wanted elsewhere. "Lady Storrel, let me present you to Admiral Harkness. The man," he added over his shoulder, "who is going to make the United States the first naval power in the world." And with a good-natured laugh the two men went off, speaking hurriedly together. "Is that true?" asked the lady, smiling with that mixture of girlishness and English grand ladyism which was so new to Caleb S. Harkness. "Quite," he answered, "but I'm not going to tell you how." "No, please don't. Of course you are an American." "Yes, but you need not mind that." "What do you mean?" she asked, looking at him frankly. "I take it," he answered, with a twinkle in his grave eyes, which she saw and liked him for, "that you want some one to listen to your impressions of all this. It is rum, is it not?" She laughed. "Yes," she admitted, "it is rum." In a few minutes they had found a seat beneath a marvellous stand of flowers, and she was chattering away like a schoolgirl, while he listened and added here and there a keen comment or a humorous suggestion. Presently she began talking of herself, and in natural sequence of her husband, of their home in England, of his career, and her hatred of politics. "And," she said suddenly at the end of it, "here is my husband." Harkness followed the direction of her glance, and looked upon a man in English court dress coming towards them. "Ah," he said in a peculiar, dull voice, "that is your husband?" She was smiling upon the man who approached, beckoning to him to come, with her eyes, as women sometimes do. She turned sharply upon Harkness, her attention caught by something in his voice. "Yes," she answered. Harkness had risen with a clatter of his sword on the polished floor, and stood awaiting the introduction. "My husband, Admiral Harkness." The men bowed, and before they could exchange a banal conversation, the fair young man who had been called away came up. "Phew, this is worse than Simla," he said. Then, offering his arm to Lady Storrel, "Alice," he continued, "I have discovered some ices, the most lovely ices." They moved away, the lady favouring Harkness with a little nod, leaving the two tallest men in that assembly facing each other. When they were gone, Caleb S. Harkness and Lord Storrel looked into each other's eyes. "So," said Harkness, lapsing suddenly into a twang, "she waited." The other nodded. He raised his perfectly gloved hand to his moustache, which he tugged pensively to either side. "Yes," he answered, "she waited." Then he looked round the room, and seeing that they were almost alone, he moved towards the seat just vacated by his wife. "Come and sit down," he said, "and I will tell you a little story." "Does she know it?" inquired Harkness, when they were seated. "No." "Then I don't want to hear it. You'd better keep it to yourself, I reckon." The Englishman gave a little laugh and lapsed into silence, thinking abstractedly. "I should like to tell you some of it, for my own sake. I don't want you to go away thinking something that is not the fact." "I would rather not have the story," persisted Harkness. This American had some strange notions of a bygone virtue called chivalry. "Give me a few facts. I will string them together." Lord Storrel was sitting forward on his low chair, with his hands clasped between his knees. They were rather large hands, suggestive of manual labour. "Suppose," he said, without looking round, "that a man is in a street row in Dublin, when no one knows he is even in the town. Suppose the English side of the question is getting battered, and he hits out and kills a drunken beast of an Irish agitator. Suppose an innocent man is accused of it, and the right chap is forced to come forward and show up under a false name, and gets 5 years. Suppose he escapes after 3½ and goes home saying that he has been in America cattle ranching, having always been a scapegrace and a ne'er-do-well, who never wrote home when he had gone off in a huff. Suppose he had tried all this for the sake of a girl, and had carried it through." Caleb Harkness had discovered that the identity of the British plenipotentiary had become known to some of the more curious of the President's guests, who were now mooning innocently around them as they sat. He moved in his chair as if to rise. "Yes, I suppose all that," he said. The Englishman's nerve was marvellous. He saw what Harkness had seen a moment before, and over his face came the bland smile of an intelligent Englishman talking naval matters with an American admiral. "Of course," he said, "I'm at your mercy. I was at yours once, so now we are quits, I take it." And the two big men rose and passed out of the room together. End of In a Crooked Way by Henry Seton Merriman. Read by Lars Rolander. The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Lars Rolander. The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. Of course, there are two sides to the question. Let us look at the other. We often hear shop girls spoken of. No such persons exist. There are girls who work in shops. They make their living that way. But why turn their occupation into an adjective? Let us be fair. We do not refer to the girls who live on Fifth Avenue as marriage girls. Lou and Nancy were chums. They came to the big city to find work because there was not enough to eat at their homes to go around. Nancy was 19, Lou was 20. Both were pretty, active country girls who had no ambition to go on the stage. The little cherub that sits aloft guided them to a cheap and respectable boarding house. Both found position and became wage earners. They remained chums. It is at the end of 6 months that I would beg you to step forward and be introduced to them. Meddlesome reader, my lady friends, Miss Nancy and Miss Lou. While you are shaking hands, please take notice, cautiously, of their attire. Yes, cautiously, for they are as quick to resent a stare as a lady in a box at the horse show is. Lou is a piecework ironer in a hand laundry. She is clothed in a badly fitting purple dress, and her hat plume is 4 inches too long, but her ermine muff and scarf costs $25, and its fellow beasts will be ticketed in the windows at $7.98 before the season is over. Her cheeks are pink and her light blue eyes bright. Contentment radiates from her. Nancy, you would call a shop girl, because you have the habit. There is no type, but a perverse generation is always seeking a type, so this is what the type should be. She has the high-ratted pompadour and the exaggerated straight front. Her skirt is shoddy, but has the correct flare. No furs protect her against the bitter spring air, but she wears her short broadcloth jacket as jauntily as though it were a Persian lamb. On her face and in her eyes, remorseless type seeker, is the typical shop girl expression. It is a look of silent but contemptuous revolt against cheated womanhood, of sad prophecy of the vengeance to come. When she laughs her loudest, the look is still there. The same look can be seen in the eyes of Russian peasants, and those of us left will see it some day on Gabriel's face when he comes to blow us up. It is a look that should wither and abash man, but he has been known to smirk at it and offer flowers with a string tied to them. Now lift your hat and come away while you receive Lou's cheery "See you again," and the sardonic sweet smile of Nancy that seems somehow to miss you and go fluttering like a white moth up over the housetops to the stars. The two waited on the corner for Dan. Dan was Lou's steady company. Faithful? Well, he was on hand when Mary would have had to hire a dozen subpoena servers to find her lamb. "Ain't you cold, Nance?" said Lou. "Say, what a chump you are for working in that old store for $8 a week. I made $18.50 last week. Of course ironing ain't as swell work as selling lace behind a counter, but it pays. None of us ironers make less than $10, and I don't know that it's any less respectful work either." "You can have it," said Nancy, with uplifted nose. "I'll take my 8 a week and hall bedroom. I like to be among nice things and swell people, and look what a chance I've got. Why, one of our glove girls married a Pittsburgh steel maker or blacksmith or something the other day worth $1 million. I'll catch a swell myself some time. I ain't bragging on my looks or anything, but I'll take my chances where there's big prizes offered. What show would a girl have in a laundry?" "Why, that's where I met Dan," said Lou triumphantly. "He came in for his Sunday shirt and collars, and saw me at the first board ironing. We all try to get to work at the first board. Ella Manginis was sick that day, and I had her place. He said he noticed my arms first, how round and white they was. I had my sleeves rolled up. Some nice fellows come into laundries. You can tell 'em by their bringing their clothes in suit cases, and turning in the door sharp and sudden." "How can you wear a waist like that, Lou?" said Nancy, gazing down at the offending article with sweet scorn in her heavy‐lidded eyes. "It shows fierce taste." "This waist?" cried Lou, with wide‐eyed indignation. "Why, I paid $16 for this waist. It's worth 25. A woman left it to be laundered and never called for it. The boss sold it to me. It's got yards and yards of hand embroidery on it. Better talk about that ugly plain thing you've got on." "This ugly plain thing," said Nancy calmly, "was copied from one that Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher was wearing. The girls say her bill in the store last year was $12,000. I made mine myself. It cost me $1.50. 10 feet away you couldn't tell it from hers." "Oh, well," said Lou good-naturedly, "if you want to starve and put on airs, go ahead. But I'll take my job and good wages, and after hours give me something as fancy and attractive to wear as I'm able to buy." But just then Dan came, a serious young man with a ready‐made necktie, who had escaped the city's brand of frivolity, an electrician earning $30 a week, who looked upon Lou with the sad eyes of Romeo, and thought her embroidered waist a web in which any fly should delight to be caught. "My friend, Mr. Owens. Shake hands with Miss Danforth," said Lou. "I'm mighty glad to know you, Miss Danforth," said Dan, with outstretched hand. "I've heard Lou speak of you so often." "Thanks," said Nancy, touching his fingers with the tips of her cool ones. "I've heard her mention you a few times." Lou giggled. "Did you get that handshake from Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher, Nance?" she asked. "If I did, you can feel safe in copying it," said Nancy. "Oh, I couldn't use it at all. It's too stylish for me. It's intended to set off diamond rings, that high shake is. Wait till I get a few and then I'll try it." "Learn it first," said Nancy wisely, "and you'll be more likely to get the rings." "Now to settle this argument," said Dan, with his ready, cheerful smile, "let me make a proposition. As I can't take both of you up to Tiffany's and do the right thing, what do you say to a little vaudeville? I've got the tickets. How about looking at stage diamonds, since we can't shake hands with the real sparklers?" The faithful squire took his place close to the curb. Lou next, the little peacock in her bright and pretty clothes. Nancy on the inside, slender and soberly clothed as the sparrow, but with a true Van Alstyne Fisher walk. Thus they set out for their evening's moderate diversion. I do not suppose that many look upon a great department store as an educational institution, but the one in which Nancy worked was something like that to her. She was surrounded by beautiful things that breathed of taste and refinement. If you live in an atmosphere of luxury, luxury is yours whether your money pays for it or another's. The people she served were mostly women, whose dress, manners, and position in the social world were quoted as criterions. From them Nancy began to take toll, the best from each according to her view. From one she would copy and practice a gesture, from another an eloquent lifting of an eyebrow, from others a manner of walking, of carrying a purse, of smiling, of greeting a friend, of addressing inferiors in station. From her best beloved model, Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher, she made requisition for that excellent thing, a soft, low voice, as clear as silver, and as perfect in articulation as the notes of a thrush. Suffused in the aura of this high social refinement and good breeding, it was impossible for her to escape a deeper effect of it. As good habits are said to be better than good principles, so perhaps good manners are better than good habits. The teachings of your parents may not keep alive your New England conscience, but if you sit on a straight backed chair and repeat the words "prisms and pilgrims" 40 times, the devil will flee from you. And when Nancy spoke in the Van Alstyne Fisher tones, she felt the thrill of noblesse oblige to her very bones. There was another source of learning in the great departmental school. Whenever you see 3 or 4 shop girls gather in a bunch and jingle their wire bracelets as an accompaniment to apparently frivolous conversation, do not think that they are there for the purpose of criticizing the way Ethel does her back hair. The meeting may lack the dignity of the deliberative bodies of man, but it has all the importance of the occasion on which Eve and her first daughter first put their heads together to make Adam understand his proper place in the household. It is woman's conference for common defence, and exchange of strategical theories of attack and repulse, upon and against the world which is a stage, and man, its audience, who persists in throwing bouquets thereupon. Woman, the most helpless of the young of any animal, with the fawn's grace but without its fleetness, with the bird's beauty but without its power of flight, with the honey bee's burden of sweetness but without its, let's drop that simile, some of us may have been stung. During this council of war they pass weapons one to another, and exchange stratagems that each has devised and formulated out of the tactics of life. "I says to 'im," says Sadie, "'Ain't you the fresh thing? Who do you suppose I am, to be addressing such a remark to me? And what do you think he says back to me?' The heads, brown, black, flaxen, red, and yellow, bob together. The answer is given, and the parry to the thrust is decided upon, to be used by each thereafter in passages at arms with a common enemy, man. Thus Nancy learned the art of defense, and to women successful defense means victory. The curriculum of a department store is a wide one. Perhaps no other college could have fitted her as well for her life's ambition, the drawing of a matrimonial prize. Her station in the store was a favored one. The music room was near enough for her to hear and become familiar with the works of the best composers, at least to acquire the familiarity that passed for appreciation in the social world in which she was vaguely trying to set a tentative and aspiring foot. She absorbed the educating influence of art wares, of costly and dainty fabrics, of adornments that are almost culture to women. The other girls soon became aware of Nancy's ambition. "Here comes your millionaire, Nancy," they would call to her whenever any man who looked the rôle approached her counter. It got to be a habit of men who were hanging about while their women folk were shopping to stroll over to the handkerchief counter and dawdle over the cambric squares. Nancy's imitation high-bred air and genuine dainty beauty was what attracted. Many men thus came to display their graces before her. Some of them may have been millionaires, others were certainly no more than their sedulous apes. Nancy learned to discriminate. There was a window at the end of the handkerchief counter, and she could see the rows of vehicles waiting for the shoppers in the street below. She looked and perceived that automobiles differ as well as do their owners. Once a fascinating gentleman bought 4 dozen handkerchiefs and wooed her across the counter with a King Cophetua air. When he had gone, one of the girls said, "What's wrong, Nance, that you didn't warm up to that fellow? He looks the swell article all right to me." "Him," said Nancy, with her coolest, sweetest, and most impersonal Van Alstyne Fisher smile. "Not for mine. I saw him drive up outside, a 12 horsepower machine and an Irish chauffeur. And you saw what kind of handkerchiefs he bought? Silk. And he's got dactylis on him. Give me the real thing or nothing, if you please." Two of the most refined women in the store, a forelady and a cashier, had a few swell gentlemen friends with whom they now and then dined. Once they included Nancy in an invitation. The dinner took place in a spectacular café whose tables are engaged for New Year's Eve a year in advance. There were two gentlemen friends, one without any hair on his head. I living ungrew it, and we can prove it. The other, a young man whose worth and sophistication he impressed upon you in two convincing ways. He swore that all the wine was corked, and he wore diamond cuff buttons. This young man perceived irresistible excellencies in Nancy. His taste ran to shop girls, and here was one that added the voice and manners of his high social world to the franker charms of her own caste. So on the following day he appeared in the store and made her a serious proposal of marriage over a box of hem-stitched grass-bleached Irish linens. Nancy declined. A brown pompadour 10 feet away had been using her eyes and ears. When the rejected suitor had gone, she heaped carboys of upbraidings and horror upon Nancy's head. "What a terrible little fool you are! That fellow's a millionaire. He's a nephew of old Van Skittles himself, and he was talking on the level, too. Have you gone crazy, Nance?" "Have I?" said Nancy. "I didn't take him, did I? He isn't a millionaire so hard that you could notice it, anyhow. His family only allows him $20,000 a year to spend. The bald-headed fellow was guying him about it the other night at supper." The brown pompadour came nearer and narrowed her eyes. "Say, what do you want?" she inquired in a voice hoarse for lack of chewing gum. "Ain't that enough for you? Do you want to be a Mormon and marry Rockefeller and Gladstone Dovey and the King of Spain and the whole bunch? Ain't 20,000 a year good enough for you?" Nancy flushed a little under the level gaze of the black, shallow eyes. "It wasn't altogether the money, Carrie," she explained. "His friend caught him in a rank lie the other night at dinner. It was about some girl he said he hadn't been to the theatre with. Well, I can't stand a liar. Put everything together, I don't like him, and that settles it. When I sell out, it's not going to be on any bargain day. I've got to have something that sits up in a chair like a man, anyhow. Yes, I'm looking out for a catch, but it's got to be able to do something more than make a noise like a toy bank." "The physiopathic ward for yours," said the brown pompadour, walking away. These high ideas, if not ideals, Nancy continued to cultivate on $8 per week. She bivouacked on the trail of the great unknown catch, eating her dry bread and tightening her belt day by day. On her face was the faint, soldierly, sweet, grim smile of the preordained man-hunter. The store was her forest, and many times she raised her rifle at game that seemed broad-antlered and big, but always some deep, unerring instinct, perhaps of the huntress, perhaps of the woman, made her hold her fire and take up the trail again. Lou flourished in the laundry. Out of her $18.50 per week, she paid $6 for her room and board. The rest went mainly for clothes. Her opportunities for bettering her taste and manners were few compared with Nancy's. In the steaming laundry there was nothing but work, work and her thoughts of the evening pleasures to come. Many costly and showy fabrics passed under her iron, and it may be that her growing fondness for dress was thus transmitted to her through the conducting metal. When the day's work was over, Dan awaited her outside, her faithful shadow in whatever light she stood. Sometimes he cast an honest and troubled glance at Lou's clothes that increased in conspicuity rather than in style, but this was no disloyalty. He deprecated the attention they called to her in the streets. And Lou was no less faithful to her chum. There was a law that Nancy should go with them on whatsoever outing they might take. Dan bore the extra burden heartily and in good cheer. It might be said that Lou furnished the color, Nancy the tone, and Dan the weight of the distraction-seeking trio. The escort, in his neat but obviously ready-made suit, his ready-made tie, and unfailing, genial, ready-made wit, never startled or clashed. He was of that good kind that you are likely to forget while they are present, but remember distinctly after they are gone. To Nancy's superior taste, the flavor of these ready‐made pleasures was sometimes a little bitter, but she was young, and youth is a gourmand when it cannot be a gourmet. "Dan is always wanting me to marry him right away," Lou told her once. "But why should I? I'm independent. I can do as I please with the money I earn, and he never would agree for me to keep on working afterward. And say, Nance,
What do you want to stick to that old store for, and half starve and half dress yourself? I could get you a place in the laundry right now if you'd come. It seems to me that you could afford to be a little less stuck up if you could make a good deal more money." "I don't think I'm stuck up, Lou," said Nancy, "but I'd rather live on half rations and stay where I am. I suppose I've got the habit. It's the chance that I want. I don't expect to be always behind a counter. I'm learning something new every day. I'm right up against refined and rich people all the time, even if I do only wait on them. And I'm not missing any pointers that I see passing around."
Caught your millionaire yet?
asked Lou with her teasing laugh. "I haven't selected one yet," answered Nancy. "I've been looking them over. Goodness, the idea of picking over them! Don't you ever let one get by you, Nance, even if he's a few dollars shy. But of course you're joking. Millionaires don't think about working girls like us." "It might be better for them if they did," said Nancy with cool wisdom. "Some of us could teach them how to take care of their money." "If one was to speak to me," laughed Lou, "I know I'd have a duck fit. That's because you don't know any. The only difference between swells and other people is you have to watch them closer. Don't you think that red silk lining is just a little bit too bright for that coat, Lou?" Lou looked at the plain dull olive jacket of her friend. "Well, no, I don't, but it may seem so beside that faded looking thing you've got on." "This jacket," said Nancy complacently, "has exactly the cut and fit of one that Mrs. Van Alstyne Fisher was wearing the other day. The material cost me $3.98. I suppose hers cost about $100 more." "Oh, well," said Lou lightly, "it don't strike me as a millionaire bait. Shouldn't wonder if I catch one before you do, anyway." Truly, it would have taken a philosopher to decide upon the values of the theories held by the two friends. Lou, lacking that certain pride and fastidiousness that keeps stores and desks filled with girls working for the barest living, thumped away gaily with her iron in the noisy and stifling laundry. Her wages supported her even beyond the point of comfort, so that her dress profited until sometimes she cast a sidelong glance of impatience at the neat but inelegant apparel of Dan the constant, the immutable, the undeviating. As for Nancy, her case was one of tens of thousands. Silk and jewels and laces and ornaments and the perfume and music of the fine world of good breeding and taste. These were made for woman. They are
Her
the equitable portion. Let her keep near them if they are part of life to her. And if she will, she is no traitor to herself, as Esau was, for she keeps her birthright, and the pottage she earns is often very scant. In this atmosphere Nancy belonged, and she throve in it, and ate her frugal meals, and schemed over her cheap dresses with a determined and contented mind. She already knew woman, and she was studying man, the animal, both as to his habits and eligibility. Some day she would bring down the game that she wanted, but she promised herself it would be what seemed to her the biggest and the best, and nothing smaller. Thus she kept her lamp trimmed and burning to receive the bridegroom when he should come. But another lesson she learned, perhaps unconsciously. Her standard of values began to shift and change. Sometimes the dollar mark grew blurred in her mind's eye, and shaped itself into letters that spelled such words as truth and honor, and now and then just kindness. Let us make a likeness of one who hunts the moose or elk in some mighty wood. He sees a little dell, mossy and embowered, where a rill trickles, babbling to him of rest and comfort. At these times the spear of Nimrod himself grows blunt. So Nancy wondered sometimes if Persian lamb was always quoted at its market value by the hearts that it covered. One Thursday evening Nancy left the store and turned across Sixth Avenue westward to the laundry. She was expected to go with Lou and Dan to a musical comedy. Dan was just coming out of the laundry when she arrived. There was a queer, strained look on his face. "I thought I would drop around to see if they had heard from her," he said. "Heard from who?" asked Nancy. "Isn't Lou there?" "I thought you knew," said Dan. "She hasn't been here or at the house where she lived since Monday. She moved all her things from there. She told one of the girls in the laundry she might be going to Europe." "Hasn't anybody seen her anywhere?" asked Nancy. Dan looked at her with his jaws set grimly, and a steely gleam in his steady gray eyes. "They told me in the laundry," he said harshly, "that they saw her pass yesterday in an automobile with one of the millionaires. I suppose that you and Lou were forever busying your brains about." For the first time Nancy quailed before a man. She laid her hand, that trembled slightly, on Dan's sleeve. "You've no right to say such a thing to me, Dan, as if I had anything to do with it." "I didn't mean it that way," said Dan, softening. He fumbled in his vest pocket. "I've got the tickets for the show to night," he said, with a gallant show of lightness. "If you—" Nancy admired pluck whenever she saw it. "I'll go with you, Dan," she said. 3 months went by before Nancy saw Lou again. At twilight one evening the shop girl was hurrying home along the border of a little quiet park. She heard her name called, and wheeled about in time to catch Lou rushing into her arms. After the first embrace they drew their heads back as serpents do, ready to attack or to charm, with 1,000 questions trembling on their swift tongues. And then Nancy noticed that prosperity had descended upon Lou, manifesting itself in costly furs, flashing gems, and creations of the tailor's art. "You little fool!" cried Lou loudly and affectionately. "I see you are still working in that store, and as shabby as ever. And how about that big catch you were going to make? Nothing doing yet, I suppose?" And then Lou looked and saw that something better than prosperity had descended upon Nancy, something that shone brighter than gems in her eyes, and redder than a rose in her cheeks, and that danced like electricity anxious to be loosed from the tip of her tongue. "Yes, I'm still in the store," said Nancy, "but I'm going to leave it next week. I've made my catch. The biggest catch in the world. You won't mind now, Lou, will you? I'm going to be married to Dan. To Dan. He's my Dan now. Why, Lou?" Around the corner of the park strolled one of those new cropped, smooth-faced young policemen that are making the force more endurable, at least to the eye. He saw a woman with an expensive fur coat and diamond-ringed hands crouching down against the iron fence of the park, sobbing turbulently, while a slender, plainly dressed working girl leaned close, trying to console her. But the Gibsonian cop, being of the new order, passed on, pretending not to notice, for he was wise enough to know that these matters are beyond help so far as the power he represents is concerned, though he rapped the pavement with his nightstick till the sound goes up to the furthermost stars. End of The Trimmed Lamp by O. Henry. Read by Lars Rolander.
The Golden Honeymoon by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Mother says that when I start talking, I never know when to stop. But I tell her the only time I get a chance is when she ain't around, so I have to make the most of it. I guess the fact is neither one of us would be welcome in a Quaker meeting. But as I tell Mother, what did God give us tongues for if he didn't want we should use them? Only she says he didn't give them to us to say the same thing over and over again, like I do, and repeat myself. But I say, well, Mother, I say, when people is like you and I been married 50 years, do you expect everything I say will be something you ain't heard me say before? But it may be new to others, as they ain't nobody else lived with me as long as you have. So she says, you can bet they ain't, as they couldn't nobody else stand you that long. Well, I tell her, you look pretty healthy. Maybe I do, she will say, but I looked even healthier before I married you. You can't get ahead of Mother. Yes, sir, we was married just 50 years ago, the 17th day of last December, and my daughter and son-in-law was over from Trenton to help us celebrate the golden wedding. My son-in-law is John H. Kramer, the real estate man. He made $12,000 one year and is pretty well thought of around Trenton. A good, steady, hard worker. The Rotarians was after him a long time to join, but he kept telling him his home was his club. But Edie finally made him join. That's my daughter. Anyway, they come over to help us celebrate the golden wedding, and it was pretty crimpy weather, and the furnace don't seem to heat up no more like it used to, and Mother made the remark that she hoped this winter wouldn't be as cold as the last, referring to the winter previous. So Edie said if she was us and nothing to keep us home, she certainly wouldn't spend no more winters up here, and why didn't we just shut off the water and close up the house and go down to Tampa, Florida? You know, we was there just 4 winters ago and stayed 5 weeks, but it cost us over $350 for hotel bill alone. So Mother said we wasn't going no place to be robbed. So my son-in-law spoke up and said that Tampa wasn't the only place in the South, and besides, we didn't have to stop at no high-price hotel, but could rent us a couple of rooms and board out somewheres. And he had heard that St. Petersburg, Florida, was the spot, and if we said the word, he would write down there and make inquiries. Well, to make a long story short, we decided to do it, and Edie said it would be our golden honeymoon, and for a present my son-in-law paid the difference between a section and a compartment so as we could have a compartment and have more privacy. In a compartment you have an upper and lower berth just like the regular sleeper, but it is a shut-in room by itself and got a washbowl. The car we went in was all compartments and no regular berths at all. It was all compartments. We went to Trenton the night before and stayed at my daughter and son-in-law, and we left Trenton the next afternoon at 3:23 p.m. This was the 12th day of January. Mother sat facing the front of the train, as it makes her giddy to ride backwards. I sat facing her, which does not affect me. We reached North Philadelphia at 4:03 p.m., and we reached West Philadelphia at 4:14, but did not go into Broad Street. We reached Baltimore at 6:30 and Washington, D.C. at 7:25. Our train laid over in Washington 2 hours till another train come along to pick us up, and I got out and strolled up the platform and into the Union Station. When I come back, our car had been switched onto another track, but I remembered the name of it, the La Belle, as I had once visited my aunt out in Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, where there was a lake of that name, so I had no difficulty in getting located. But Mother had nearly fretted herself sick for fear I would be left. Well, I said, I would have followed you on the next train. You could have, said Mother, and she pointed out that she had the money. Well, I said, we are in Washington, and I could have borrowed from the United States Treasury. I would have pretended I was an Englishman. Mother caught the point and laughed heartily. Our train pulled out of Washington at 9:40 p.m., and Mother and I turned in early, I taking the upper. During the night we passed through the green fields of old Virginia, though it was too dark to tell if they was green or what color. When we got up in the morning it was at Fayetteville, North Carolina. We had breakfast in the dining car, and after breakfast I got in conversation with the man in the next compartment to ours. He was from Lebanon, New Hampshire, and a man about 80 years of age. His wife was with him and two unmarried daughters, and I made the remark that I should think the four of them would be crowded in one compartment, but he said they had made the special trip every winter for 15 years and knowed how to keep out of each other's way. He said they was bound for Tarpon Springs. We reached Charleston, South Carolina at 12:50 p.m. and arrived at Savannah, Georgia at 4:20. We reached Jacksonville, Florida at 8:45 p.m. and had an hour and a quarter to lay over there, but Mother made a fuss about me getting off the train, so we had the darky make up our berths and retired before we left Jacksonville. I didn't sleep good as the train done a lot of hemming and hawing, and Mother never sleeps good on a train, as she says she is always worrying that I will fall out. She says she would rather have the upper herself, as then she would not have to worry about me. But I tell her I can't take the risk of having it get out that I allowed my wife to sleep in an upper berth. It would make talk. We was up in the morning in time to see our friends from New Hampshire get off at Tarpon Springs, which we reached at 6:53 a.m. Some of our fellow passengers got off at Clearwater and some at Bel Air, where the train backs right up to the door of the Mammoth Hotel. Bel Air is the winter headquarters for the golf dudes, and everybody that got off there had their bag of sticks, as many as 10 and 12 in a bag, women and all. When I was a young man we called it shinny and only needed one club to play with, and about one game of it would have been a plenty for some of these dudes, the way we played it. The train pulled into St. Petersburg at 8:20, and when we got off the train you would think they was a riot, what with all the darkies barking for the different hotels. I said to Mother, I said, it is a good thing we have got a place picked out to go to and don't have to choose a hotel, as it would be hard to choose amongst them if every one of them is the best. She laughed. We found a jitney, and I give him the address of the room my son-in-law had got for us, and soon we was there and introduced ourselves to the lady that owns the house, a young widow about 48 years of age. She showed us our room, which was light and airy, with a comfortable bed and bureau and washstand. It was $12 a week, but the location was good, only 3 blocks from Williams Park. St. Pete is what folks calls the town, though they also call it the Sunshine City, as they claim they's no other place in the country where they's fewer days when Old Sol don't smile down on Mother Earth, and one of the newspapers gives away all their copies free every day when the sun don't shine. They claim to have only give them away some 60-odd times in the last 11 years. Another nickname they have got for the town is the Poor Man's Palm Beach, but I guess they's men that comes there that could borrow as much from the bank as some of the Willie boys over to the other Palm Beach. During our stay we paid a visit to the Lewis Tent City, which is the headquarters for the Tin Can Tourists. But maybe you ain't heard about them. Well, they are an organization that takes their vacation trips by auto and carries everything with them. That is, they bring along their tents to sleep in and cook in, and they don't patronize no hotels or cafeterias, but they have got to be bona fide auto campers or they can't belong to the organization. They tell me there's over 200,000 members to it, and they call themselves the Tin Canners on account of most of their food being put up in tin cans. One couple we seen in the tent city was a couple from Brady, Texas, named Mr. and Mrs. Pence, which the old man is over 80 years of age, and they had come in their auto all the way from home, a distance of 1,641 miles. They took 5 weeks for the trip, Mr. Pence driving the entire distance. The Tin Canners hails from every state in the Union, and in the summer they visit places like New England and the Great Lakes region, but in the winter the most of them comes to Florida and scatters all over the state. While we was down there was a national convention of them at Gainesville, Florida, and they elected a Fredonia, New York man as their president. His title is Royal Tin Can Opener of the World. They have got a song wrote up, which everybody has got to learn it before they are a member. The tin can forever, hurrah boys, hurrah! Up with the tin can, Down with the foe, we will rally round the campfire. We'll rally once again, singing we auto camp forever. That is something like it. And the members has also got to have a tin can fastened onto the front of their machine. I asked Mother how she would like to travel around that way, and she said,
"Fine, but not with an old rattlebrain like you driving."
"Well," I said, "I am 8 years younger than this Mr. Pence who drove here from Texas."
"Yes,"
she said,
"but he is old enough to not be skittish."
You can't get ahead of Mother. Well, one of the first things we done in St. Petersburg was to go to the Chamber of Commerce and register our names and where we was from, as they's great rivalry amongst the different states in regards to the number of their citizens visiting in town, and of course our little state don't stand much of a show, but still every little bit helps, as the fella says. All in all, the man told us they was 11,000 names registered, Ohio leading with some 1,500 odd, and New York State next with 1,200. Then come Michigan, Pennsylvania, and so on down, with one man each from Cuba and Nevada. The first night we was there was a meeting of the New York-New Jersey Society at the Congregational Church, and the man from Ogdensburg, New York State, made the talk. His subject was rainbow chasing. He is a Rotarian and a very convicting speaker, though I forget his name. Our first business, of course, was to find a place to eat, and after trying several places, we run on to a cafeteria on Central Avenue that suited us up and down. We eat pretty near all our meals there, and it averaged about $2 per day for the two of us, but the food was well cooked and everything nice and clean. A man don't mind paying the price if things is clean and well cooked. On the 3rd day of February, which is Mother's birthday, we spread ourselves and eat supper at the Poinsettia Hotel, and they charged us 75 cents for a sirloin steak that wasn't hardly big enough for one. I said to Mother, "Well," I said, "I guess it's a good thing every day ain't your birthday, or we would be in the poorhouse."
"No,"
says Mother,
"because if every day was my birthday, I would be old enough by this time to have been in my grave long ago."
You can't get ahead of Mother. In the hotel they had a card room where they was several men and ladies playing 500 and this newfangled whist bridge. We also seen a place where they was dancing, so I asked Mother would she like to trip the light fantastic toe, and she said no. She was too old to squirm like you have got to do nowadays. We watched some of the young folks at it a while till Mother got disgusted and said we would have to see a good movie to take the taste out of our mouth. Mother is a great movie heroine, and we go twice a week here at home. But I want to tell you about the park. The second day we was there, we visited the park, which is a good deal like the one in Tampa, only bigger, and they's more fun goes on here every day than you could shake a stick at. In the middle, there's a big bandstand and chairs for the folks to sit and listen to the concerts, which they give you music for all tastes, from Dixie up to classical pieces like Hearts and Flowers. Then all around they's places marked off for different sports and games. Chess and checkers and dominoes for folks that enjoys those kinds of games, and roque and horseshoes for the nimbler ones. I used to pitch a pretty fair shoe myself, but ain't done much of it in the last 20 years. Well, anyway, we bought a membership ticket in the club, which costs $1 for the season, and they tell me that up to a couple of years ago it was 50 cents, but they had to raise it to keep out the riffraff. Well, Mother and I put in a great day watching the pitchers, and she wanted I should get in the game, but I told her I was all out of practice and would make a fool of myself, though I seen several men pitching who I guess I could take their measure without no practice. However, they was some good pitchers, too, and one boy from Akron, Ohio, who could certainly throw a pretty shoe. They told me it looked like he would win them championship of the United States in the February tournament. We come away a few days before they held that, and I never did hear if he win. I forget his name, but he was a clean-cut young fella, and he has got a brother in Cleveland that's a Rotarian. Well, we just stood around and watched the different games for 2 or 3 days, and finally I sit down in a checker game with a man named Weir from Danville, Illinois. He was a pretty fair checker player, but he wasn't no match for me, and I hope that don't sound like bragging. But I could always hold my own on a checkerboard, and the folks around here will tell you the same thing. I played with this Weaver pretty near all morning for 2 or 3 mornings, and he beat me one game, and the only other time it looked like he had a chance, the noon whistle blowed and we had to quit and go to dinner. While I was playing checkers, Mother would sit and listen to the band, as she loves music, classical or no matter what kind. But anyway, she was sitting there one day, and between selections the woman next to her opened up a conversation. She was a woman about Mother's own age, 70 or 71, and finally she asked Mother's name, and Mother told her name and where she was from, and Mother asked her the same question. And who do you think the woman was? Well, sir, it was the wife of Frank M. Hartzell, the man who was engaged to Mother till I stepped in and cut him out 52 years ago. Yes, sir. You can imagine Mother's surprise. And Mrs. Hartzell was surprised, too, when Mother told her she had once been friends with her husband, though Mother didn't say how close friends they had been, or that Mother and I was the cause of Hartzell going out west. But that's what we was. Hartzell left his town a month after the engagement was broke off and ain't never been back since. He had went out to Michigan and become a veterinary, and that is where he had settled down, in Hillsdale, Michigan, and finally married his wife. Well, Mother screwed up her courage to ask if Frank was still living, and Mrs. Hartzell took her over to where they was pitching horseshoes, and there was old Frank waiting his turn. And he knowed Mother as soon as he see her, though it was over 50 years. He said he knowed her by her eyes. "Why, it's Lucy Frost," he says, and he throwed down his shoes and quit the game. Then they come over and hunted me up, and I will confess I wouldn't have knowed him. Him and I is the same age to the month, but he seems to show it more some way. He is balder for one thing, and his beard is all white, where mine is still got a streak of brown in it. The very first thing I said to him, I said, "Well, Frank, that beard of yours makes me feel like I was back north. It looks like a regular blizzard." "Well," he said, "I guess yourn would be just as white if you had it dry cleaned." But Mother wouldn't stand that. "Is that so?" she said to Frank. "Well, Chansey ain't had no tobacco in his mouth for over 10 years. And I ain't. Well, I excused myself from the checker game, and it was pretty close to noon, so we decided to all have dinner together, and there was nothing for it only we must try their cafeteria on 3rd Avenue. It was a little more expensive than ours and not near as good, I thought. I and Mother had about the same dinner we had been having every day, and our bill was $1.10. Frank's check was $1.20 for he and his wife. The same meal wouldn't have cost them more than $1 at our place. After dinner we made them come up to our house, and we all set in the parlor, which the young woman had give us the use of to entertain company. We begun talking over old times, and Mother said she was a-scared Mrs. Hartzell would find it tiresome listening to we three talk over old times. But as it turned out, they wasn't much chance for nobody else to talk with Mrs. Hartzell in the company. I have heard lots of women that could go it, but Hartzell's wife takes the cake of all the women I ever seen. She told us the family history of everybody in the state of Michigan, and bragged for a half hour about her son, who she said is in the drug business in Grand Rapids and a Rotarian. When I and Hartzell could get a word in edgewise, we joked one another back and forth, and I chaffed him about being a horse doctor. "Well, Frank," I said, "you look pretty prosperous, so I suppose there's been plenty of glanders around Hillsdale." "Well," he said, "I've managed to make more than a fair living, but I've worked pretty hard." "Yes," I said, "and I suppose you get called out all hours of the night to attend births and so on." Mother made me shut up. Well, I thought they wouldn't never go home, and I and Mother was in misery trying to keep awake, as the both of us generally always takes a nap after dinner. Finally they went, after we had made an engagement to meet them in the park the next morning, and Mrs. Hartzell also invited us to come to their place the next night and play 500. But she had forgot that they was a meeting of the Michigan Society that evening, so it was not till 2 evenings later that we had our first card game. Hartzell and his wife lived in a house on 3rd Avenue North and had a private setting room besides their bedroom. Mrs. Hartzell couldn't quit talking about their private setting room like it was something wonderful. We played cards with them, with Mother and Hartzell partners against his wife and I. Mrs. Hartzell is a miserable card player, and we certainly got the worst of it. After the game she brought out a dish of oranges, and we had to pretend it was just what we wanted, though oranges down there is like a young man's whiskers. You enjoyed them at first, but they get to be a pesky nuisance. We played cards again the next night at our place with the same partners, and I and Mrs. Hartzell was beat again. Mother and Hartzell was full of compliments for each other on what a good team they made, but the both of them knowed well enough where the secret of their success laid. I guess all in all we must have played 10 different evenings, and there was only one night when Mrs. Hartzell and I come out ahead, and that one night wasn't no fault of hern. When we had been down there about 2 weeks, we spent one evening as their guest in the Congregational Church at a social give by the Michigan Society. A talk was made by a man named Bidding of Detroit, Michigan, on how I was cured of storytelling. He is a big man in the Rotarians and give a witty talk. A woman named Mrs. Oxford rendered some selections which Mrs. Hartzell said was grand opera music, but whatever they was my daughter Edie could have give her cards and spades and not made such a hullabaloo about it neither. Then they was a ventriloquist from Grand Rapids and a young woman about 45 years of age that mimicked different kinds of birds. I whispered to Mother that they all sounded like a chicken, but she nudged me to shut up. After the show we stopped in a drugstore and I set up the refreshments, and it was pretty close to 10 o'clock before we finally turned in. Mother and I would have preferred tending the movies, but Mother said we mustn't offend Mrs. Hartzell, though I asked her had we come to Florida to enjoy ourselves or to just not offend an old chatterbox from Michigan. I felt sorry for Hartzell one morning. The women folks both had an engagement down to the chiropodists, and I run across Hartzell in the park, and he foolishly offered to play me checkers. It was him that suggested it, not me, and I guess he repented himself before we had played one game. But he was too stubborn to give up, and set there while I beat him game after game, and the worst part of it was that the crowd of folks had got in the habit of watching me play, and there they all was, hooking on, and finally they seen what a fool Frank was making of himself, and they began to chaff him and pass remarks. Like one of them said, "Whoever told you you was a checker player?" And, "You might be good for tiddlywinks, but not checkers." I almost felt like letting him beat me a couple of times, but the crowd would have knowed it was a put-up job. Well, the women folks joined us in the park, and I wasn't going to mention our little game, but Hartzell told about it himself and admitted he wasn't no match for me. "Well," said Mrs. Hartzell, "checkers ain't much of a game, anyway, is it?" She said, "It's more of a children's game, ain't it? At least, I know my boys' children used to play it a good deal." "Yes, ma'am," I said. "It's a children's game the way your husband plays it, too." Mother wanted to smooth things over, so she said,
"Maybe there's other games where Frank can beat you."
"Yes,"
said Mrs. Hartzell,
"and I bet he could beat you pitching horseshoes."
Well, I said I would give him a chance to try, only I ain't pitched a shoe in over 16 years.
"Well,"
said Hartzell,
"I ain't played checkers in 20 years.
"You ain't never played it," I said.
"Anyway,"
says Frank,
"Lucy and I is your master at 500.
Well, I could have told him why that was, but had decency enough to hold my tongue. It had got so now that he wanted to play cards every night, and when I or Mother wanted to go to a movie, any one of us would have to pretend we had a headache and then trust to goodness that they wouldn't see us sneak into the theater. I don't mind playing cards when my partner keeps their mind on the game, but you take a woman like Hartzell's wife, And how can they play cards when they have got to stop every couple of seconds and brag about their son in Grand Rapids? Well, the New York, New Jersey Society announced that they was going to give a social evening too, and I said to Mother, well, that is one evening when we will have an excuse not to play 500.
Yes, she said, but we will have to ask Frank and his wife to go to the social with us, as they asked us to go to the Michigan social.
Well, I said, I had rather stay home than drag that chatterbox everywhere as we go. So Mother said,
You are getting too cranky. Maybe she does talk a little too much, but she is good-hearted. And Frank is always good company.
So I said, I suppose if he is such good company, you wished you had have married him. Mother laughed and said I sounded like I was jealous. Jealous of a cow doctor. Anyway, we had to drag them along to the social, and I will say that we give them a much better entertainment than they had given us. Judge Lane of Paterson made a fine talk on business conditions, and the Mrs. Newell of Westfield imitated birds, only you could really tell what they was the way she done it. Two young women from Red Bank sung a choral selection, and we clapped them back, and they gave us Home to Our Mountains. And Mother and Mrs. Hartzell both had tears in their eyes, and Hartzell too. Well, some way or another, the chairman got wind that I was there, and asked me to make a talk, and I wasn't even going to get up. But Mother made me, so I got up and said, Ladies and gentlemen, I said, I didn't expect to be called on for a speech on an occasion like this, or no other occasion, as I do not set myself up as a speechmaker, so will have to do the best I can, which I often say is the best anybody can do. Then I told them the story about patting the motorcycle, using the brogue, and it seemed to tickle them. And I told them one or two other stories. But together I wasn't on my feet more than 20 or 25 minutes, and you ought to have heard the clapping and hollering when I sat down. Even Mrs. Hartzell admitted that I am quite a speechifier, and said if I ever went to Grand Rapids, Michigan, her son would make me talk to the Rotarians. When it was over, Hartzell wanted we should go to their house and play cards, but his wife reminded him that it was after 9:30 p.m., rather a late hour to start a card game. But he had went crazy on the subject of cards, probably because he didn't have to play partners with his wife. Anyway, we got rid of them and went home to bed. It was the next morning, when we met over to the park, that Mrs. Hartzell made the remark that she wasn't getting no exercise, so I suggested that why didn't she take part in the roque game. She said she had not played a game of roque in 20 years, but if Mother would play, she would play. Well, at first Mother wouldn't hear of it, but finally consented, more to please Mrs. Hartzell than anything else. Well, they had a game with a Mrs. Ryan from Eagle, Nebraska, and a young Mrs. Morse from Rutland, Vermont, who Mother had met down to the chiropodists. Well, Mother couldn't hit a flea, and they all laughed at her, and I couldn't help from laughing at her myself, and finally she quit and said her back was too lame to stoop over. So they got another lady and kept on playing, and soon Mrs. Hartzell was the one everybody was laughing at, as she had a long shot to hit the black ball, and as she made the effort her teeth fell out on the cord. I never seen a woman so flustered in my life. And I never heard so much laughing, only Mrs. Hartzell didn't join in, and she was madder than a hornet and wouldn't play no more, so the game broke up. Mrs. Hartzell went home without speaking to nobody, but Hartzell stayed around, and finally he said to me, Well, I played you checkers the other day, and you beat me bad. And now what do you say if you and me play a game of horseshoes? I told him I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years, but Mother said, Go ahead and play. You used to be good at it, and maybe it will come back to you. Well, to make a long story short, I give in. I oughtn't to have never tried it, as I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years, and I only done it to humor Hartzell. Before we started, Mother patted me on the back and told me to do my best. So we started in, and I seen right off that I was in for it, as I hadn't pitched a shoe in 16 years and didn't have my distance. And besides, the plating had worn off the shoes so that they was points right where they stuck into my thumb. And I hadn't throwed more than 2 or 3 times when my thumb was raw, and it pretty near killed me to hang on to the shoe, let alone pitch it. Well, Hartzell throws the awkwardest shoe I ever seen pitched, and to see him pitch you wouldn't think he would ever come nowhere near. But he is also the luckiest pitcher I ever seen, and he made some pitches where the shoe lit 5 and 6 feet short and then schoonered up and was a ringer. They's no use trying to beat that kind of luck. They was a pretty fair-sized crowd watching us, and 4 or 5 other ladies besides Mother, and it seems like when Hartzell pitches he has got to chew, and it kept the ladies on the anxious seat, as he don't seem to care which way he is facing when he leaves go. You would think a man as old as him would have learnt more manners. Well, to make a long story short, I was just beginning to get my distance when I had to give up on account of my thumb, which I showed it to Hartzell, and he could see I couldn't go on, as it was raw and bleeding. Even if I could have stood it to go on myself, Mother wouldn't have allowed it after she seen my thumb. So anyway, I quit, and Hartzell said the score was 19-6, but I don't know what it was, or don't care neither. Well, Mother and I went home, and I said I hoped we was through with the Hartzells, as I was sick and tired of them. But it seemed like she had promised we would go over to their house that evening for another game of their everlasting cards. Well, my thumb was giving me considerable pain, and I felt kind of out of sorts, and I guess maybe I forgot myself. But anyway, when we was about through playing, Hartzell made the remark that he wouldn't never lose a game of cards if he could always have Mother for a partner. So I said, well, you had a chance 50 years ago to always have her for a partner, but you wasn't man enough to keep her. I was sorry the minute I had said it, and Hartzell didn't know what to say, and for once his wife couldn't say nothing. Mother tried to smooth things over by making the remark that I must have had something stronger than tea or I wouldn't talk so silly. But Mrs. Hartzell had froze up like an iceberg and hardly said good night to us, and I bet her and Frank put in a pleasant hour after we was gone. As we was leaving, Mother said to him,
"Never mind Charlie's nonsense, Frank. He is just mad because you beat him all hollow pitching horseshoes and playing cards."
She said that to make up for my slip, but at the same time she certainly riled me. I tried to keep a hold of myself, but as soon as we was out of the house she had to open up the subject, and began to scold me for the break I had made. Well, I wasn't in no mood to be scolded, so I said, "I guess he is such a wonderful pitcher and card player that you wished you had married him."
"Well,"
she said,
"at least he ain't a baby to give up pitching because his thumb has got a few scratches."
"And how about you," I said, "making a fool of yourself on the roque court, and then pretending that your back is lame and you can't play no more?"
"Yes,"
she said,
"but when you hurt your thumb I didn't laugh at you. And why did you laugh at me when I sprained my back?"
"Who could help from laughing?" I said.
"Well,"
she said,
"Frank Hartzell didn't laugh."
"Well," I said, "why didn't you marry him?"
"Well,"
said Mother,
"I almost wished I had."
"And I wish so too," I said.
"I'll remember that,"
said Mother, and that's the last word she said to me for 2 days. We seen the Hartzells the next day in the park, and I was willing to apologize, but they just nodded to us. And a couple days later we heard they had left for Orlando, where they have got relatives. I wish they had went there in the first place. Mother and I made it up sitting on a bench.
"Listen, Charlie," she said, "this is our golden honeymoon, and we don't want the whole thing spoilt with a silly old quarrel."
"Well," I said, "did you mean that about wishing you had married Hartzell?"
"Of course not,"
she said.
"That is, if you didn't mean that you wished I had, too."
So I said, "I was just tired and all wrought up. I thank God you chose me instead of him, as there's no other woman in the world who I could have lived with all these years."
How about Mrs. Hartzell?
says Mother. Good gracious, I said. Imagine being married to a woman that plays 500 like she does and drops her teeth on the roque court.
Well,
said Mother,
it wouldn't be no worse than being married to a man that expectorates towards ladies and is such a fool in a checker game.
So I put my arm around her shoulder, and she stroked my hand, and I guess we got kind of spoony. They was 2 days left of our stay in St. Petersburg, and the next to the last day Mother introduced me to a Mrs. Kendall from Kingston, Rhode Island, who she had met at the chiropodist's. Mrs. Kendall made us acquainted with her husband, who is in the grocery business. They've got 2 sons and 5 grandchildren and 1 great-grandchild. One of their sons lives in Providence and is way up in the Elks, as well as a Rotarian. We found them very congenial people, and we played cards with them the last 2 nights we was there. They was both experts, and I only wished we had met them sooner instead of running into the Hartzels. But the Kendalls will be there again next winter, and we will see more of them. That is, if we decide to make the trip again. We left the Sunshine City on the 11th day of February at 11 a.m. This give us a day trip through Florida, and we seen all the country we had passed through at night on the way down. We reached Jacksonville at 7 p.m. and pulled out of there at 8:10 p.m. We reached Fayetteville, North Carolina at 9 o'clock the following morning and reached Washington, D.C. at 6:30 p.m., laying over there half an hour. We reached Trenton at 11:01 p.m. and had wired ahead to my daughter and son-in-law, and they had met us at the train, and we went to their house, and they put us up for the night. John would have made us stay up all night telling about our trip, but Edie said we must be tired and made us go to bed. That's my daughter. The next day we took our train for home and arrived safe and sound, having been gone just 1 month and a day. Here comes Mother, so I guess I better shut up. End of The Golden Honeymoon, read by Rick Rodstrom.
The Lighthouse Keeper of Aspinwall by Henryk Sienkiewicz. Translated by Jeremiah Curtin. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Piotr Natter. Chapter 1. On a time it happened that the lighthouse keeper in Aspinwall, not far from Panama, disappeared without a trace. Since he disappeared during a storm, it was supposed that the ill-fated man went to the very edge of the small rocky island on which the lighthouse is situated, and was swept out by a wave. This supposition seemed the more likely as his boat was not found in its rocky niche the next day. The position of lighthouse keeper had become vacant. It was necessary to fill this position at the earliest, since the lighthouse had no small significance for the local movement as well as for vessels going from New York to Panama. Mosquito Bay abounds in banks and sandbars. Among these navigation even in the daytime is difficult, but at night, especially with the fogs, which are so frequent on those waters warmed by the sun of the tropics, it is almost impossible. The only guide at that time for the numerous vessels is the lighthouse. The task of finding a new keeper fell to the United States consul in Panama, and this task was no small one. First, because it was absolutely necessary to find the man within 12 hours. Second, the man must be unusually conscientious. It was not possible, of course, to take the first comer at random. Finally, there was an utter lack of candidates. Life on a tower is uncommonly difficult, and by no means enticing to people of the South, who love idleness and the freedom of a vagrant life. That lighthouse keeper is almost a prisoner. He cannot leave his rocky island except on Sundays. A boat from Aspinwall brings him provisions and water once a day, and returns immediately. On the whole island, 1 acre in area, there is no inhabitant. The keeper lives in the lighthouse. He keeps it in order. During the day he gives signals by displaying flags of various colors to indicate changes of the barometer. In the evening he lights the lantern. This would be no great labor, were it not that to reach the lantern at the top of the tower he must pass over more than 400 steep and very high steps. Sometimes he must make this journey repeatedly during the day. In general, it is the life of a monk, and indeed more than that, the life of a hermit. It was not wonderful, therefore, that Mr. Isaac Falconbridge was in no small anxiety as to where he should find a permanent successor to the recent keeper, and it is easy to understand his joy when a successor announced himself most unexpectedly on that very day. He was a man already old, 70 years or more, but fresh, erect, and with the movements and bearing of a soldier. His hair was perfectly white, his face as dark as that of a Creole, but judging from his blue eyes, he did not belong to a southern people. His face was somewhat downcast and sad, but honest. At the first glance he pleased Falconbridge. It remained only to examine him. Therefore the following conversation began. "Where are you from?" "I'm a Pole." "Where have you worked up to this time?" "In one place and another." "A lighthouse keeper should like to stay in one place." "I need rest." "Have you served?" "Have you testimonials of honorable government service?" The old man drew from his bosom a piece of faded silk resembling a strip of an old flag, unwound it, and said, "Here are the testimonials. I received this cross in 1830. This second one is Spanish from the Carlist War. The third is the French Legion. The fourth I received in Hungary. Afterward I fought in the States against the South. There they do not give crosses." Falconbridge took the paper and began to read. Skavinsky, is that your name? 2 flags captured in a bayonet attack. You were a gallant soldier." "I'm able to be a conscientious lighthouse keeper." "It is necessary to ascend the tower a number of times daily. Have you sound legs?" "I crossed the plains on foot." The immense prairies between the East and California are called the plains. "Do you know sea service?" "I served 3 years on a whaler." "You have tried various occupations." "The only one I have not known is quiet." "Why is that?" The old man shrugged his shoulders. "Such is my fate." "Still you seem to me too old for a lighthouse keeper." "Sir," exclaimed the candidate suddenly, in a voice of emotion, "I am greatly wearied, knocked about. I have passed through much, as you see. This place is one of those which I have wished for most ardently. I am old. I need rest. I need to say to myself, 'Here you will remain. This is your port.' Ah, sir, this depends now on you alone. Another time perhaps such a place will not offer itself. What luck that I was in Panama. I entreat you, as God is dear to me, I am like a ship which if it misses the harbor will be lost. If you wish to make an old man happy, I swear to you that I am honest, but I have enough of this wandering." The blue eyes of the old man expressed such earnest entreaty that Falconbridge, who had a good, simple heart, was touched. "Well," said he, "I take you. You're lighthouse keeper." The old man's face gleamed with inexpressible joy. "I thank you." "Can you go to the tower today?" "I can." "Then good bye. Another word. For any failure in service you will be dismissed." "All right." That same evening, when the sun had descended on the other side of the isthmus, and a day of sunshine was followed by a night without twilight, the new keeper was in his place evidently, for the lighthouse was casting its bright rays on the water as usual. The night was perfectly calm, silent, genuinely tropical, filled with a transparent haze, forming around the moon a great colored rainbow with soft unbroken edges. The sea was moving only because the tide raised it. Skavinsky on the balcony seemed from below like a small black point. He tried to collect his thoughts and take in his new position, but his mind was too much under pressure to move with regularity. He felt somewhat as a hunted beast feels when at last it has found refuge from pursuit on some inaccessible rock or in a cave. An hour of quiet had come to him finally. The feeling of safety filled his soul with a certain unspeakable bliss. Now, on that rock, he can simply laugh at his previous wanderings, his misfortunes and failures. He was in truth like a ship whose masts, ropes, and sails had been broken and rent by a tempest, and cast from the clouds to the bottom of the sea; a ship on which the tempest had hurled waves and spat foam, but which had still wound its way to the harbor. The pictures of that storm passed through his mind quickly as he compared it with the calm future now beginning. A part of his wonderful adventures he had related to Falconbridge. He had not mentioned, however, thousands of other incidents. It had been his misfortune that as often as he pitched his tent and fixed his fireplace to settle down permanently, some wind tore out his tent stakes, whirled away the fire, and bore him on towards destruction. Looking now from the balcony of the tower at the illuminated waves, he remembered everything through which he had passed. He had campaigned in the 4 parts of the world, and in wandering had tried almost every occupation. Labor loving and honest, he had earned money more than once, but had always lost it in spite of every provision and the utmost caution. He had been a gold miner in Australia, a diamond digger in Africa, a rifleman in public service in the East Indies. He had established a ranch in California. The drought ruined him. He had tried trading with wild tribes in the interior of Brazil. His raft was wrecked on the Amazon. He himself alone, weaponless and nearly naked, wandered in the forest for many weeks, living on wild fruits, exposed every moment to death from the jaws of wild beasts. He established a forge in Helena, Arkansas, and that was burned in a great fire which consumed the whole town. Next he fell into the hands of Indians in the Rocky Mountains, and only through a miracle he was saved by Canadian trappers. Then he served as a sailor on a vessel running between Bahia and Bordeaux, and as a harpooner on a whaling ship. Both vessels were wrecked. He had a cigar factory in Havana, and was robbed by his partner while he himself was lying sick with the vomito. At last he came to Aspinwall, and there was to be the end of his failures. For what could reach him now on that rocky island? Neither water, nor fire, nor men. But from men Skavinsky had not suffered much. He had met good men oftener than bad ones. But it seemed to him that all the 4 elements were persecuting him. Those who knew him said that he had no luck, and with that they explained everything. He himself became somewhat of a monomaniac. He believed that some mighty and vengeful hand was pursuing him everywhere, on all lands and waters. He did not like, however, to speak of this. Only at times, when some one asked him whose hand that could be, he pointed mysteriously to the polar star and said, "It comes from that place." In reality, his failures were so continuous that they were wonderful, and might easily drive a nail into the head, especially of the man who had experienced them. But Skavinsky had the patience of an Indian, and that great calm power of resistance which comes from truth of heart. He had received once in Hungary a number of bayonet thrusts, because he would not grasp at a stirrup which was shown as means of salvation to him, and implore quarter. In like manner he did not bend to misfortune. He crept up against the mountain as industriously as an ant. Pushed down 100 times, he began his journey calmly for the 101st time. He was in his way a most peculiar original. This old soldier, tempered God knows in how many fires, hardened in suffering, hammered and forged, had the heart of a child. In time of the epidemic in Cuba, the vomito attacked him because he had given to the sick all his quinine, of which he had a considerable supply, and left not a grain to himself. There had been in him also this wonderful quality, that after so many disappointments he was ever full of confidence, and did not lose hope that all would be well yet. In winter he grew lively, and foretold great events. He waited for these events with impatience, and lived through whole summers with the thought of them. But the winters passed one after another, and Skavinsky lived only to this, that they whitened his head. At last he grew old, began to lose his energy, his endurance was becoming more and more like resignation. His former calmness was tending towards supersensitiveness, and that tempered soldier was degenerating into a man ready to shed tears for any cause. Besides this, from time to time he was weighted down by a terrible homesickness which was roused by any circumstance: the sight of swallows, grey birds like sparrows, snow on the mountains, or melancholy music like that heard on a time. Finally there was one idea which mastered him, the idea of rest. It mastered the old man thoroughly, and swallowed all other hopes and desires. This ceaseless wanderer could not imagine anything more to be longed for, anything more precious than a quiet corner in which to rest and wait for the end in silence. Perhaps, specially because some whim of fate had so harried him over all seas and lands that he could hardly catch breath, did he imagine that the highest human happiness was simply not to wonder. It is true that such modest happiness was due to him, but he was so accustomed to disappointments that he thought of rest as people in general think of a thing which surpasses attainment. He dared not hope for it. Meanwhile, unexpectedly, in the course of 12 hours, he had gained a position which was as if chosen for him out of all in the world. We are not to wonder, then, that when he lighted his lantern in the evening he was as if dazed, that he asked himself if that was reality, and dared not answer that it was. But at the same time reality convinced him with incontrovertible proofs. Hence hours, one after another, passed while he was on the balcony. He gazed and convinced himself. It might seem that he was looking at a sea for the first time in his life. The lens of the lantern cast into the darkness an enormous triangle of light, beyond which the eye of the old man was lost in the black distance completely, in a distance mysterious and awful. But that distance seemed to run towards the light. The long waves following one another rolled out of the darkness and went bellowing toward the base of the island. And then their foaming backs were visible, shining rose-colored in the light of the lantern. The incoming tide swelled more and more, and covered the sandy bars. The mysterious speech of the ocean came with a fullness more powerful and louder, at one time like the thunder of cannon, at another like the roar of great forests, at another like the distant dull sound of the voices of people. At moments it was quiet. Then to the ears of the old man came with great sigh, then a kind of sobbing, and again threatening outbursts. At last the wind bore away the haze, and brought black, broken clouds, which hid the moon. From the west it began to blow more and more. The waves sprang with rage against the rock of the lighthouse, licking with foam the foundation walls. In the distance a storm was beginning to bellow. On the dark, disturbed expanse certain green lanterns gleamed from the masts of ships. These green points rose high and then sank. Now they swayed to the right, and now to the left. Skavinsky descended to his room. The storm began to howl. Outside people on those ships were struggling with night, with darkness, with waves, but inside the tower it was still and calm. Even the sounds of the storm hardly came through the thick walls, and only the measured tick-tack of the clock lulled the wearied old man to his slumber. Chapter 2. Hours, days, and weeks passed. Sailors assert that at times, when the sea is greatly roused, something from out the midst of night and darkness calls them by name. If the infinity of the sea may call out thus, perhaps when a man is growing old, calls come to him too from another infinity still darker and more deeply mysterious. And the more he is wearied by life, the dearer become those calls to him. But to hear them, quiet is needed. Besides, old age loves to seclude itself as if with a foreknowledge of the grave. The lighthouse had become for Skavinsky such a half-grave. Nothing is more monotonous than life on a beacon tower. If young people consent to take up this service, they leave it soon after. Lighthouse keepers are generally men not young, gloomy, and confined to themselves. If by chance one of them leaves his lighthouse and goes among men, he walks in the midst of them like a person roused from deep slumber. On the tower there is a lack of minute impressions which in ordinary life teach men to adapt themselves to everything. All that a lighthouse keeper comes in contact with is gigantic, and devoid of forms sharply outlined. The sky is one whole, the water another, and between those two infinites the soul of man is in loneliness. That is a life in which thought is continual meditation, and out of that meditation nothing rouses the keeper, not even his work. Day is like day, as two beads in a rosary, unless changes of weather form the only variety. But Skavinsky felt more happiness than ever in his life before. He rose with the dawn, took his breakfast, polished the lens, and then, sitting on the balcony, gazed into the distance of the water, and his eyes were never sated with the pictures which he saw before him. On the enormous turquoise ground of the ocean were to be seen generally flocks of swollen sails gleaming in the rays of the sun with such brightness that the eyes blinked before the excess of light. Sometimes ships, favored by the so-called trade winds, went in an extended line one after another, like a chain of sea mews or albatrosses. The red casks indicating the channel swayed on the light wave with gentle movement. Among the sails appeared every afternoon gigantic greyish feather-light plumes of smoke. That was a steamer from New York which brought passengers and goods to Aspinwall, drawing behind it a frothy puff of foam. On the other side of the balcony Skavinsky saw as if on his palm Aspinwall and its bushy harbour, and in it a forest of masts, boats, and craft. A little farther white houses and the steeples of the town. From the height of his tower the small houses were like the masts of sea mews, the boats were like beetles, and the people moved around like small points on the white stone boulevard. From early morning a light eastern breeze brought a confused hum of human life, above which predominated the whistle of steamers. In the afternoon 6 o'clock came. The movement in the harbour began to cease. The mews hid themselves in the rents of the cliffs. The waves grew feeble and became in some sort lazy, and then on the land, on the sea, and on the tower came a time of stillness unbroken by anything. The yellow sands from which the waves had fallen back glittered like golden spots on the expanse of waters. The body of the tower was outlined definitely in blue. Floods of sunbeams were poured from the sky on the water and the sands and the cliff. At that time a certain lassitude full of sweetness seized the old man. He felt that the rest which he was enjoying was excellent, and when he thought that it would be continuous, nothing was lacking him. Skavinsky was intoxicated with his own happiness, and since a man adapts himself easily to improved conditions, he gained faith and confidence gradually. For he thought that if men built houses for invalids, why should not God gather up at last his own invalid? Time passed and confirmed him in this conviction. The old man grew accustomed to his tower, to the lantern, to the rock, to the sandbars, to solitude. He grew accustomed also to the sea mews, which hatched in the crevices of the rock, and in the evening held meetings on the roof of the lighthouse. Skavinsky threw to them generally the remnants of his food, and soon they grew tame, and afterward, when he fed them, a real storm of white wings encircled him, and the old man went among the birds like a shepherd among sheep. When the tide ebbed, he went to the low sandbanks, on which he collected savoury periwinkles and beautiful pearl shells of the Nautilus, which receding waves had left on the sand. In the night, by the moonlight and the tower, he went to catch fish, which frequented the windings of the cliffs in myriads. At last he was in love with his rocks and his treeless little island, grown over only with small thick plants exuding sticky resin. The distant views repaid him for the poverty of the island, however. During afternoon hours, when the air became very clear, he could see the whole isthmus covered with the richest vegetation. It seemed to Skavinsky at such times that he saw one gigantic garden, bunches of cocoa and enormous musa, combined as it were in luxurious tufted bouquets, right there behind the houses of Aspinwall. Further on, between Aspinwall and Panama, over which every morning and evening hung a reddish haze of exhalation, a real tropical forest with its feet in stagnant water, interlaced with lianas and filled with the sound of one sea of gigantic orchids, palm milk trees, iron trees, gum trees. Through his field glass the old man could see not only trees and the broad leaves of bananas, but even legions of monkeys and great marabouts and flock of parrots rising at times like a rainbow cloud over the forest. Skavinsky knew such forests well, for after being wrecked on the Amazon he had wandered whole weeks among similar arches and thickets. He had seen how many dangers and deaths lie concealed under those marvellous and smiling exteriors. During the nights which he had spent in them he heard close at hand the sepulchral voices of howling monkeys and the roaring of the jaguars. He saw gigantic serpents coiled like lianas on trees. He knew those slumbering forest lakes, full of torpedo fish and swarming with crocodiles. He knew under what a yoke man lives in those unexplored wildernesses in which are single leaves tenfold greater in size than a man, wildernesses swarming with blood-drinking mosquitoes, tree leeches, and immense poisonous spiders. He had experienced that forest life himself, had witnessed it, had passed through it, therefore it gave him the greatest enjoyment to look from his height and gaze on those meadows, admire their beauty, and be guarded from their treachery. His tower preserved him from every evil. He left it only for a few hours on Sunday. He put on then his blue keeper's coat with silver buttons, and hung his crosses on his breast. His milk-white head was raised with a certain pride when he heard at the door, while entering the church, the Creoles saying among themselves, "We have an honorable lighthouse keeper, and not a heretic, though he is a Yankee." But he returned straightway after mass to his island, and returned happy, for still he distrusted the mainland. On Sunday also he read the Spanish newspaper, which he bought in the town, or the New York Herald, which he borrowed from Falconbridge, and he sought in it European news eagerly. The poor old heart on this lighthouse tower and in another hemisphere was beating yet for its birthplace. At times, too, when the boat brought his daily supplies and water to the island, he went down from the tower to talk with Johnson, the guard. But after a while he seemed to grow shy. He ceased to go to the town to read the papers, and to go down to talk politics with Johnson. Whole weeks passed in this way, so that no one saw him and he saw no one. The only signs that the old man was living were the disappearance of the provisions left on the shore, and the light of the lantern kindled every evening with the same regularity with which the sun rose in the morning from the waters of those regions. Evidently the old man had become indifferent to the world. Homesickness was not the cause, but just this, that even homesickness had passed into resignation. The whole world began now and ended for Skavinsky on his island. He had grown accustomed to the thought that he would not leave the tower till death, and he simply forgot that there was anything else in the world aside from him. Moreover, he had become a mystic. His mild blue eyes began to stare like the eyes of a child, and were as if fixed on something at a distance. In presence of a surrounding uncommonly simple and great, the old man was losing the feeling of personality. He was ceasing to exist as an individual, was becoming merged more and more into that which enclosed him. He did not understand anything beyond his environment, he felt only unconsciously. At last it seems to him that the heavens, the water, his rocks, the tower, the golden side-banks, and the swollen sails, the sea mews, the ebb and flow of the tide, all form one mighty unity, one enormous mysterious sail, that he is sinking in that mystery, and feels that soul which lives and lulls itself. He sinks and is rocked, forgets himself, and in that narrowing of his individual existence, in that half waking, half sleeping, he has discovered a rest so great that it almost resembled half death. Chapter 3. But the awakening came. On a certain day, when the boat brought water and a supply of provisions, Skavinsky came down an hour later from the tower, and saw that besides the usual cargo there was an additional package. On the outside of this package was postage stamps of the United States, and the address Skavinsky, Esquire, written on coarse canvas. The old man with aroused curiosity cut the canvas, and saw books. He took one in his hand, looked at it, and put it back. Thereupon his hands began to tremble greatly. He covered his eyes as if he did not believe them. It seemed to him as if he were dreaming. The book was Polish. What did that mean? Who could have sent the book? Clearly he did not remember at the first moment that in the beginning of his lighthouse career he had read in the Herald borrowed from the consul of the formation of a Polish society in New York, and had sent at once to that society half his month's salary, for which he had, moreover, no use on the tower. The society had sent him the books with thanks. The books came in the natural way, but at the first moment the old man could not seize these thoughts. Polish books in Aspinwall, on his tower, amid his solitude, that was for him something uncommon, a certain breath from past times, a species of miracle. Now it seemed to him, as to those sailors in the night, that something was calling him by name with a voice greatly beloved and nearly forgotten. He sat for a while with closed eyes, and was almost certain that, when he opened them, the dream would be gone. The package, cut open, lay before him, shone upon clearly by the afternoon sun, and on it was an open book. When the old man stretched his hand toward it again, he heard in the stillness the beating of his own heart. He looked. It was poetry. On the outside stood printed in great letters the title, underneath the name of the author. The name was not strange to Skavinsky. He saw that it belonged to the famous poet, whose productions he had read in 1830 in Paris. Afterward, when campaigning in Algiers and Spain, he had heard from his countrymen of the growing fame of the great seer, but he was so accustomed to the masquerade at that time that he took no book in hand. In 1849 he went to America, and in the adventurous life which he led he hardly ever met a Pole, and never a Polish book. With the greater eagerness, therefore, and with a livelier beating of the heart, did he turn to the title page. It seemed to him then that on his lonely rock some solemnity was about to take place. Indeed, it was a moment of great calm and silence. The clocks of Aspinwall were striking 5 in the afternoon. Not a cloud darkened the clear sky, only a few sea mews were sailing through the air. The ocean was as if cradled to sleep. The waves on the shore stammered quietly, spreading softly on the sand. In the distance, the white house of Aspinwall and the wonderful groups of palms were smiling. In truth, there was something there solemn, calm, and full of dignity. Suddenly, in the midst of that calm of nature, was heard the trembling voice of the old man, who read aloud as if to understand himself better. Thou art like health, O Litva, my birthland. How much we should prize thee, he only can know who has lost thee. Thy beauty in perfect adornment this day I see and describe, because I yearn for thee. His voice failed Skavinsky. The letters began to dance before his eyes, something broke in his breast and went like a wave from his heart higher and higher, choking his voice and pressing his throat. A moment more he controlled himself and read further. O holy lady, who guardest bright Częstochowa, who shinest in the Ostra Brama and preservest the castle town Novogródek with its trusty people, as thou didst give me back to health in childhood, when by my weeping mother placed beneath thy care, I raised my lifeless eyelids upward, and straightway walked unto thy holy threshold to thank God for the life restored me, so by a wonder now restore us to the bosom of our birthplace. The swollen wave broke through the restraint of his will. The old man sobbed and threw himself on the ground. His milk-white hair was mingled with the sand of the sea. 40 years had passed since he had seen his country, and God knows how many since he heard his native speech. And now that speech had come to him itself. It had sailed to him over the ocean and found him in solitude on another hemisphere. It, so loved, so dear, so beautiful. In the sobbing which shook him there was no pain, only a suddenly aroused immense love, in the presence of which other things are as nothing. With that great weeping he had simply implored forgiveness of his beloved one, set aside because he had grown so old, had become so accustomed to his solitary rock, and had so forgotten it that in him every longing had begun to disappear. But now it returned as if by a miracle. Therefore the heart leaped in him. Moments vanished one after another. He lay there continually. The mews flew over the lighthouse, crying as if alarmed for their old friend. The hour in which he fed them with the remnants of his food had come. Therefore some of them flew down from the lighthouse to him. Then more and more came, and began to pick and to shake their wings over his head. The sound of the wings roused him. He had wept his fill, and had now a certain calm and brightness. But his eyes were as if inspired. He gave unwittingly all his provisions to the birds, which rushed at him with an uproar, and he himself took the book again. The sun had gone already behind the gardens and the forest of Panama, and was going slowly beyond the isthmus to the other ocean. But the Atlantic was full of light yet. In the open air there was still perfect vision. Therefore he read further. Now bear my longing soul to those forest slopes, to those green meadows. At last the dusk obliterated the letters on the white paper. The dusk short as a twinkle. The old man rested his head on the rock, and closed his eyes. Then she who defends bright Częstochowa took his soul and transported it to those fields colored by various grain. In the sky were burning yet those long stripes, red and golden, and on those brightnesses he was flying to beloved regions. The pine woods were sounding in his ears. The streams of his native place were murmuring. He saw everything as it was. Everything asked him, "Dost remember?" He remembers. He sees broad fields, between the fields, woods, and villages. It is night now. At this hour his lantern usually illuminates the darkness of the sea, but now he is in his native village. His old head has dropped on his breast, and he is dreaming. Pictures are passing before his eyes quickly and a little disorderly. He does not see the house in which he was born, for war had destroyed it. He does not see his father and mother, for they died when he was a child. But still the village is as if he had left it yesterday. The line of cottages with light in the windows, the mound, the mill, the two ponds opposite each other, and thundering the whole night with a chorus of frogs. Once he had been on guard in that village all night. Now that past stood before him at once in a series of views. He was on Uwan again, and he stands there on guard. At a distance is the public house. He looks with swimming eyes. There is thundering and singing and shouting amid the silence of the night, with voices of fiddles and bass viols. Uha, uha. Then the Uwans knock out fire with their horseshoes, and it is wearisome for him there on his horse. The hours drag on slowly. At last the lights are quenched. Now as far as the eye reaches there is mist, and mist impenetrable. Now the fog rises, evidently from the fields, and embraces the whole world with a whitish cloud. You would say a perfect ocean. But that is fields. Soon the landrail will be heard in the darkness, and bitterns will call from the reeds. The night is calm and cool, a true Polish night. In the distance the pine wood is sounding without wind, like the roll of the sea. Soon dawn will whiten the east. In fact, the cocks are beginning to crow behind the hedges. One answers another from cottage to cottage. The storks are screaming somewhere on high. The Uwan feels well and bright. Someone had spoken of a battle tomorrow. Hey, that will go on like all others, with shouting, with fluttering of pennants. The young blood is playing like a trumpet, though the night cools it. But day is dawning. Already night is growing pale. Out of the shadows come forests, the thicket, a row of cottages, the mill, the poplars. The well is squeaking like a metal banner on a tower. What a beloved land, beautiful in the rosy gleams of the morning. Oh, the one land, the one land. Quiet! The watchful picket hears that someone is approaching. Of course, they are coming to relieve the guard. Suddenly some voice is heard above Skavinsky. "Here, old man, get up. What's the matter?" The old man opens his eyes and looks with wonder at the person standing before him. The remnants of the dream visions struggle in his head with reality. At last the visions pale and vanish. Before him stands Johnson, the harbor guard. "What's this?" asked Johnson. "Are you sick?" "No." "You didn't light the lantern. You must leave your place. The vessel from St. Jerome was wrecked on the bar. It is lucky that no one was drowned, or you would go to trial. Get into the boat with me. You'll hear the rest at the consulate." The old man grew pale. In fact, he had not lighted the lantern that night. A few days later Skavinsky was seen on the deck of a steamer which was going from Aspinwall to New York. The poor man had lost his place. There opened before him new roads of wandering. The wind had torn that leaf away again to whirl it over lands and seas, to sport with it till satisfied. The old man had failed greatly during those few days, and his body was bent, but his eyes were gleaming. On his new road of life he held at his breast a book, which from time to time he pressed with his hand, as if fearing that it too might go from him. End of The Lighthouse Keeper of Aspinwall, by Henryk Sienkiewicz.
My Roomie by Ring Lardner. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. No, I ain't signed for next year, but there won't be no trouble about that. The dough part of it is all fixed up. John and me talked it over, and I'll sign as soon as they send me a contract. All I told him was that he'd have to let me pick my own roommate after this and not sick no wild man onto me. You know, I didn't hit much the last 2 months of the season. Some of the boys, I noticed, wrote some stuff about me getting old and losing my batting eye, and that's all bunk. The reason I didn't hit was because I wasn't getting enough sleep, and the reason for that was Mr. Elliott. He wasn't with us after the last part of May, but I roomed with him long enough to get the insomny. I was the only guy in the club game enough to stand for him, but I was sorry afterward that I done it, because it sure did put a crimp in my little old average. And do you know where he is now? I got a letter today, and I'll read it to you. No, I guess I better tell you something about him first. You fellas never got acquainted with him, and you ought to hear the dope to understand the letter. I'll make it as short as I can. He didn't play in no league last year. He was with some semi-pros over in Michigan, and somebody writes John about him. So John sends Needham over to look at him. Tom stayed there Saturday and Sunday, and seen him work twice. He was playing the outfield, but as luck would have it, they wasn't a fly ball hit in his direction in both games. A base hit was made out his way, and he booted it, and that's the only reward Tom could get on his fielding. But he wallops 2 over the wall in one day, and they catch 2 line drives off him. The next day he gets 4 blows, and 2 of them is triples. So Tom comes back and tells John the guy is a whale of a hitter and as fast as Cobb, but he don't know nothing about his fielding. Then John signs him to a contract, $1,200 or something like that. We'd been in Tampa a week before he showed up. Then he comes to the hotel and just sits round all day without telling nobody who he was. Finally the bellhops was going to chase him out, and he says he's one of the ball players. Then the clerk gets John to go over and talk to him. He tells John his name and says he hasn't had nothing to eat for 3 days because he was broke. John told me afterward that he drew about $300 advance last winter sometime. Well, they took him in the dining room, and they tell me he inhaled about 4 meals at once. That night they roomed him with Heinie. Next morning Heinie and me walks out to the grounds together, and Heinie tells me about him. He says,
"Don't never call me a bug again. They got me rooming with the champion of the world."
"Who is he?" I says.
"I don't know, and I don't want to know," says Heinie. "But if they stick him in there with me again, I'll jump to the Federals. To start with, he ain't got no baggage. I asked him where his trunk was, and he says he didn't have none. Then I asked him if he didn't have no suitcase, and he says, no, what do you care? I was going to lend him some pajamas, but he put on the shirt of the uniform John gave him last night and slept in that. He was asleep when I got up this morning. I seen his collar laying on the dresser, and it looked like he had wore it in Pittsburgh every day for a year. So I throwed it out the window, and he comes down to breakfast with no collar. I asked him what size collar he wore, and he says he didn't want none because he wasn't going out nowheres. After breakfast, he beat it up to the room again and put on his uniform. When I got up there, he was looking in the glass at himself, and he done it all the time I was dressing. When we got out to the park, I got my first look at him. Pretty good-looking guy, too, in his uni. Big shoulders and well put together. Built something like Heinie himself. He was talking to John when I come up. "What position do you play?"
John was asking him.
"I play anywheres,"
says Elliot.
"You're the kind I'm looking for,"
says John. Then he says,
"You was an outfielder up there in Michigan, wasn't you?"
"I don't care where I play," says Elliot. John sends him to the outfield and forgets all about him for a while. Pretty soon Miller comes in and says,
"I ain't going to shag for no bush outfielder."
John asked him what was the matter, and Miller tells him that Elliot ain't doing nothing but just standing out there, that he ain't making no attempt to catch the fungos, and that he won't even chase 'em. Then John starts watching him, and it was just like Miller said. Larry hit one pretty near in his lap, and he stepped out of the way. John calls him in and asked him,
"Why don't you go after them fly balls?"
"Because I don't want 'em," says Elliot. John gets sarcastic and says,
"What do you want? Of course we'll see that you get anything you want."
"Give me a ticket back home," says Elliot.
"Don't you want to stick with the club?"
says John, and the busher tells him no, he certainly did not. Then John tells him he'll have to pay his own fare home, and Elliot don't get sore at all. He just says,
"Well, I'll have to stick then because I'm broke." We was having batting practice, and John tells him to go up and hit a few. And you ought to have seen him bust 'em. Lavender was in there working, and he'd been pitching a little all winter, so he was in pretty good shape. He lobbed one up to Elliott, and he hit it way up in some trees outside the fence, about a mile, I guess. Then John tells Jimmy to put something on the ball. Jim comes through with one of his fast ones, and the kid slams it agin the right field wall on a line. "Give him your spinner," yells John, and Jim handed him one. He pulled it over first base so fast that Bert, who was standing down there, couldn't hardly duck in time. If it had hit him, it had killed him. Well, he kept on hitting everything Jim give him. And Jim had something, too. Finally, John gets Pierce warmed up and sends him out to pitch, telling him to hand Elliott a flock of curveballs. He wanted to see if left-handers was going to bother him. But he slammed them right along, and I don't believe he hit more'n 2 the whole morning that wouldn't have been base hits in a game. They sent him out to the outfield again in the afternoon, and after a lot of coaxing, Leach got him to go after fly balls. But that's all he did do, just go after 'em. One hit him on the bean, and another on the shoulder. He run back after the short ones, and way in after the ones that went over his head. He catched just one, a line drive that he couldn't get out of the way of, and then he acted like it hurt his hands. I come back to the hotel with John. He asked me what I thought of Elliott. Well, I says, he'd be the greatest ball player in the world if he could just play ball. He sure can bust 'em. John says he was afraid he couldn't never make an outfielder out of him. He says, "I'll try him on the infield tomorrow. They must be some place he can play. I never seen a left-hand hitter that looks so good agin left-hand pitchin', and he's got a great arm. But he acts like he'd never saw a fly ball." Well, he was just as bad on the infield. They put him at short, and he was like a sieve. You could have drove a hearse between him and second base without him getting near it. He'd stoop over for a ground ball about the time it was bouncing up agin the fence, and when he'd try to cover the bag in a peg, he'd trip over it. They tried him at first base, and sometimes he'd run way over in the coacher's box, and sometimes out in right field looking for the bag. Once Heine shot one across at him on a line, and he never touched it with his hands. It went bam right in the pit of his stomach, and the lunch he'd ate didn't do him no good. Finally, John just give up and says he'd have to keep him on the bench and let him earn his pay by busting him a couple of times a week or so. We all agreed with John that this bird would be a whale of a pinch hitter, and we was right, too. He was hitting way over 500 when the blow-off come, along about the last of May. Before the training trip was over, Elliott had roomed with pretty near everybody in the club. Heine raised an awful holler after the second night down there, and John put the bug in with Needham. Tom stood him for 3 nights. Then he doubled up with Archer and Schulte and Miller and Leach and Sire and the whole bunch in turn, averaging about 2 nights with each one before they put up a kick. Then John tried him with some of the youngsters, but they wouldn't stand for him no more than the others. They all said he was crazy, and they was afraid he'd get violent some night and stick a knife in him. He always insisted on having the water run in the bathtub all night, because he said it reminded him of the sound of the dam near his home. The fellers might get up 4 or 5 times a night and shut off the faucet, but he'd get right up after 'em and turn it on again. Carter, a big bush pitcher from Georgia, started a fight with him about it one night, and Elliott pretty near killed him. So the rest of the bunch, when they saw Carter's map next mornin', didn't have the nerve to do nothin' when it come their turn. Another of his habits was the thing that scared him, though. He'd brought a razor with him, in his pocket, I guess, and he used to do his shaving in the middle of the night. Instead of doing it in the bathroom, he'd lather his face and then come out and stand in front of the looking-glass on the dresser. Of course, he'd have all the lights turned on, and that was bad enough when a feller wanted to sleep. But the worst of it was that he'd stop shaving every little while and turn round and stare at the guy who was making a failure of trying to sleep. Then he'd wave his razor around in the air and laugh and begin shaving again. You can imagine how comfortable his roomies felt. John had bought him a suitcase and some clothes and things and charged 'em up to him. He drew so much dough in advance that he didn't have nothing comin' till about June. He never thanked John, and he'd wear one shirt and one collar till someone throwed him away. Well, we finally gets to Indianapolis, and we was goin' from there to Cincy to open. The last day in Indianapolis, John come and asked me how I'd like to change roomies. I says I was perfectly satisfied with Larry. Then John says, "I wish you'd try Elliot. The other boys all kicks on him, but he seems to hang around you a lot, and I believe you can get along all right." "Why don't you room him alone?" I asked. "The boss or the hotels won't stand for us rooming alone," says John. "You go ahead and try it, and see how you make out. If he's too much for you, let me know. But he likes you, and I think he'll be different with a guy who can talk to him like you can." So I says I'd tackle it, because I didn't want to throw John down. When we got to Cincy, they stuck Elliot and me in one room, and we was together till he quit us. I went to the room early that night because we was going to open next day, and I wanted to feel like something. First thing I done when I got undressed was turn on both faucets in the bathtub. They was making an awful racket when Elliot finally come in about midnight. I was layin' awake, and I opened right up on him. I says, "Don't shut off that water, because I like to hear it run." Then I turned over and pretended to be asleep. The bug got his clothes off, and then what did he do but go in the bathroom and shut off the water. Then he come back in the room and says, "I guess no one's going to tell me what to do in here." But I kept right on pretending to sleep and didn't pay no attention. When he'd got into his bed, I jumped out of mine and turned on all the lights and began stropping my razor. He says, "What's coming off?" "Some of my whiskers," I says. "I always shave along about this time." "No, you don't," he says. "I was in your room one morning down in Louisville, and I seen you shaving then." "Well," I says, "the boys tell me you shave in the middle of the night, and I thought if I done all the things you do, maybe I'd get so's I could hit like you." "You must be superstitious," he says, and I told him I was. "I'm a good hitter," he says, "and I'd be a good hitter if I never shaved at all. That don't make no difference." "Yes, it does," I says. "You probably hit good because you shave at night, but you'd be a better fielder if you shaved in the morning." You see, I was trying to be just as crazy as him, though that wasn't hardly possible. "If that's right," says he, "I'll do my shaving in the morning. Because I seen in the papers where the boys says that if I could play the outfield like I can hit, I'd be as good as Cobb. They tell me Cobb gets $20,000 a year." "No," I says, "he don't get that much, but he gets about 10 times as much as you do." "Well," he says, "I'm going to be as good as him because I need the money." "What do you want with money?" I says. He just laughed and didn't say nothing, but from that time on the water didn't run in the bathtub nights, and he done his shaving after breakfast. I didn't notice, though, that he looked any better in fielding practice. It rained one day in Cincy, and they trimmed us 2 out of the other 3, but it wasn't Elliott's fault. They had Larry beat 4-1 in the 9th inning of the first game. Archer gets on with 2 out, and John sends my roomie up to hit, though Benton, a left-hander, is working for them. The first thing Benton serves up there, Elliott cracks it a mile over Hobby's head. It would have been good for 3 easy, only Archer, playing safe, of course, pulls up at third base. Tommy couldn't do nothing, and we was licked. The next day he hits 1 out of the park off the Indian. But we was way behind, and there was nobody on at the time. We copped the last one without using no pinch hitters. I didn't have no trouble with him nights during the whole series. He come to bed pretty late while we was there, and I told him he'd better not let John catch him at it. "What would he do?" he says. "Fine you 50, I says. "He can't fine me a dime," he says, "because I ain't got it." Then I told him he'd be fined all he had coming if he didn't get in the hotel before midnight. But he just laughed and says he didn't think John had a kick coming so long as he kept busting the ball. Some day you'll go up there and you won't bust it, I says. That'll be an accident, he says. That stopped me, and I didn't say nothing. What could you say to a guy who hated himself like that? The accident happened in St. Louis the first day. We needed 2 runs in the 8th, and Sire and Bread was on, with 2 out. John tells Elliott to go up in Pierce's place. The bug goes up, and Greiner gives him 2 bad balls, way outside. I thought they was going to walk him, and it looked like good judgment because they'd heard what he done in Cincy. But no, Greiner comes back with a fast one right over, and Elliott pulls it down the right foul line, about 2 foot foul. He hit it so hard you'd have thought they'd sure walk him then. But Greiner gives him another fast one. He slammed it again just as hard, but foul. Then Greiner gives him one way outside, and it's 2-3. John says on the bench, "If they don't walk him now, he'll bust that fence down." I thought the same, and I was sure Greiner wouldn't give him nothing to hit. But he come with a curve, and Wriggler calls Elliott out. From where we sat, the last one looked low, and I thought Elliott'd make a kick. He come back to the bench smilin'. John starts for his position, but stopped and asked the bug what was the matter with that one. Any busher I ever knowed would have said it was too low, or it was outside, or it was inside. Elliott says, "Nothing at all. It was right over the middle." "Why didn't you bust it then?" says John. "I was afraid I'd kill somebody," says Elliott, and laughed like a big boob. John was pretty near choking. "What are you laughing at?" he says. "I was thinking of a nickel show I seen in Cincinnati," says the bug. "Well," says John, so mad he couldn't hardly see, "that show and that laugh will cost you 50." We got beat, and I wouldn't have blamed John if he'd fined him his whole season's pay. Up in the room that night, I told him he'd better cut out that laughin' stuff when he was getting trimmed, or he never would have no payday. Then he got confidential. "Payday wouldn't do me no good," he says. "When I'm all squared up with a club and begin to have a payday, I'll only get $100 at a time, and I owe that to some of you fellers. I wished we could win the pennant and get in on that World Series dough. Then I'd have a bunch at once." "What would you do with a bunch of dough?" I asked him. "Don't tell nobody, sport," he says, "but if I ever get 500 at once, I'm going to get married." "Oh," I says, "and who's the lucky girl?" "She's a girl up in Muskegon," says Elliott, "and you're right when you call her lucky." "You don't like yourself much, do you?" I says. "I got reason to like myself," says he. "You'd like yourself, too, if you could hit 'em like me." "Well," I says, "you didn't show me no hitting today." "I couldn't hit because I was laughing too hard," says Elliott. "What was it you was laughing at?" I says. "I was laughing at that pitcher," he says. "He thought he had something, and he didn't have nothing." "He had enough to whiff you with," I says. "He didn't have nothing," says he again. "I was afraid if I busted one off him they'd can him, and I couldn't never hit agin him no more." Naturally, I didn't have no comeback to that. I just sort of gasped and got ready to go to sleep, but he wasn't through. "I wished you could see this bird," he says. "What bird?" I says. "This dame that's nuts about me," he says. "Good looker?" I asked. "No," he says. "She ain't no bear for looks. They ain't nothing about her for a guy to rave over till you hear her sing. She sure can holler some." "What kind of voice has she got?" I asked. "A bear," says he. "No," I says, "I mean, is she a baritone or an air?" "I don't know," he says, "but she's got the loudest voice I ever hear on a woman. She's pretty near got me beat." "Can you sing?" I says, and I was sorry right afterward that I asked him that question. I guess it must have been bad enough to have the water running night after night and to have him waving that razor round, but that couldn't have been nothing to his singing. Just as soon as I'd pulled that boner, he says, "Listen to me." and starts in on silver threads among the gold. Mind you, it was after midnight, and they was guests all around us trying to sleep. There used to be noise enough in our club when we had Hoffman and Sheckard and Ritchie harmonizing, but this bug's voice was louder than all of theirn combined. We once had a pitcher named Martin Walsh, brother of Big Ed's, and I thought he could have drowned out the subway, but this guy made a boiler factory sound like Dummy Taylor. If the whole hotel wasn't awake when he'd howled the first line, it's a pipe they was when he cut loose, which he done when he come to always young and fair to me. Them words could have been heard easy in East St. Louis. He didn't get no encore from me, but he goes right through it again, or starts to. I knowed something was going to happen before he finished, and something did. The night clerk and the house detective come banging at the door. I let 'em in, and they had plenty to say. If we made another sound, the whole club would be canned out of the hotel. I tried to salve him, and I says, "He won't sing no more." But Elliot swelled up like a poisoned pup. "Won't I?" he says. "I'll sing all I want to."
You won't sing in here,
says the clerk. "They ain't room for my voice in here anyways," he says. "I'll go outdoors and sing." And he puts his clothes on and ducks out. I didn't make no attempt to stop him. I heard him bellowing silver threads down the corridor and down the stairs, with the clerk and the dick chasing him all the way and telling him to shut up. Well, the guests make a holler the next morning, and the hotel people tells Charlie Williams that he'll either have to let Elliot stay somewheres else or the whole club will have to move. Charlie tells John, and John was thinking of settling the question by releasing Elliot. I guess he'd about made up his mind to do it. But that afternoon they had us 3-1 in the ninth, and we got the bases full, with 2 down and Larry's turn to hit. Elliot had been sitting on the bench saying nothing. "Do you think you can hit one today?" says John. "I can hit one any day," says Elliot. "Go up and hit that left-hander then," says John. "And remember, there's nothing to laugh at." Sally was working, and working good, but that didn't bother the bug. He cut into one, and it went between Oaks and whitted like a shot. He come into third standing up, and we was a run to the good. Sally was so sore he kind of forgot himself and took pretty near his full wind-up pitching to Tommy. And what did Elliot do but steal home and get away with it clean? Well, you couldn't can him after that, could you? Charlie gets him a room somewheres, and I was relieved of his company that night. The next evening we beat it for Shy to play about 2 weeks at home. He didn't tell nobody where he roomed there, and I didn't see nothing of him except out to the park. I asked him what he did with himself nights, and he says, "Same as I do on the road. Borrow some dough someplace and go to the nickel shows." "You must be stuck on 'em," I says. "Yes," he says. "I like the ones where they kill people, because I want to learn how to do it. I may have that job some day." "Don't pick on me," I says. "Oh," says the bug, "you can never tell who I'll pick on." It seemed as if he just couldn't learn nothing about fielding, and finally John told him to keep out of the practice. "A ball might hit him in the temple and croak him," says John. But he busted up a couple of games for us at home, beating Pittsburgh once and Cincy once. They give me a great big room at the hotel in Pittsburgh, so the fellers picked it out for the poker game. We was playing along about 10 o'clock one night when in come Elliot, the earliest he'd showed up since we'd been rooming together. They was only 5 of us playing, and Tom asked him to sit in. "I'm busted," he says. "Can you play poker?" I asked him. "They's nothing I can't do," he says. "Slip me a couple of bucks and I'll show you." So I slipped him a couple of bucks and honestly hoped he'd win, because I knowed he'd never had no dough. Well, Tom dealt him a hand, and he picks it up and says, "I only got 5 cards." "How many do you want?" I says. "Oh," he says, "if that's all I get, I'll try to make 'em do." The pot was cracked and raised, and he stood the raise. I says to myself, there goes my $2. But no, he comes out with 3 queens and won the dough. It was only about $7, but you'd have thought it was a million to see him grab it. He laughed like a kid. Guess I can't play this game, he says. And he had me fooled for a minute. I thought he must have been kidding when he complained of only having 5 cards. He copped another pot right afterward and was sitting there with about $11 in front of him when Jim opens a roodle pot for $1. I stays and so does Elliot. Him and Jim both drawed 1 card and I took 3. I had kings or queens, I forget which. I didn't help him none, so when Jim bets $1, I throws my hand away. How much can I bet? Says the bug. You can raise Jim $1 if you want to, I says. So he bets $2. Jim comes back at him. He comes right back at Jim. Jim raises him again, and he tilts Jim right back. Well, when he'd boosted Jim with the last $1 he had, Jim says, I'm ready to call. I guess you got me beat. What have you got? I know what I've got all right, says Elliot. I've got a straight. And he throws his hand down. Sure enough, it was a straight, 8 high. Jim pretty near fainted, and so did I. The bug had started pulling in the dough when Jim stops him. Yeah, wait a minute, says Jim. I thought you had something. I filled up. Then Jim lays down his 9 full. You beat me, I guess, says Elliot, and he looked like he'd lost his last friend. Beat you? Says Jim. Of course I beat you. What do you think I had? Well, says the bug, I thought you might have a small flush or something. When I regained consciousness, he was begging for 2 more bucks. What for, I says. To play poker with? You're barred from the game for life. Well, he says, if I can't play no more, I want to go to sleep, and you fellers will have to get out of this room. Did you ever hear a nerve like that? This was the first night he'd come in before 12, and he orders the bunch out so's he can sleep. We politely suggested to him to go to Brooklyn. Without saying a word, he starts in on his silver threads, and it wasn't 2 minutes till the game was busted up and the bunch, all but me, was out of there. I'd have beat it too, only he stopped yelling as soon as they'd went. You're some buster, I says. You bust up ball games in the afternoon and poker games at night. Yes, he says. That's my business, bustin' things. And before I knowed what he was about, he picked up the pitcher of ice water that was on the floor and throwed it out the window, through the glass and all. Right then I give him a plain talking to. I tells him how near he come to getting canned down in St. Louis because he raised so much cane singing in the hotel. But I had to keep my voice in shape, he says. If I ever get dough enough to get married, the girl and me'll go out singing together. Out where? I asked. Out on the vaudeville circuit, says Elliot. Well, I says, if her voice is like yours, you'll be wasting money if you travel round. Just stay up in Muskegon and we'll hear you all right. I told him he wouldn't never get no dough if he didn't behave himself. That even if we got in the World Series, he wouldn't be with us unless he cut out the foolishness. We ain't gonna get in no World Series, he says, and I won't never get a bunch of money at once, so it looks like I couldn't get married this fall. And I told him we played a city series every fall. He never thought of that, and it tickled him to death. I told him the losers always got about $500 apiece, and that we were about due to win it and get about $800. But, I says, we still got a good chance for the old pennant, and if I was you, I wouldn't give up hope of that yet. Not where John can hear you, anyway. No, he says, we won't win no pennant, because he won't let me play regular. But I don't care so long as we're sure of that city series, no. You ain't sure of it if you don't behave, I says. Well, says he, very serious, I guess I'll behave. And he did, till we made our first Eastern trip. Went to Boston first, and that crazy bunch goes out and piles up a 3-run lead on us in 7 innings the first day. It was the pitcher's turn to lead off in the 8th, so up goes Elliott to bat for him. He kisses the first thing they hands him for 3 bases, and we says on the bench, now we'll get him, because, you know, a 3-run lead wasn't nothing in Boston. Stay right on that bag, John hollers to Elliott. Maybe if John hadn't said nothing to him, everything would have been all right. But when Perdue starts to pitch the first ball to Tommy, Elliott starts to steal home. He's out as far as from here to Seattle. If I'd have been carrying a gun, I'd have shot him right through the heart. As it was, I thought John'd kill him with a bat, because he was standing there with a couple of 'em, waiting for his turn. But I guess John was too stunned to move. He didn't even seem to see Elliott when he went to the bench. After I'd cooled off a little, I says, beat it and get into your clothes before John comes in. Then go to the hotel and keep out of sight. When I got up in the room afterward, there was Elliott, looking as innocent and happy as if he'd won $50 with a pair of trays. I thought you might have killed yourself, I says. What for? He says. For that swell play you made, says I.
What was the matter within the play?
Asked Elliott, surprised.
It was all right when I done it in St. Louis.
Yes, I says, but they was 2 out in St. Louis and we wasn't no 3 runs behind.
Well,
he says,
if it was all right in St. Louis, I don't see why it was wrong here.
It's a different climate here, I says, too disgusted to argue with him.
I wonder if they'd let me sing in this climate,
says Elliott. Nah, I says, don't sing in this hotel because we don't want to get fired out of here. The eat's too good.
All right,
he says.
I won't sing.
But when I starts down to supper, he says,
I'm liable to do something worse than sing.
He didn't show up in the dining room, and John went to the boxing show after supper, so it looked like him and Elliott wouldn't run into each other till the murder had left John's heart. I was glad of that, because a Massachusetts jury might consider it justifiable homicide if one guy croaked another for giving the Boston Club a game. I went down to the corner and had a couple of beers, and then came straight back, intending to hit the hay. The elevator boy had went for a drink or something, and they was 2 old ladies already waiting in the car when I stepped in. Right along after me comes Elliott.
Where's the boy that's supposed to run this car?
He says. I told him the boy'd be right back, but he says,
I can't wait. I'm much too sleepy.
And before I could stop him, he'd slammed the door, and him and I and the poor old ladies was shooting up.
Let us off at the 3rd floor, please,
says one of the ladies, her voice kind of shaking.
Sorry, madam,
says the bug,
but this is a express and we don't stop at no 3rd floor.
I grabbed his arm and tried to get him away from the machinery, but he was as strong as an ox, and he throwed me again the side of the car like I was a baby. We went to the top faster than I ever rode in an elevator before, and then we shot down to the bottom, hitting the bumper down there so hard I thought we'd be smashed to splinters. The ladies was too scared to make a sound during the first trip, but while we was going up and down the second time, even faster than the first, they begun to scream. I was hollering my head off at him to quit, and he was making more noise than the 3 of us, pretending he was the locomotive and the whole crew of the train. Don't never ask me how many times we went up and down. The women fainted on the 3rd trip, and I guess I was about as near it as I'll ever get. The elevator boy and the bellhops and the waiters and the night clerk and everybody was jumping around the lobby screaming, but nobody seemed to know how to stop us. Finally, on about the 10th trip, I guess, he slowed down and stopped at the 5th floor where we was rooming. He opened the door and beat it for the room, while I, though I was trembling like a leaf, run the car down to the bottom. The night clerk knowed me pretty well and knowed I wouldn't do nothing like that. So him and I didn't argue, but just got to work together to bring the old women to. While we was doing that, Elliot must have run down the stairs and slipped out of the hotel, because when they sent the officers up to the room after him, he'd blowed. They was going to fire the club out, but Charlie had a good stand-in with Amos, the proprietor, and he fixed it up to let us stay, providin' Elliot kept away. The bug didn't show up at the ballpark next day, and we didn't see no more of him till we got off on the Rattler for New York. Charlie and John both bawled him, but they gave him a berth, an upper, and we pulled into the Grand Central Station without him having made no effort to wreck the train. I'd studied the thing pretty careful, but hadn't come to no conclusion. I was sure he wasn't no stew, because none of the boys had ever saw him even take a glass of beer, and I could never detect the odor of booze on him. And if he'd been a dope, I'd have knew about it, roomin' with him. There wouldn't have been no mystery about it if he'd been a left-hand pitcher, but he wasn't. He wasn't nothing but a whale of a hitter, and he throwed with his right arm. He hit left-handed, of course, but so did Sire and Brid and Schulte and me and John himself, and none of us was violent. I guess he must have been just a plain nut and liable to break out any time. They was a letter waitin' for him at New York, and I took it, intendin' to give it to him at the park, because I didn't think they'd let him room at the hotel. But after breakfast he come up to the room with his suitcase. It seems he'd promised John and Charlie to be good, and made it so strong they believed him. I give him his letter, which was addressed in a girl's writin' and came from Muskegon. "From the girl?" I says. "Yes," he says, and without opening it, he tore it up and throwed it out the window. "Had a quarrel?" I asked. "No, no," he says, "but she can't tell me nothing I don't know already. Girls always writes the same junk. I got one from her in Pittsburgh, but I didn't read it." "I guess you ain't so stuck on her," I says. He swells up and says, "Of course I'm stuck on her. If I wasn't, do you think I'd be going round with this bunch and getting insulted all the time? I'm sticking here because of that series dough, so's I can get hooked." "Do you think you'd settle down if you was married?" I asked him. "Settle down?" he says. "Sure, I'd settle down. I'd be so happy that I wouldn't have to look for no excitement." Nothing special happened that night, 'cept he come in the room about 1 o'clock and wake me up by picking up the foot of the bed and dropping it on the floor sudden-like. "Give me a key to the room," he says. "You must have had a key," I says, "or you couldn't have got in." "That's right," he says, and beat it to bed. One of the reporters must have told Elliot that John had asked for waivers on him, and New York had refused to waive, because next morning he come to me with that dope. "New York's going to win this pennant," he says. "Well," I says, "they will if someone else don't, but what of it?" "I'm going to play with New York," he says, "so's I can get the World Series dough." "How you going to get away from this club?" I asked. "Just watch me," he says. "I'll be with New York before this series is over." Well, the way he goes after the job was original, anyway. Rube had one of his good days the day before, and we'd got a trimmin'. But this second day the score was tied up at 2 runs apiece in the 10th, and Big Jeff had been wobblin' for 2 or 3 innings. Well, he walks Sire and me with 1 out, and Mac sends for Matty, who was warmed up and ready. John sticks Elliot in Brid's place, and the bug pulls one into the right field stand. It's a cinch McGraw thinks well of him then, and might have went after him if he hadn't went crazy the next afternoon. We're tied up in the 9th, and Matty's working. John sends Elliot up with the bases choked, but he doesn't go right up to the plate. He walks over to their bench and calls McGraw out. Mac tells us about it afterward. "I can bust up this game right here," says Elliot. "Go ahead," says Mac, "but be careful he don't whiff you." Then the bug pulls it. "If I whiff," he says, "will you get me on your club?" "Sure," says Mac, just as anybody would. By this time Bill Clem was hollerin' about the delay. So up goes Elliot and gives the worst burlesque on trying to hit that you ever see. Matty throws one a mile outside and high, and the bug swings like it was right over the heart. Then Matty throws one at him, and he ducks out of the way, but swings just the same. Matty must have been wise by this time, for he pitches one so far outside that the Chief almost has to go to the coacher's box after it. Elliot takes his third healthy and runs through the field down to the clubhouse. We got beat in the 11th, and when we went in to dress he has his street clothes on. Soon as he seen John coming, he says, "I gotta see McGraw," and he beat it. John was going to the fights that night, but before he leaves the hotel he had waivers on Elliot from everybody and had sold them to Atlanta.
And,
Says John,
I don't care if they pay for him or not.
my roomie blows in about 9 and got the letter from John out of his box. He was going to tear it up, but I told him there was news in it. He opens it and reads where he's sold. I was still sore at him, so I says, "Thought you was going to get on the New York club."
No,
He says,
I got turned down cold. McGraw says he wouldn't have me in his club. He says he'd had Charlie Faust, and that was enough for him.
he had a kind of crazy look in his eyes, so when he starts up to the room I follows him. "What are you going to do now?" I says.
I'm going to sell this ticket to Atlanta,
He says,
and go back to Muskegon where I belong.
"I'll help you pack," I says.
No,
Says the bug.
I come into this league with this suit of clothes and a collar. They can have the rest of it.
Then he sits down on the bed and begins to cry like a baby.
No series, no for me,
He blubbers.
and no wedding bells. My girl will die when she hears about it.
Of course that made me feel kind of rotten, and I says, "Brace up, boy. The best thing you can do is go to Atlanta and try hard. You'll be up here again next year."
You can't tell me where to go.
He says, and he wasn't crying no more.
I'll go where I please, and I'm liable to take you with me.
I didn't want no argument, so I kept still. Pretty soon he goes up to the looking-glass and stares at himself for 5 minutes. Then all of a sudden he hauls off and takes a wallop at his reflection in the glass. Naturally, he smashed the glass all to pieces, and he cut his hand something awful. Without looking at it, he come over to me and says,
Well, goodbye, sport.
and holds out his other hand to shake. When I starts to shake with him, he smears his bloody hand all over my map. Then he laughed like a wild man and run out of the room and out of the hotel. Well, boys, my sleep was broke up for the rest of the season. It might have been because I was used to sleeping in all kinds of racket and excitement and couldn't stand for the quiet after he'd went. Or it might have been because I kept thinking about him and feeling sorry for him. I often wondered if he'd settle down and be something if he could get married, and finally I got to believing he would. So when we was dividing the city series dough, I was thinking of him and the girl. Our share of the money, the losers as usual, was $12,760 or something like that. They was 21 of us, and that meant $607 apiece. We was just going to cut it up that way when I says, why not give a divvy to poor old Elliot? About 15 of 'em at once told me that I was crazy. You see, when he got canned, he owed everybody in the club. I guess he'd stuck me for the most, about $70, but I didn't care nothing about that. I knowed he hadn't never reported to Atlanta, and I thought he was probably busted, and a bunch of money might make things all right for him and the other songbird. I made quite a speech to the fellers, telling 'em how he'd cried when he left us, and how his heart had been set on getting married on the series dough. I made it so strong that they finally fell for it. Our shares was cut to $580 apiece, and John sent 'em a check for a full share. For a while I was kind of worried about what I did. I didn't know if I was doing right by the girl to give him the chance to marry her. He told me she was stuck on him, and that's the only excuse I had for trying to fix it up between them. But believe me, if she was my sister or a friend of mine, I'd just as soon have had her manage the Cincinnati club as marry that bird. I thought to myself, if she's all right, she'll take acid in a month, and it'll be my fault. But if she's really stuck on him, there must be something wrong with her, too. So what's the difference? Then along comes this letter that I told you about. It's from some friend of his'n up there, and there's a note from him. I'll read 'em to you, and then I gotta beat it for the station. Dear Sir, they have got poor Elliot locked up, and they are going to take him to the asylum at Kalamazoo. He thanks you for the check, and we will use the money to see that he is made comfortable. When the poor boy came back here, he found that his girl was married to Joe Bishop, who runs a soda fountain. She had wrote to him about it, but he did not read her letters. The news drove him crazy, poor boy, and he went to the place where they was livin' with a baseball bat and very near killed 'em both. Then he marched down the street singin' Silver Threads Among the Gold at the top of his voice. They was going to send him to prison for assault with intent to kill, but the jury decided he was crazy. He wants to thank you again for the money. Yours truly, Jim. I can't make out his last name, but it don't make no difference. Now I'll read you his note. Old Roomy, I was at bat twice and made 2 hits, but I guess I did not meet 'em square. They tell me they are both alive yet, which I did not mean 'em to be. I hope they got good curveball pitchers where I am going. I sure can bust them curves, can I, sport? Yours, B. Elliot. P.S. The B stands for Buster. That's all of it, fellers. And you can see I had some excuse for not hittin'. You can also see why I ain't never gonna room with no bug again. Not for John or nobody else. End of My Roomie by Ring Lardner. Read by Rick Rodstrom. Christmas Afternoon by Robert Benchley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Done in the manner, if not the spirit, of Dickens. What an afternoon! Mr. Gummidge said that, in his estimation, there never had been such an afternoon since the world began, a sentiment which was heartily endorsed by Mrs. Gummidge and all the little Gummidges, not to mention the relatives who had come over from Jersey for the day. In the first place, there was the ennui, and such ennui it was, a heavy, overpowering ennui, such as results from a participation in 8 courses of steaming, gravied food, which the little old spinster Gummidge from Oak Hill said she never knew when to stop eating, and true enough she didn't. A dragging, devitalizing ennui, which left its victims strewn about the living room in various attitudes of prostration, suggestive of those of the petrified occupants in a newly unearthed Pompeian dwelling. An ennui which carried with it a retinue of yawns, snarls, and thinly veiled insults, and which ended in ruptures in the clan spirit serious enough to last throughout the glad New Year. Then there were the toys, 3 1/4 dozen toys to be divided among 7 children. Surely enough, you or I might say, to satisfy the little tots. But that would be because we didn't know the tots. In came baby Lester Gummidge, Lillian's boy, dragging an electric grain elevator, which happened to be the only toy in the entire collection which appealed to little Norman, 5-year-old son of Luther, who lived in Rahway. In came curly-headed Effie in frantic and throaty disputation with Arthur Jr. over the possession of an articulated zebra. In came Everett, bearing a mechanical negro which would no longer dance, owing to a previous forcible feeding by the baby of a marshmallow into its only available aperture. In came Fonlansbee, teeth buried in the hand of little Ormond, which bore a popular but battered remnant of what had once been the proud false bosom of a hussar's uniform. In they all came, one after another, some crying, some snapping, some pulling, some pushing, all appealing to their respective parents for aid in their intramural warfare. And the cigar smoke! Mrs. Gummidge said that she didn't mind the smoke from a good cigarette, but would they mind if she opened the windows for just a minute in order to clear the room of the heavy aroma of used cigars? Mr. Gummidge stoutly maintained that they were good cigars. His brother, George Gummidge, said that he likewise would say that they were. At which colloquial sally both the Gummidge brothers laughed testily, thereby breaking the laughter record for the afternoon. Aunt Libby, who lived with George, remarked from the dark corner of the room that it seemed just like Sunday to her. An amendment was offered to this statement by the cousin, who was in the insurance business, stating that it was worse than Sunday. Murmurings indicative of as hearty agreement with this sentiment as their lethargy would allow came from the other members of the family circle, causing Mr. Gummidge to suggest a walk in the air to settle their dinner. And then arose such a chorus of protestations as has seldom been heard. It was too cloudy to walk. It was too raw. It looked like snow. It looked like rain. Luther Gummidge said that he must be starting along home soon anyway, bringing forth the acid query from Mrs. Gummidge as to whether or not he was bored. Lillian said that she felt a cold coming on, and added that something they had for dinner must have been undercooked. And so it went, back and forth and back, up and down, and in and out, until Mr. Gummidge's suggestion of a walk in the air was reduced to a tattered impossibility, and the entire company glowed with ill feeling. In the meantime, we must not forget the children. No one else could. Aunt Libby said that she didn't think there was anything like children to make a Christmas, to which Uncle Ray, the one with the Masonic fob, said, "No, thank God. Although Christmas is supposed to be the season of good cheer, you, or I for that matter, couldn't have told, from listening to the little ones, but what it was the children's Armageddon season, when nature had decreed that only the fittest should survive, in order that the race might be carried on by the strongest, the most predatory, and those possessing the best protective coloring. Although there were constant admonitions to Fonlansbee to "let Ormond have that whistle now, it's his," and to Arthur Jr. not to be selfish, but to "give the kiddie car to Effie, she's smaller than you are," the net result was always that Fonlansbee kept the whistle, and Arthur Jr. rode in permanent, albeit disputed, possession of the kiddie car. Oh, that we mortals should set ourselves up against the inscrutable workings of nature. Hello! A great deal of commotion. That was Uncle George stumbling over the electric train, which had early in the afternoon ceased to function, and which had been left directly across the threshold. A great deal of crying. That was Arthur Jr., bewailing the destruction of his already useless train, about which he had forgotten until the present moment. A great deal of recrimination. That was Arthur Sr. and George fixing it up. And finally a great crashing. That was baby Lester pulling over the tree on top of himself, necessitating the bringing to bear of all of Uncle Ray's knowledge of forestry to extricate him from the wreckage. And finally Mrs. Gummidge passed the Christmas candy around. Mr. Gummidge afterward admitted that this was a tactical error on the part of his spouse. I no more believe that Mrs. Gummidge thought they wanted that Christmas candy than I believe that she thought they wanted the cold turkey which she later suggested. My opinion is that she wanted to drive them home. At any rate, that is what she succeeded in doing. Such cries as there were of "Ugh! Don't let me see another thing to eat!" and "Take it away!" Then came hurried scramblings in the coat closet for overshoes. There were the rasping sounds made by cross parents when putting wraps on children. There were insincere exhortations to "come and see us soon" and to "get together for lunch sometime." And finally there were slammings of doors and the silence of utter exhaustion, while Mrs. Gummidge went about picking up stray sheets of wrapping paper. And, as Tiny Tim might say, in speaking of Christmas afternoon as an institution, God help us, everyone. End of Christmas Afternoon, read by Rick Rodstrom.